Chapter 131. Vast yuan qi surged out and the pavilion exploded into pieces. Broken bricks and tiles scattered in all directions. Inside, a person was sitting cross-legged in the air. Rays of multicolored light surrounded his body, as if there was an invisible hand supporting him in the air, causing him to float above the ground. The multicolored light originated from within Gu Fei's body. It was like a raging multicolored divine flame was burning, refining the true body with the fire of yuan qi, reaching the extreme and then sublimating. At some unknown time, the yin-yang fish pattern formed by the yin-yang jade pendant in the middle of Gu Fei's chest had already completely quietened down. There was no longer any fluctuation of yin and yang energy emitted from it. The pavilion exploded into pieces, and the broken tiles and beams that exploded out were all intercepted by Dan Qinzi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Dan Qinzi only extended his right hand and lightly pressed forward. The scattered tiles and broken bricks that were flying in all directions instantly stopped. They were restrained by him, and then like raindrops they fell down. The eyes of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, were tightly closed. His body was violently trembling. He felt as if he had broken some kind of shackle in his body, and opened a treasure in his body. A surge of power, a surge of yuan qi that was much stronger than the peak of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, surged out from within his body. His flesh and blood were trembling, his bones and joints were making noises, and all the bones in his body were trembling. Every inch of his body that could be reached by yuan qi seemed to be undergoing a subtle change. Like broken porcelain, his sternum and ribs that were full of cracks were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new bones were growing from the wounds. The broken bones in his arm were also joined together by the surge of yuan qi. They grew and repaired in the multicolored light that was like waves of the sea. Gu Fei seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. His heavily injured body was rapidly healing. The battle of life and death last night had allowed him to take another step forward on the road of martial arts. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation could be said to be a transformation that paved the way for the final breakthrough to the transcending mortality stage. Gu Fei walked step by step on the road of martial arts and finally reached the end of the realm of self-awakening. He stood in front of the screen wall of another great realm. The thunderous sound of the sky drum had strengthened his bones and muscles. Faint thunderous sounds could still be heard coming from Gu Fei's body. Along with the frequency of the thunderous sounds, the natural energy around his body began to vibrate rhythmically. Visible ripples spread out from Gu Fei's body. In the nearby pavilions, the outstanding members of the younger generation from the 3 great Daoist sects couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Among them, the eyes of the female cultivators shone brightly. However, not everyone was happy to see Gu Fei make a breakthrough in his cultivation. In a nearby pavilion, a white-robed youth and a white-robed youth looked coldly at the 5-colored figure floating in the air. "I really want to unsheath my saber and behead him," the white-robed young man said in a deep voice. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. It was obvious that he had some misgivings. "Don't act rashly," the handsome youth standing beside the white-robed youth said in a low voice. He looked at the figure in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. "I'm just saying. With your martial uncle Dan Qinzi protecting him, who in Dragon Emperor City dares to attack him?" The youth looked at the other figure in the cyan robe in front of him. "Big brother, I hope you don't attack him anymore." "Gu Fei is mine," Dong Fangchen said calmly. Dong Fangchen said calmly. Seeing that Gu Fei had made another breakthrough on the path of cultivation, the urge to surpass Gu Fei in his heart became even stronger. Dong Fanglong glanced at his younger brother with disdain and said, "You're really stubborn. If we let this person grow up, it will be a disaster for us, even for our Dongfang clan. Since we've already offended this person, we should cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. We should nip the disaster in the bud. That's the wise thing to do." Dong Fangchen remained silent. He didn't agree with his elder brother Dong Fanglong's words. He didn't agree with his elder brother's words. Perhaps only Dong Fangchen himself knew that Gu Fei had already left an indelible shadow in his heart when he defeated him in front of the public in the 9 Peaks competition. If he couldn't surpass Gu Fei and defeat Gu Fei, he couldn't erase the shadow in his heart. He, Dong Fangchen, would lose the qualification to aspire to be the strongest. It would be very difficult for him to make great achievements in cultivation. At this moment, Gu Fei certainly didn't know what the Dongfeng brothers were thinking about. His body was surging with incomparably powerful energy. Every inch of his skin contained extremely terrifying energy, flowing with brilliant light. His body was like a fine gold and immortal iron that had been tempered thousands of times. It contained endless essence of heaven and earth as it flickered. Suspending in the air, Zhang Tai sensed the essence of the 5 elements in his body, causing his blood, flesh, tendons and bones to release powerful life essence one after another. The sound of muscles and bones gradually weakened. However, Gu Fei's qi field didn't weaken. Instead, it became more powerful. As the old saying went, great sounds were silent. In the end, the sound of muscles and bones could barely be heard. The abnormal movement in Canvas Moonlight Pavilion gradually aroused the attention of more and more cultivators. Many cultivators were shocked by the fact that someone could break through the cultivation barrier in Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City was not a good place. Without a powerful background, nobody would like to carry out deep cultivation here, especially breaking through the cultivation barrier. Because nobody hoped to see a person who was more powerful and uncontrollable than himself. In the cultivation world, Xianxia of the younger generation with unlimited potential like Gu Fei were people that all the major factions wanted to rope in. However, there were also many people who were jealous of talents in the cultivation world. If they couldn't rope him in, they would destroy him, instead of joining other forces. Because of this, Dan Qinzi protected Gu Fei when he sensed that Gu Fei was going to break through his original realm. With Dan Qinzi's help, nobody could harm Gu Fei in front of Dan Qinzi unless those old monsters in void-controlling realm attacked Gu Fei. Additionally, anyone who harmed Gu Fei was equal to challenging the entire Taishan sect. Given Dan Qinzi's cultivation base at the 9th heaven of Ascended Mortal Realm, he could frighten some people in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the real powerhouses disdained to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei is really a monster. In a pavilion about 60 m away from Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng sighed with emotion as he watched the colorful figure in front of him. 2 teenagers were standing on Li Lingfeng's side. One was a handsome teenager who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. Of course, he was Ziyu, who looked like a girl. The other teenager was carrying a long sword on his back. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gave off a sharp qi field like the edge of a sword. Chapter 132. At some unknown time, Gu Fei's hands were able to move. His muscles and bones surged, rapidly healing his injured body. His broken arm had already been completely healed. Miraculously at this time, the life essence energy within Gu Fei's body was flourishing to the extreme. Gu Fei floated in the air around 20 feet above the ground. Endless heaven and earth origin energy constantly gathered around him. Spiritual light flashed and spiritual energy surged in a 100-foot radius. His eyes were closed and his hands were constantly moving. It seemed as if he was making random movements. Everyone was confused, but Dan Qinzi's calm eyes began to shine. As time passed, the canvassing moon pavilion was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it caused one to feel an indescribable pressure. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the canvassing moon pavilion? In the latter half of the night, the darkest period before dawn, Gu Fei's hands began to move in a seemingly chaotic manner. These seemingly untraceable movements began to reveal a somewhat mysterious flavor. Turn disorder into order, turn the impossible into the law. The 3,000 great Daos all lead to the same destination. Dan Qinzi looked at Gu Fei's dancing hands and his eyes shined with a brilliant light. From Gu Fei's movements he could feel the aura of the Tao. Although Gu Fei's movements seemed casual, the truth was that this was a manifestation of the Tao. From the mundane to the simple, Gu Fei was immersed in a mysterious martial realm. That complex martial intent was slowly peeled away by him, and he began to simplify it. Then he began to practice it with his hands. It could be said that at this moment, Gu Fei had touched upon the edge of the Tao. Martial skills were also part of the Tao. Gu Fei's comprehension of martial had already touched upon the threshold of skill nearing the Tao. By this point, even the disciples of the younger generation from the 3 great Daoist societies could tell that Gu Fei was extraordinary. However, they didn't have a cultivation base like Dan Qinzi's. Gu Fei gave them a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Although Li Lingfeng and the others seemed to have noticed something from Gu Fei's waving hands, they couldn't tell what it was exactly. They couldn't tell what it was, nor could they grasp it. Gu Fei's hands began to simplify the complicated movements. Then a series of mysterious hand seals began to appear between his hands. As the hand seals appeared, terrifying waves began to emit from his fingers. It wasn't the wave of magic power, and it wasn't the power of divine arts released by divine arts practitioners. Among the experts of the younger generation, no one knew what kind of power the madra that Gu Fei had displayed represented. After all, the true meaning of martial arts had long disappeared. The path of martial arts had long declined in the Tinglong continent. Even though they didn't know what the madra represented, everyone could sense the terrifying power of the madra. It wasn't a Daoist method, but it was better than a Daoist method. It wasn't a divine art, but it was better than a divine art. At the sight of this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Perhaps in Dragon Emperor City, besides some old monsters, only Gu Fei knew that this was a manifestation of the martial arts. The mysterious madra was a battle skill that was one level higher than the 5 Elements Fist. The 5 Elements Extermination Madra. The true martial arts have reappeared. Such words came out from Dragon Emperor City. Then several strands of immortal thoughts that made even Dan Chenzi's heart palpitate instantly retreated and became silent. Dragon Emperor City is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dan Chenzi let out a sigh of relief. The masters of those strands of immortal thoughts were very terrifying. They were definitely old monsters in the void-controlling realm. Of course, even these old monsters didn't want to offend the Taishan sect. After all, the 3 major sects were closely connected. Offending the Taishan sect was equivalent to offending the 3 major sections. Not everyone could bear the terrible consequences of offending the 3 major sections. The 5 Elements Madra gradually turned from complicated to simple. Every time Gu Fei made a madra, the essence of the world around him would vibrate. The madra aroused the power of the world, and Gu Fei's body surged with dazzling qi. The power of the 5 elements surged out of the madra. Sometimes green light shone in the sky, illuminating the world. Sometimes golden light shone like a scorching sun in the dark night. Sometimes flames surged and drowned in a sea of fire. Sometimes the sky turned dark and he was surrounded by dust and sand. Sometimes water vapor surged and his body seemed to be surrounded by towering waves. With the change of the madra, the power of the 5 elements that erupted from Gu Fei's body also changed. He was in an ethereal state, and his body and cultivation method were completely in harmony. At this moment, the madra came from his heart, which was a natural reaction of the profound meaning of the martial arts technique. Although the 5 elemental extermination seal was just a practice, the moment the seal was executed, the power that was emitted had already shaken the heavens and earth. Not only did the faces of the young experts turn pale, even the transcending mortality realm cultivators were shocked when they saw this. It was not difficult to see that although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached the transcending mortality realm, his strength was comparable to that of a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. This young man was terrifying. He might be able to break the common sense of the cultivation world and challenge cultivators of a higher realm. At this time, there was already a group of heavily armored soldiers gathered outside the Canvas Moon Pavilion. When Gu Fei was cultivating, the vast yuan qi that surged out had caused the pavilion to collapse, and the sound it made was so loud that it attracted a group of patrolling soldiers from the city guard. However, when these soldiers arrived at the Canvas Moon Pavilion, they did not dare to barge in. Instead, they waited for orders from above. The background of the Canvas Moon Pavilion was not simple. Even the Southern Wasteland Duke did not want to offend the Canvas Moon Pavilion. When the sky was about to brighten, Gu Fei woke up from the mysterious martial realm. He descended from the sky and landed on the base of the broken pavilion. The pavilion he was in had already disappeared, leaving only the base of the pavilion below. The moment the madra stopped, Gu Fei's body exploded with a dazzling 5-colored light. A majestic force erupted from his body and swept out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if an extremely strong wind had appeared out of nowhere. The nearby pavilions under the wind swayed. Although they did not collapse, cracks appeared on the walls of the pavilions. The young experts on the pavilions all had to use their Xian qi to resist the terrifying essence that surged out from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the qi of the 5 elements was everywhere in Gu Fei's body. His entire body, whether it was his bones, flesh, blood, or internal organs, was like a piece of iron. Everywhere was filled with endless power. He was reborn. He was only one step away from being truly reborn. Gu Fei felt that his entire body from inside to outside seemed to have been reborn. His cultivation had entered the realm of flesh and blood transformation, which was also the 9th layer of the awakening self realm. Flesh and blood transformation, that was to refine one's own flesh and blood into new flesh and blood. This was a heaven-defying method of cultivation, to rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. This process was very difficult. For hundreds of years within the Jade Spirit Peak, no one had succeeded. Gu Fei's master was trapped in the 9th layer of the awakening self realm. In the end, he couldn't truly change his flesh and blood and rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. In the end, he was buried in the soil. However, Gu Fei had plenty of time. He had already reached the 9th layer of the awakening self realm at a young age. Additionally, with the help of the extremely mysterious yin-yang fish jade pendant, his cultivation speed had increased by 10 times. Therefore, his chances of breaking through to the shedding mortality realm were much higher than that of his master. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 substantial 5-colored immortal lights shot out of his eyes. Sitting on the base of the pavilion with crossed legs, his long hair fluttering in the air. He raised his head and roared, his voice shaking the sky. However, the rolling sound waves couldn't spread out. After all, they were in Dragon Emperor City. Dan Chenzi didn't want to alarm more cultivators. Therefore, he had secretly set up a soundproof realm around the courtyard with his great power. Apart from the explosion of the pavilion, there was no other sound that could be heard from this place. With his jet-black long hair fluttering in the air, Gu Fei's figure was incomparably tall. He formed a seal with his right hand and blasted it towards the sky. Endless golden light rushed into the sky and surged forward like a surging river. The area covered by the seal shook violently. The golden immortal light seemed to have broken the void. The violent power surged, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The base of the pavilion that Gu Fei was sitting on was instantly shattered. Everything within 15 meters around him turned into dust. The courtyard instantly became chaotic, causing sand and pebbles to fly. Shwa! With a sound, Dan Chenzi, who was sitting in front of Gu Fei, directly moved back. He didn't make any move to stop Gu Fei. Even if this courtyard of the canvassing lunar pavilion was demolished, it was nothing. At most, he would just have to pay for a new courtyard. Gu Fei stood up and retracted his powerful aura into his body. 9th heavenly layer, I've finally taken this step. A battle of life and death can really stimulate the body's potential. If I fight Beitangi now, I'm confident that I can fight him. Feeling the new power, Gu Fei didn't feel happy or sad at this moment. His state of mind was unusually calm. On another pavilion in the courtyard, Dongfang Qin and his elder brother Dongfang Long's expressions were rich and colorful. They changed again and again, but in the end, Dongfang Qin still revealed a brilliant expression. He jumped down from the pavilion and walked towards Gu Fei. Chapter 133. Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to break through at this time. Very good. Dan Chenzi said with a faint smile as he walked over to Gu Fei. Gu Fei's breakthrough was definitely a good thing for the trip to the ruined sky realm. Thank you for protecting me, Uncle Master. Gu Fei bowed to Dan Chenzi. Although his mind had been immersed in the mysterious martial realm, he could still vaguely feel what was happening in the outside world. Haha. Dan Chenzi laughed, which was rare for him. He waved his hand and said, Congratulations, the Green Spirit Peak has finally produced an amazing disciple. I remember that no one in the Green Spirit Peak has been able to cultivate to the 9th layer of awakening heaven before the age of 20. You are the first. Although Dan Chenzi looked middle-aged, he had actually been cultivating on Taishan Mountain for 200 or 300 years. Moreover, he was a disciple of the sect leader, so he definitely knew a lot of secrets. Uncle Master, you flatter me. Gu Fei still looked indifferent, as if he was not very happy because of the improvement in his cultivation. Or perhaps it could be said that in front of Dan Chenzi he was a little reserved and a little restrained. Swish. Swish. At this time there was a flash of figures and 2 people suddenly appeared beside Dan Chenzi. Haha. Brother Dan Chenzi, your Taishan sect is indeed full of talents. Among the 2 middle-aged Taoists who suddenly appeared, one of them holding a horsetail whisk and looking like an immortal, said with a smile. This Taoist was no stranger to Gu Fei. It was the senior cultivator of the Shangqing sect, Ding Yangzi, who had once visited the Taishan sect with Lin Shuer. The other Taoist was empty-handed, but Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from him. This Taoist's aura was very fierce. He stood there like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, making it difficult for people to look at him directly. A swordsman? Looks like this person must be a senior cultivator of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Gu Fei thought to himself. So it's fellow Daoist Ding Yangzi and Lu Ruhai. Dan Qinzi wasn't unfamiliar with these two because they were the leaders of the Xianxia sect and Guangqing Celestial Sect's expedition to the ruined sky. This little guy must be practicing orthodox martial arts. I didn't expect your Taoist sect to have this long-lost cultivation method. The middle-aged Daoist, who was like a heavenly sword being unsheathed and had an intimidating aura, looked at Gu Fei from head to toe. His eyes flickered as if they were about to shoot out of his eye sockets. Gu Fei felt that the gaze of this senior sword immortal of Guangqing Immortal sect was as sharp as a sword aura. It seemed to be able to pierce through the void and see through his entire body. This feeling of being seen through made Gu Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Fei, greet Uncle Master Ding Yangzi of the Xianxia sect and Uncle Master Lu Ruhai of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Dan Qinzi said to Gu Fei with a smile. When Gu Fei heard this, he stepped forward and bowed to the two middle-aged Daoists, calling them Uncle Masters before retreating to Dan Qinzi's side in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Good, not bad. The senior sword immortal of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Lu Ruhai, couldn't help but nod inwardly when he saw Gu Fei's performance. However, Ding Yangzi, who was standing next to Lu Ruhai, frowned inwardly. Where did this Gu Fei pop out from? The last time he visited the Taoist sect, he didn't seem to have heard of such a young expert. The last time Ding Yangzi and Lin Shuer had visited the Taoist sect on behalf of the Xianxia sect, Lin Shuer had used her extraordinary Daoist techniques to defeat the outstanding disciples of the Xianxia sect's younger generation. Even Dongfang Chen had been defeated by her Daoist talisman techniques. If the Taoist sect had more powerful young disciples, they would have already jumped out to compete with Lin Shuer. At this time, the disciples of the three great Daoist sects who were watching nearby also walked over. Greetings, Uncle Master and Uncle Masters. An ordinary-looking young man in white bowed to Dan Qinzi, Ding Yangzi and Lu Ruhai, then said to Gu Fei, Congratulations, junior brother Gu Fei. This ordinary-looking young man in white was the eldest senior brother of the Taoist sect's younger generation, Li Lingfeng. Behind Li Lingfeng were 8 young men, including Ziyu and Dongfang Chen. Dan Qinzi and the other two just nodded. At this time, the disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect also walked over. Let's let these young disciples interact with each other and improve their relationship. The three of you should find another place to discuss the details of entering the 100,000 mountains. Lu Ruhai said to Dan Qinzi and Ding Yangzi. That's great. Dan Qinzi and Ding Yangzi nodded. Since Gu Fei had returned, they would not waste any more time and should start preparing to enter the 100,000 mountains. The abnormal phenomenon that occurred once every 260 years was not far away. Every time night fell, the blood-red star in the sky that represented slaughter and death would shine brighter and brighter. The blood-red star was full of demonic nature. Every 260 years, it would appear in the sky and emit endless demonic power that would disturb the world. Every time this happened, the cultivation of the demonic people who had fallen into the demonic path would also greatly increase. For those who had fallen into the demonic path, the appearance of the demonic star that occurred once every 260 years was their sacred day. Legend had it that the day the demonic star shone in the sky was the day when the demonic ancestor returned. At this time, the demonic cultivators would be affected by the demonic star, and the demonic chi in their bodies would surge, becoming much stronger than usual. Every time this happened, the world would be full of demons, causing quite a bit of chaos in the world. The three great Daoist sects would also take advantage of the time when the power of the demonic star caused the power of heaven and earth to become chaotic, and the power of the seal would weaken, thus opening the space barrier of the ruined sky realm and allowing them to enter the ruined sky realm. After Dan Qinzi and the other two turned into beams of light and left, a tall young man with eyes like cold stars, who was the leader of the Xianxia sect, walked up and looked at Gu Fei. You are Gu Fei? I am Lin Xian of the Xianxia sect. I heard that you are the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Taoist sect. Now that I have seen you today, you are indeed extraordinary. I hope to have a chance to spar with you. Lin Xian's words were full of power. When the time comes, I will not disappoint you. Gu Fei looked at Lin Xian. He felt some pressure from Lin Xian. This person was an expert. Both of them were extremely powerful figures, and their words were full of the smell of gunpowder. When their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly in the air. The bystanders couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the two of them fighting. "Brother Gu, we meet again." At this time, a young man with a long sword on his back walked out from the crowd of the Guangqing Immortal sect. "So it is Brother Lu." When Gu Fei heard this, his attention immediately moved away from Lin Xian. He recognized the young man with a sword on his back at a glance. This young man was Lu Yunhe, who had once fought with Gu Fei in the Yunmeng Mountain against the ghost cultivators of Fengdu. At this time a thought flashed in Gu Fei's mind. No wonder he felt a familiar aura on Lu Ruhai. It turned out that the person who had been chased by Zhao Xuanji that night and hurriedly rescued Lu Yunhe was Lu Ruhai, Uncle Lu. "Brother Gu, come, let me introduce you. This is our eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming. This is our little junior sister, Li Mengyao. This is..." Lu Yunhe introduced the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect who had come to participate in the trial in the ruined sky to Gu Fei. Chapter 134. A group of promising young cultivators gathered together. The atmosphere was not that harmonious. No one was willing to admit that they were not as good as others. They were all young Xianxia who stood out among their peers. Youthful vigor, youthful frivolity, these were the strong points of youths, but also the weak points of youths. Young people had a drive and were not afraid of anything. It was a good thing to be courageous in cultivation. However, if this drive was used elsewhere, it would become arrogance. In the eyes of some people, Gu Fei's behavior was a bit arrogant. Although they witnessed the process of Gu Fei breaking through the cultivation barrier, it did not mean that the Xianxia sect and Guangqing Immortal sect would be afraid of him. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian left with the Xianxia sect. Then Ren Wuming also left with the Guangqing Immortal sect. Among the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect, only Lu Yunhe seemed to get along well with Gu Fei. After a short meeting, Gu Fei remembered a few outstanding figures from the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect. Lin Xian from the Xianxia sect, Ren Wuming from the Guangqing Immortal sect, and Li Mengyao. These people were all geniuses. Among the younger generation of their respective sects, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. It was not hard to imagine that in 20 or 30 years, they would become powerful figures in the cultivation world. After the people from the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect left, only Gu Fei and the other 9 people from the same sect were left. "Dongfangchen, do you know someone called Dongfang Long?" After the people from the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect left, Gu Fei directly questioned Dongfangchen. Gu Fei stared at Dongfangchen. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. It made Dongfangchen feel a strong sense of oppression, as if there was a knife on his back. He did not deliberately reveal a powerful force. It was a natural aura. Junior Martial Brother Gu. Li Lingfeng and the others could feel the tense atmosphere between Gu Fei and Dongfangchen and couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that the Dongfang Long that Gu Fei mentioned had a great relationship with Dongfangchen. He was Dongfangchen's elder brother. Moreover, Dongfang Long was probably in Dongfangchen's room. It had been 7 or 8 days since Dan Chenzi took Li Lingfeng and the others to Dragon Emperor City. Dongfang Long, Dongfangchen's elder brother, didn't appear in Dragon Emperor City until 2 days ago. Dongfangchen's face changed, and then he met Gu Fei's gaze, looked directly at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Dongfang Long is my big brother." "What, Gu Fei, do you know my big brother?" Bang! Gu Fei took a step forward and the entire ground suddenly trembled. Without any warning, an incomparably powerful aura swept out from Gu Fei's body. The oppressive aura was as heavy as a mountain, surging like a surging river and surging like the sea. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Fei would be so hostile to Dongfangchen. The surging aura made everyone feel like they were in a storm. They couldn't help but step back. Is this the power of the 9th heavenly layer? Except for Li Lingfeng, who was also in the 9th heavenly layer, everyone else was frightened by Gu Fei's aura. Dongfangchen, who bore the brunt of it, felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently and he retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. This was not a physical attack, but it was equivalent to Gu Fei's attack. A great pressure directly acted on Dongfangchen's heart, destroying his will. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his chest, making him almost unable to breathe. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. He looked at Dongfangchen with undisguised anger in his eyes. Anyone could see Gu Fei's anger towards Dongfeng Chen. How could I not know your good big brother? Not only do I know him, I am also very familiar with him, Gu Fei said while gritting his teeth. When he thought that he almost died in the hands of Dongfeng Long, his anger burned to the 9th heavenly layer. At this time he already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Sure enough, as Chu Tian said, the people who wanted to borrow Chu Tian's hand to poison him with wine were Beitang Ao and Dongfeng Long. They were really despicable and shameless, unforgivable. An incomparably tyrannical pressure enveloped Dongfeng Chen, making him like a weak grass in a storm, as if he could be blown away at any time. Just when Dongfeng Chen was about to fall back again, a hand was placed on Gu Fei's shoulder, and an incomparably dignified voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Junior brother Gu, don't hurt the harmony between fellow disciples. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. The person who spoke was Li Lingfeng. Among the people present, only Li Lingfeng could still stabilize his body and put his hand on his shoulder. Gu Fei frowned. Then the terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone immediately retreated like a tide. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Tell your big brother I will find him to reminisce about the past, Gu Fei said in a deep voice, then turned around and walked straight to another pavilion. Killing fellow disciples was a taboo in the sect, and Gu Fei had some scruples. In the 18 courtyards of the Canvas Moon Pavilion, each courtyard had 18 independent pavilions, and each pavilion was equivalent to a set of superior rooms. And the people of the Supreme Profound Sect, including the leader Danchunzi, were only 11 people. In other words, in the courtyard there were 7 pavilions that no one lived in. Gu Fei easily found a locked pavilion, then directly cut open the lock and walked in. Dongfeng Chen gasped for breath. At this time he realized that he didn't know when, but his clothes had been drenched in sweat. It was sticky and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. Gu Fei. Dongfeng Chen was furious. His fists were clenched and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He wanted to rush forward and fight Gu Fei to the death, but in the end he still forcefully suppressed his anger. Gu Fei, who had already broken through to the 9th level of awakening, was simply undefeatable. Dongfeng Chen sadly discovered that he didn't even seem to have the qualifications to fight Gu Fei to the death. Junior brother Dongfeng, what the hell is going on? Li Lingfeng said to Dongfeng Chen with a gloomy face. Dongfeng Chen and Gu Fei, these two people were very strange. Ziyu Songruochen and the others also looked at Dongfeng Chen in surprise. Just now, if it wasn't for big brother Li Lingfeng's timely words, looking at Gu Fei's posture, he might have directly attacked Dongfeng Chen at any time. Dongfeng Chen glanced at Li Lingfeng, then looked at the crowd, then let out a long sigh and helplessly said, My big brother, maybe there is some misunderstanding with Gu Fei. I don't know the details. Of course, Dongfeng Chen wouldn't say that his big brother conspired with others to poison Gu Fei with wine. Everyone looked at each other. How could things be so simple? There must be something fishy about this. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't be so angry. Everyone dispersed and Dongfeng Chen also returned to his room with a bad expression. He closed the door and sat down at the table. Chapter 135. At noon, a figure in white silently rushed out of Dongfeng Chen's room. It was a young man with a treasured saber on his waist. He was Dongfeng Long. Dongfeng Long coldly glanced at the pavilion Gu Fei was in and revealed an expression that was not a smile. Then he walked out of the courtyard and directly left the canvas lunar pavilion, drifting away. After a short while, a youth in white clothes arrived in front of a magnificent mansion in the central region of Dragon Emperor City. After looking around for a short while, the youth entered this extremely magnificent mansion. There were 4 soldiers dressed in winter iron armor standing on either side of the main gate of the mansion. However, they seemed to be unable to see the young man in white and allowed him to walk into the mansion. On the banners above the main doors of the mansion, there were 3 large golden words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Regional King's Mansion. No wonder this mansion was so magnificent and even had armored guards. It turned out that this was the Prefecture King's Mansion of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King Yang Yuandao. The young man in white was obviously a frequent visitor of the Prefecture King's Mansion. The guards outside the gate recognized him. Therefore, no one stopped him and allowed him to enter the Prefecture King's Mansion. In the evening, in the Canvassing Moon Pavilion, 9 young disciples of the 3 great Daoist sects received invitations from the Southern Desolate Prefecture King's Mansion at the same time. The prefecture king's crown prince Yongsun would invite them to a banquet in the prefecture king's courtyard. Among these 9 people, including Gu Fei, were the top 3 most outstanding disciples among the young disciples of the 3 major Daoist sects. Inside the pavilion, Gu Fei looked at the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know this prefecture king's crown prince. Why did he invite him? He threw the invitation in his hand onto the table in front of him, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on his bed. Because of his breakthrough, he needed to familiarize himself with his new strength. He didn't care about the prefecture king's crown prince. Prefecture king? So what if he was the emperor? The monarch of the secular world only had a great deterrent force to the common people. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, there was no difference between the monarch and the common people. Even these large empires with thousands of miles of territory had to pay tribute to some of the large sects within their borders. The state of Qi, where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located, had to pay tribute to the Supreme Mystery Sect every year. In the early evening, tens of thousands of households in Dragon Emperor City had lit up their lights. If someone watched Dragon Emperor City from afar, he would find that Dragon Emperor City was like a bright lamp in the endless primeval woods in the night. The pitch-dark high city wall of Dragon Emperor City isolated the 2 different worlds. Outside the city wall, it was an endless wilderness covered with dense primitive woods. Inside the city wall, it was a prosperous human world. Of course, there were also foreign cultivators in Dragon Emperor City. Although humans occupied the majority of the population, it was not the southern wilderness prefecture conferred by the royal households of Yen country, but the hundreds of clans in southern wilderness. Actually, it was more appropriate to call them the Southern Wasteland Barbarians. The Southern Wasteland Prefecture King's Palace was located in a courtyard in the west of the city. It occupied a vast area and the layout was very particular. There were pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing rivers, strange rocks, fake mountains, and verdant trees. It was completely in the style of the Central Plains. After passing through the garden, there was a small lake at the back of the courtyard. Although it was a small lake, it had a circumference of several hundred mu. In the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion and a white jade bridge that spanned across the surface of the lake, connecting both sides. At this moment, melodious music drifted out from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the hall on the second floor of the pavilion, the ground was covered with a thick golden silk carpet. There were 9 tables on both sides of the hall. Each distinguished guest had his own table and sat cross-legged. As the host, Yongsun, the son of the Southern Wasteland Prefecture King, was sitting at the head of the hall. In the middle of the hall there were glamorous singers singing and dancing. There were only a few people sitting on both sides of the hall. Most of the seats were empty. Those sitting on the seats were all young men with dignified qi and strong vitality. As they looked around, their eyes flickered with shrewd light. These young men were all in their early 20s. Obviously, they were the outstanding figures of the young generation in southern wilderness. Report. Zhou Xian of the White Tiger clan has arrived. At this moment, a vigorous voice drifted from outside the pavilion. Invite him in. Yongsun stood up. The other young men in the hall also stood up. The White Tiger clan of the southern wilderness was one of the 4 great saint clans. That Zhou Xian could be said to be the most outstanding character in the White Tiger clan. Among those of the same age as him, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. He was an extremely powerful character. Why did Yongsun invite him as well? The few young men mumbled in low voices. One could tell that they were very wary of this Zhou Xian. Old brother Yang. A resonant voice rang out from outside the pavilion as a tall and sturdy figure walked in. The entire pavilion and even the air above the lake was reverberating with the voice of this person. Those singers who were in the midst of dancing were all frightened by this sudden voice. They subconsciously halted their movements. What's going on? Where are the people from the 3 great Daoist sects? The person who came was a young man with a stocky build, thick eyebrows and a pair of tiger eyes. His gaze was like that of a ferocious beast. This young man also appeared to be in his early 20s. However, he had a head of white hair that casually flowed behind his back. His entire body exuded an oppressive aura. The eyes of that young man were as sharp as blades. He swept his gaze around the great hall as his countenance turned somewhat unsightly. "Oh brother Yang, what do you mean by this? I'm here for the people from the 3 great Daoist sects. Where are they? When the few young men in the great hall saw this young man who resembled a ferocious tiger, their countenances involuntarily changed. As for the son of the Jiangling king Yongsun, he hurriedly walked over. Hehe. Brother Hujan, please be seated. Don't be impatient, the people from the 3 great Daoist sects should be arriving soon. Yongsun smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. You should know the consequences of making fun of me. This Hujan basically didn't give any face to Yongsun, the son of the Jiangling king. He directly sat down on the first seat on the left. That fellow Dongfang Long only knows how to come up with rotten ideas. Before the 3 great Daoist sects and the 100 races of the southern desolate regions started fighting, I already have a stomach full of anger. Yongsun was already cursing Dongfang Long in his heart. However, this idea of Dongfang Long's really moved Yongsun. With the people from the 3 great Daoist sects, it could be considered a good plan to deal with these arrogant fellows from the southern desolate regions. Yang Jian had an ugly expression on his face as he returned to his seat unhappily. Just when he sat down, that booming voice rang out again. Reporting. Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise race has arrived. MHM? Why is that bastard Gui Ting here as well? When Hujan heard the name Gui Ting, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from outside. It was as though a gigantic monster was walking in from the outside. The entire pavilion seemed to be trembling along with the sound of footsteps. However, when the person outside entered the great hall, everyone discovered that the person who made such heavy footsteps was actually a yellow-skinned young man who was less than 5 chi tall. His hands hung down to his knees, and he had a pointy head and a narrow forehead. Smelly tiger, I didn't expect you to be here as well. The strange-looking young man treated Yongsun, his master, as though he was transparent. After sweeping his gaze across the great hall, his gaze landed on Hujan. What's wrong? Is your turtle shell itching again? Do you want to get beaten up? Hujan glared at Gui Ting with his tiger-like eyes. A fierce killing intent immediately spread out from his body. Smelly tiger, what's the use of being fierce to me? If you have the guts, go and beat up the people from the 3 great Daoist sects. Gui Ting took heavy steps towards Hujan and directly sat down on the seat beside Hujan. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that there was a bulge on Gui Ting's back. It seemed as though there was something like a pot hidden under his clothes. Could it be that he was still carrying his turtle shell? Everyone present was an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the southern desolate regions. Naturally, they knew the cultivation method of the Black Tortoise clan. Seeing how heavy Gui Ting's steps were, he should still be carrying his turtle shell. Reporting. The Guangqing celestial sects Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao have arrived. When the elites of the southern desolate regions in the pavilion heard this, their expressions immediately turned solemn. They all looked towards the entrance of the pavilion. The people from the 3 great Dao sects had finally arrived. Chapter 136. Haha. The friends from the Guangqing Immortal sect have arrived. Quickly invite them in. Quickly invite them in. That Yongsun smiled. His smile was incomparably radiant. He passionately stood up from his seat and walked towards the 3 white-robed young men and women with treasured swords on their backs. The 3 young men and women who walked into the hall were none other than Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao of the Guangqing Immortal sect. The prince of the Jiangling king Yongsun was clearly much more enthusiastic towards Ren Wuming and the other 2 compared to Hujan of the White Tiger clan and Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan. Yongsun personally led Ren Wuming and the other 2 to the row of empty seats on the right. Ren Wuming was the eldest apprentice brother of the Guangqing Immortal sect. Hence he sat on the first seat on the right. Lu Yunhe sat below Ren Wuming, followed by Li Mengyao. The junior apprentice sister of Guangqing, Li Mengyao, wore white clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her skin was whiter than snow. At the instant she walked in, the eyes of the disciples from the major powers of the southern desolate region all lit up. She had a pair of clear and spirited eyes, long eyelashes, rosy and sexy lips, and a head full of jet-black long hair that was like a black waterfall cascading down her back. In addition, she had been cultivating the sword Dao for many years and had a treasured sword on her back. This caused this junior apprentice sister of Guangqing to have a heroic spirit amidst her gentleness, making her disposition even more attractive. Facing the scorching gazes of those people, Li Mengyao's expression was indifferent. There wasn't the slightest bit of fluctuation on her beautiful face. She was like a fairy from the moon palace who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. At this moment, the female singers who were performing in the hall had already been ordered to retreat by Yang Sun. Reporting. Lin Xian, Zhu Ichi and Yi Chen from the Xianxia sect have arrived. Just as Ren Wuming and the others sat down, the welcoming voice rang out once again. At the entrance of the hall, 3 young men in their early 20s walked in. Next, the people invited by Yang Sun also arrived one after another. As the owner of this place, Yang Sun entered and exited the hall, standing up to welcome the distinguished guests. At this moment, everyone could see that Yang Sun, the Royal Highness of Duke Xing, wasn't that enthusiastic towards the young talents of the major local forces in South Wilderness. Instead, he treated the young disciples of the 3 major Daoist sects who had temporarily settled in Dragon Emperor City warmly and considerately. When Hu Zhan saw Yang Sun treating him so lightly, he couldn't help but feel angered. As for Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan, he didn't treat it as a big deal. His beady eyes would occasionally roam about the Dao sect's disciple. In the end, out of the 9 elites of the southern desolate regions, only 7 people came. There were 2 empty seats. Evidently, the 2 people Yang Sun invited didn't come. Perhaps those 2 did not even deign to come. After all, the one who ruled the southern wasteland was not the southern wasteland Duke Yang Yuandao, who was conferred the title of the southern wasteland Duke by the Yan Kingdom. Instead, it was the various great powers behind the southern wasteland elites. Additionally, these forces were not limited to Dragon Emperor City. Even the entire South Wilderness was their world. The southern wasteland was an ancient hell filled with legends. According to legends, the southern wasteland had already existed since the ancient times. In the depths of the southern wasteland was the 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range was even more mysterious. Even the barbarians of the southern wasteland weren't willing to step into it easily. The barbarians of the southern wasteland didn't obey the Yan Empire at all. Although the great Yan Empire was powerful, its power lay in the territory of the Central Plains. In this boundless wilderness, even the whip of the empire couldn't touch it. The real rulers of the southern wasteland were the clans of those people on the left in the hall of the pavilion. From a certain perspective, these people were on the same level as Duke Yang Yuandao of the southern wasteland. In the eyes of these people, Yang Sun, the Royal Highness of Duke Xing, was nothing. If it was in normal times, these elites of the southern wasteland would simply ignore Yang Sun's invitation. The reason why Hu Zhan and the others came was actually because of the people of the 3 major Daoist sects. Of the 9 seats on the right in the hall, only 1 was empty. In the end, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu still came to keep the appointment. After all, nominally, the southern wasteland Duke Xing's palace was the administrator of the southern wasteland. Therefore, they couldn't refuse the invitation of the Royal Highness of Duke Xing. However, other than cultivating, Gu Fei didn't care about the affairs of the outside world. He directly ignored the invitation of the Royal Highness of Duke Xing. Hence, it seemed that Dongfeng Long's scheme was about to fail. Yang Sun didn't see the arrival of the person Dongfeng Long spoke of. A trace of disappointment involuntarily flashed in his eyes. He heard that within the 3 major Daoist sects, only that person might be able to suppress the elites of the southern wasteland. After everyone sat down, Yang Sun, the host, didn't even say anything when Hu Zhan already spoke. What a great reputation the 3 major Daoist sects have. I, Hu Zhan, have long wanted to experience the innate techniques of the Daoist sects. As he spoke, Hu Zhan's tiger eyes gleamed with sharpness as they swept past Ren Wuming, Lin Xian and Li Lingfeng. Hu Zhan had long been itching to fight, wanting nothing more than to have a great battle with the people of the 3 major Daoist sects. From his point of view, among the elites of the 3 major Daoist sects, only these 3 were worthy for him to fight. As for the others, he had no interest at all. When Yang Sun saw that Hu Zhan's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He couldn't be bothered to say anything and was more than happy to watch the show from the side. As expected, the countenances of Li Lingfeng and the others instantly changed when they heard this. Hu Zhan's actions were undoubtedly a naked challenge to them. The southern wasteland is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. We also wish to experience the innate techniques of the experts of the southern wasteland. Although Ren Wuming's words were calm, everyone present could feel his battle intent. The path of the sword Immortal was a branch of the Daoist sects. They cultivated the Tao of the sword, and their methods were to slay demons and exterminate devils. It was very different from the Tao techniques of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the High Clarity Sect. Ren Wuming cultivated the sword day and night. He was like a sword and the sword was like him. Not only was the aura from his body like an unsheathed divine sword, incomparably sharp, but his temperament was also extremely sharp, unwilling to show weakness. Hee. I invited everyone here because I wanted to create an opportunity for the elites of the Southern Wasteland to spar with the outstanding successors of the three great Daoist sects. If you all wish to spar here, I have no objections. Yang Sun didn't forget to add fuel to the fire from the side. None of the people present were fools. They naturally knew that Yang Jian's invitation was definitely not that simple. However, regardless of whether it was the elites of the Southern Wasteland or the outstanding successors of the three great Daoist sects, although they knew that this might be a trap, they still came. This was because the elites of the Southern Wasteland were very interested in the successors of the three great Daoist sects who came from the Central Plains. As for Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and the others, they also wanted to spar with the outstanding characters of the Southern Wasteland. Very well. My name is Hu Zhan. From today onwards, my name will be imprinted in your heart. Even if you want to forget it, you won't be able to. Hu Zhan stood up, and a terrifying force erupted from his majestic body. The table in front of him instantly shattered, turning into sawdust. Gui Ting, who was next to Hu Zhan, dodged to the side like a startled rabbit the moment Hu Zhan stood up. At this moment, his footsteps were even lighter than a leopard's, landing on the ground without a sound. Compared to the heavy footsteps he had when he came, it was the complete opposite. I am Ren Wuming of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. If you have any skills, bring it on. Ren Wuming also stood up, and an incomparably sharp sword qi spread out from his body. Whoosh whoosh. Transparent and invisible sword qi seemed to surround his body, and in the void, there was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. Chapter 137. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Ren Wuming. In the next instant, Hu Zhan, who was as ferocious as a tiger, directly leaped up. Tiger stripes appeared on his body as his right palm directly slammed towards Ren Wuming. There were no excessive words, no apprehension. Even if the Southern Desolate Prefecture King's Crown Prince Yang Sun was present, and this was the side courtyard of the Prefecture King's manor, Hu Zhan acted when he wanted to, completely treating Yang Sun as transparent. His white hair fluttered wildly, ferocious, wild, and full of bestiality. This was the portrayal of this expert from the white tiger race. Hu Zhan, who looked like a ferocious tiger, had a ferocious glint in his eyes. When he struck out with his right hand, tiger stripes instantly appeared on his entire palm. A sharp tiger claw shot out from his hand, and the sound of wind instantly rose within the hall. It wasn't a true white tiger claw, but the ferocious might of the white tiger caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Under the tiger claw, the astral wind was like blades. Before the claw arrived, Ren Wuming already felt as if he was being slashed by thousands of blades. Bzz. The sword energy in Ren Wuming's body circulated. Rays of sword astral formed a dense sword net that coiled around his body, blocking the blade-like astral wind 3 feet away. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. Everyone felt an incomparably powerful pressure from Hu Zhan's body. The tiger claw that rushed out from Hu Zhan's right claw had already become as large as a small mountain, directly slamming down towards Ren Wuming's head. Under the envelopment of the tiger claw, Ren Wuming felt endless pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The huge tiger claw emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate, sealing an area and shaking the heavens and earth. Ren Wuming couldn't help but be shocked. This Hu Zhan was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't dare to be negligent. His shoulder moved. Clang. With a loud sound, a bolt of light shot out from his back and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed forward. The metal wind blew and the sword qi crisscrossed. Under the impact of the cold sword qi, the temperature in the great hall plummeted. Everyone felt a chill invading their bodies. Boom. The huge beast claw and the devastating sword light collided in an instant. Unparalleled sword qi exploded with a loud rumble, and the power of the claw overflowed in all directions. The ground around Ren Wuming was completely crushed by the energy storm that swept out. The people from the 3 great Daoist sects immediately retreated. Boom. Suddenly, a big hole appeared in the pavilion in the lake. Amidst the billowing dust, The sword light that Ren Wuming had sent out was directly slapped away by the tiger claw. The huge claw shadow also dissipated. Ren Wuming was sent flying out of the pavilion. He stepped on the surface of the lake and stood on the waves. Although he was forced to retreat by the powerful Hu Zhan, he did not panic. Instead, his battle intent surged. The Guangqing Immortal Sect's sword manipulation art is only SOSO. Hu Zhan was extremely arrogant. His loud voice resounded on the lake. He took a step forward and directly rushed out of the huge hole, arriving on the surface of the lake. In the great hall, the countenance of Yang Sun, who was seated high up, was extremely unsightly to behold. So what if a pavilion was destroyed? But what he was angry about was Hu Zhan's arrogance. After all, this was his Yang Sun's place. If only I had overwhelming strength. Yang Sun was filled with hatred. The feeling of being disregarded by others was extremely uncomfortable. He felt very sullen. You guys can fight to your heart's content. It's best if there are casualties on one side, forming an irreconcilable grudge. The crown prince of the Jiangling king Yang Sun had always been angry with the southern desolate barbarian race who looked down on the Jiangling king manor. He wanted nothing more than to make a few powerful enemies for the southern desolate barbarian race. Hence, when Dongfang Long told him about this brilliant plan, he immediately agreed. Dongfang Long wanted to borrow the hands of the southern desolate barbarian race to deal with Gu Fei, while Yang Sun wanted to borrow the power of the three great Daoist sects to suppress the southern desolate barbarian race. The two of them could be considered to have hit it off and worked together to push this matter forward. Swish. 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 Silhouettes flashed on the surface of the lake. The elite disciples of the three great Daoist sects and the elites of the southern desolate barbarian race all appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone stood on the clear water, staring at Hu Zhan and Ren Wuming from afar. Under the hazy moonlight, the image of a white tiger was faintly discernible on Hu Zhan's body, emitting an unparalleled ferocious might. Beside Ren Wuming, a lightning-like sword light danced around him, emitting an unparalleled sword qi. You dare to look down on my Guangqing Immortal sect? I truly want to see what capabilities you have. Ren Wuming's countenance changed. His eyes stared at Hu Zhan's face, the divine light in his eyes as sharp as swords. I want you to lose wholeheartedly. Hu Zhan laughed hideously and directly punched towards Ren Wuming. The lake water in front of him suddenly sank, and then suddenly there was a monstrous wave. A powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas instantly exploded. A ferocious tiger image appeared in the wave, roaring as it pounced towards Ren Wuming ferociously. Hu Zhan of the white tiger race was like a ferocious tiger. His entire body emitted an unfathomable ferocious power. The image of the ferocious tiger formed by the lake water was comparable to a real ferocious tiger. Under that pounce, the entire lake trembled. It had the terrifying might of the Tiger King coming down from the mountain, frightening all the beasts. It was ferocious, overbearing and indomitable. Flying Star Sword. Ren Wuming shouted loudly. His hand formed a sword sign and pointed forward. Weng. A crisp sound of the sword, like the cry of a crane from the 9 heavens, soared into the sky. The sword light grew 10 feet, and like a meteor streaking across the sky, it shot towards the ferocious tiger that was pouncing towards him. The lake water silently separated and the huge waves surged to both sides. The mud at the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. The sword seemed to tear through the void and the entire lake surface was split in half. Peng! With a loud sound, the unparalleled meteor sword light directly split the ferocious tiger that was formed by the waves into 2 halves, bursting into a sky full of splashes. After breaking Hu Zhan's fist energy, Ren Wuming's sword aura did not stop. The sword sign in his hand changed, and a terrifying sword aura surged from his body again. 7 stars sword transformation. 7 stars illuminate the sky. Ren Wuming used his full strength, and the sword sign pointed towards the dazzling sword light. As the sword light trembled, it actually split into 7 shocking sword rainbows that were like meteors, and they flew towards Hu Zhan. The 7 sword rainbows vaguely seemed to form a formation, and they trapped Hu Zhan under the sword light. The power of the sword aura caused everyone present to be shocked. The eldest senior of the Guangqing Celestial Sect's younger generation disciples was indeed powerful. Lu Yunhe and Li Mengyao, who were watching the battle from the side, had a trace of a smile on their faces. Roar. At that moment, a tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xian, who was trapped by the swordlight, had his long white hair crazily fluttering. The baleful aura on his body soared into the sky. Tiger stripes appeared on his body, and the bright white light intertwined with each other. After that, a huge image of a white tiger was condensed on the surface of his body. An extremely ferocious aura swept out. At that moment Zhou Xian's strength reached an extreme. It was as if he had truly transformed into a ferocious tiger. The tiger's claws tore the heavens and the earth apart, and they directly slapped towards the 7 terrifying sword lights. Bang! 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 7 consecutive sounds, and the 7 shocking sword rainbows were actually directly slapped away by Zhou Xian. The image of the white tiger on Zhou Xian's body was condensed, and it was wild, ferocious, and its murderous aura was unparalleled. The ferocious might of the white tiger shook the heavens and the earth. Ren Wuming's body violently shook, and he retreated 7 steps on the surface of the lake. With every step he retreated, he spat out a mouthful of blood, as if those 7 heavy blows had directly landed on his body. Li Lingfeng, Lin Xian, and the others only then saw how terrifying the outstanding figures of the southern wasteland barbarian tribe's younger generation were. Chapter 138. Without a doubt, Ren Wuming had suffered a heavy blow. Out of the 7 destructive sword lights that were like shooting stars, 6 of them had been shattered. Only 1 sword light hadn't been shattered. That was because it was a flying sword light that had been transformed from a real sword. That dim sword light was recalled by Ren Wuming. With a clang, it entered the scabbard on his back. At this moment, his face was deathly pale as he looked at the roaring white tiger image in front of him in disbelief. Unfortunately, he was only 1 step away from the transcending mortality realm and couldn't completely become one with the sword. Otherwise, he would be able to display an unparalleled sword formation. No matter how powerful Zhou Xian was, he would be able to defeat him. Boom! The peerless white tiger soared into the sky. The surface of the lake under its feet instantly exploded. A vast and unparalleled power burst out, causing water to splash all over the sky. The entire lake shook violently. This Zhou Xian definitely had a terrifying strength that surpassed the awakening self-realm. A horrifying aura surged out in all directions in an earth-shattering manner. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the tall figure that had leapt into the sky. Zhou Xian, an outstanding young expert from the southern wasteland barbarian tribe. At this moment he transformed into a white tiger and pounced towards Ren Wuming from the sky, emitting an unparalleled and overbearing might. Ren Wuming knew that he couldn't resist, so he quickly retreated on the surface of the lake like a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages that hadn't dissipated in time. Boom! The tall figure swept downwards like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The place where Ren Wuming originally stood was instantly shattered. A water pillar soared high into the sky, and the entire lake shook a few times. The huge waves slammed onto the pavilion in the lake, directly sweeping the pavilion and the white jade bridge away, shattering it into pieces. The white tiger image on Zhou Xian's body seemed as if it was about to materialize. The tiger stripes emitted a bright light. The unparalleled ferocious tiger swept everything with unstoppable force. This was the sign of the white tiger bloodline awakening in Zhou Xian's body. The southern wasteland white tiger tribe's bloodline was said to be inherited from the ancient almighty, the white tiger saint king. The people of this tribe regarded themselves as the descendants of the white tiger, and the totem they worshipped was the white tiger. Zhou Xian ferociously turned around, and his thick and long tiger tail fiercely lashed out. The whole tail emitted a bright white light, and swept towards Ren Wuming's waist like a divine whip. The white light that shot out from the tiger's tail was several tens of feet long. It rapidly streaked across the void, emitting a sharp whistling sound that made people's scalps numb. Its imposing manner was overwhelming. Bang! Ren Wuming was directly sent flying by the tiger tail as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The #1 expert of the younger generation of the Guangqing Immortal sect was defeated. He was defeated by the young expert of the southern desolate white tiger race, Zhou Xian. Eldest senior brother. A few exclamations came from afar. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the sky. After that, an incomparably wild power erupted. The white tiger that had appeared from Zhou Xian's body burst forth with a white light. Its claws grabbed towards Ren Wuming, who was flying backwards. The huge beast claw seemed to break the void and caught up with Ren Wuming in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be caught by the tiger claw that was surrounded by white light, Ren Wuming suddenly felt a strong wave of sword chi coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a bright sword light brushed past Ren Wuming's body and shot forward from behind him, meeting the terrifying tiger claw that was chasing after him. Boom! The sword light directly destroyed the tiger claw, but the sword light was also sent flying. Swish! Swish! A silhouette flashed beside Ren Wuming. A white silhouette rushed forward from his side. The sword light that was repelled was recalled by that person with a wave of his hand. One person and one sword rushed towards Zhou Xian. Eldest senior brother. A clear voice resounded beside his ear. Ren Wuming was supported by a person, and they quickly slid across the surface of the lake. In an instant the two of them stepped onto the land on the shore. Little junior sister quickly asked junior brother Yun He to back off. He is not Zhou Xian's opponent. Ren Wuming said to Li Mengyao, who was beside him, anxiously. Under the urgent situation he almost spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was flushed. The sword Immortal Dao of Guangqing Celestial Sect was to spend his entire life as a sword. He would train his sword energy internally and cultivate his sword externally. He would use the sword energy within his body to temper his sword all day and night, causing the sword to have a spirit and become one with the sword. Ren Wuming's flying sword was closely related to him. Their chi meridians were connected. That Zhou Xian broke Ren Wuming's flying sword technique. The tyrannical power didn't directly hit Ren Wuming's body, but it still made Ren Wuming suffer a great impact. Ren Wuming wanted Li Mengyao to call Lu Yunhe down, but it was already too late. When Li Mengyao supported Ren Wuming, who was on the verge of falling back to the shore, the outcome of the battle in the lake had already been decided. The might of the white tiger wasn't something that Lu Yunhe could withstand. After a few rounds his flying sword was caught by Zhou Xian, and he was also hit by Zhou Xian until he spat out blood and retreated. Guangqing Celestial Sect doesn't deserve its reputation. Zhou Xian grabbed Lu Yunhe's flying sword with one hand and stood in the middle of the lake with his head raised. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and the ferocious white tiger that had appeared on his body had already disappeared. However, that extremely fierce might did not disappear. When Ren Wuming heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper and his body trembled slightly. Zhou Xian ignored the sharpness of the flying sword and directly grabbed Lu Yunhe's flying sword. With the sharpness of the flying sword that could cut through hair and iron like mud, it actually couldn't cut through his palm. It was really shocking. The flying sword in Zhou Xian's hand was like a spiritual snake, struggling in his hand, wanting to fly into the sky. However, it was firmly held in his hand. When Li Lingfeng, Lin Xian and the others saw that Ren Wuming was actually defeated, they were all indescribably shocked. One should know that Ren Wuming's cultivation was about the same as theirs. If he was defeated, then Zhou Xian threw the flying sword in his hand towards Lu Yunhe. The disciples of Guangqing Celestial Sect always had their swords with them. Although this Zhou Xian was big and rough, he also had a delicate side. If he really snatched Lu Yunhe's flying sword and didn't return it, then the white tiger race would really become enemies with Guangqing Celestial Sect. Actually, Zhou Xian still had some scruples in the end. Lu Yunhe hurriedly formed a sword seal and put the flying sword back into the sword sheath. Both of you come at me together. Zhou Xian's tiger eyes flickered with endless ferocity as he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian. His face revealed a trace of disdain and he revealed his arrogance. He actually wants to challenge both of us at the same time? Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian looked at each other and they were both shocked. The three great Daoist sects were like brothers. Ren Wuming's defeat had already caused them to lose face. If they lost to Zhou Xian as well, then the reputation of the three great Daoist sects would also be damaged. The outstanding descendants of the younger generation of the three great Daoist sects were no match for the young talents of the southern wasteland. This was something that Li Lingfeng and the others absolutely could not accept. Junior Ziyu, quickly go and invite Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng said to Ziyu, who was beside him, in a low voice. Then he stepped forward and walked towards Zhou Xian. Ziyu immediately flew onto the shore and quickly left. The number one expert of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect was Gu Fei. When Lin Xian saw Li Lingfeng coming forward, his body also moved. He was about to go forward and join forces with Li Lingfeng to fight Hu Zhan. After all, they could not afford to lose now. Chapter 139. The Southern Wasteland barbarian tribe had inherited a trace of the bloodline of the ancient holy beast. Therefore, their starting point was naturally higher than ordinary people. This was their innate talent. It was an innate advantage that others couldn't reach. However, not all the Southern Wasteland Brute tribe members were able to awaken the sacred beast bloodline within their bodies. After all, since the ancient times, the sacred beast bloodline had already become extremely thin. It was not easy to awaken it. However, it was very obvious that the White Tiger bloodline within Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan had already awakened. The White Tiger divine mark that had rushed out from his body was the best proof. The awakening of bloodline allowed Hu Zhan to be able to execute the White Tiger clan's unique divine abilities. Even Guangqing's celestial sect's eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming, would be defeated by the ferocious power of his White Tiger. Although they were both at the awakening ninth heaven, Hu Zhan's strength had long surpassed the ninth heaven with the terrifying power derived from the White Tiger bloodline in his body. He was infinitely close to the transcending mortality stage and was even comparable to the cultivators who had just entered the transcending mortality stage. This was what Hu Zhan relied on to defeat Ren Wuming. It was also what he relied on to challenge the three great Daoist sects. After defeating Ren Wuming, Zhan, who was as arrogant as a tiger, actually issued a challenge to Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian. On this night, above the lake in the Jun Wang's courtyard, under the arrangement of someone, a duel between the elites of the Southern Wasteland and the outstanding disciples of the three main Dao sects was taking place. This matter concerned the reputation of the three great Daoist sects and the face of the Southern desolate barbarian race. It was impossible for the young elites of the two factions to cower. Things seemed to be developing in the direction that Yang Sun and Dongfeng Long had planned. In the end, would the young elites of the Southern Wasteland come out on top? Or would the descendants of the Taoist gate suppress the barbarians of the Southern Wasteland? At this moment no one knew the final result. But no matter what the result was, the prince of the Jiangling king Yang Sun and Dongfeng Long had achieved their goal. Ren Wuming's defeat could only mean that the three great Taoist sects were temporarily at a disadvantage. The battle was not over yet. Hence no one could come to a conclusion at this point in time. Supreme Mystery Sects Li Lingfeng, these past few days, people have often mentioned you in front of me. Hu Zhan stood on the surface of the lake. The surrounding lake water was as calm as a mirror. His powerful aura caused the lake water beneath his feet to not have the slightest ripple. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Is that so? But I've never heard of you. Li Lingfeng calmly looked at the tiger-like white-haired youth in front of him and said calmly, "If you will never forget my name." Hu Zhan was very confident and he wasn't being pretentious. With his battle record of defeating Ren Wuming, no one thought that his words were empty words. Li Lingfeng said no more. He formed a seal with his hand and a vast amount of magic power rippled out from his body. 8 trigrams appeared around him, and the power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards Li Lingfeng from all directions. Transforming Dao techniques into mystiques, using one's own strength to draw upon the might of heaven and earth. This was Dao. The 8 trigrams circled around Li Lingfeng's body, emitting a dazzling light. It made Li Lingfeng feel as if he was in 8 independent worlds, giving off a strange feeling as if he had escaped from the world and was no longer part of the 5 elements. Hu Zhan directly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Li Lingfeng in an instant. Then his right fist punched towards Li Lingfeng's chest. Streaks of resplendent tiger stripes rushed out from Hu Zhan's fist. A tyrannical power suddenly exploded, and the air was instantly torn apart, letting out a dull explosion. White Tiger Emperor's fist. Hu Zhan shouted in a low voice. Vaguely he seemed to hear a heart-palpitating tiger roar coming from the void. This was a deterrence that directly affected the heart. The world in front of the fist trembled. Li Lingfeng's long hair was blown back by the fist wind, and his clothes stuck tightly to his chest. Hu Zhan's fist had yet to truly land on his body, but the trigrams circling around Li Lingfeng's body had already trembled. His chest felt as if there was a 500-kilogram boulder pressing on it, making him feel incomparably oppressed. So powerful. Li Lingfeng was secretly shocked. He seemed to see Gu Fei's shadow on Hu Zhan. Both of them were incomparably powerful, and both of them were peerlessly overbearing. Li Lingfeng instantly fused with the Sun trigram. The Sun trigram represented wind, and it represented the power of wind. He seemed to have transformed into a whirlwind that soared into the sky. A pillar of water was also sucked into the sky by the whirlwind, forming a waterspout. After Li Lingfeng's body fused with the Sun trigram, the speed of his movement had already reached an unimaginable level. He was definitely like the wind and lightning, and everyone could only catch an extremely faint shadow. The extremely powerful White Tiger Emperor's fist directly shattered the waterspout. The exploding water that filled the sky was directly evaporated by the terrifying fist force, and completely disappeared in the air. Just as Hu Zhan's fist missed, Li Lingfeng had already swooped down towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. His right palm pressed down on Hu Zhan, and the Gen trigram appeared on his palm. The Gen trigram represented the power of mountains and rivers. Li Lingfeng's right palm seemed to have drawn in the endless mountain qi, and it was like a huge mountain was descending from the sky to suppress Hu Zhan. Rumble. Under Li Lingfeng's palm, there was the sound of 10,000 galloping horses. The water on the surface of the lake bounced continuously, and the terrifying power shook the entire space. The Dao technique and mystique that Li Lingfeng had displayed was extremely marvelous. The trigram was like a landslide, and the ground seemed to sink. The terrifying mountain qi sealed the space below, and it completely enveloped Hu Zhan. When the people from the three main Daoist sects saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal looks of joy on their faces. Even the eyes of Lin Xian from the Xianxia sect and Gui Ting from the Black Tortoise clan, who were in a stalemate, were attracted by the battle in the lake. Lin Xian had originally wanted to fight alongside Li Lingfeng. Hu Zhan, who was incomparably domineering and arrogant, was blocked by Gui Ting from the Black Tortoise clan. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the tiger stripes appeared. Hu Zhan felt threatened, and the image of a white tiger surged out from Hu Zhan's body. Then with a bang, the surface of the lake cracked and the lake water sank. A white tiger pounced towards the sky, baring its fangs and claws. It was extremely ferocious. The Gen trigram that was descending from the sky had already become as big as a mountain, and it gathered the mountain qi from all directions. The light illuminated half the sky, and within the trigram, there seemed to be an endless amount of mountains appearing. The white tiger and its body became one, as if an ancient sacred white tiger had descended into the world. The tiger's might shocked the heavens and earth. Hu Zhan directly rushed into the sky, pouncing towards the trigram that was suppressing him. Rumble. There was a loud rumble, and Hu Zhan had gone crazy. He actually shattered the trigram and directly rushed into the endless mountain qi. Under everyone's shocked and indescribable gazes, the enormous trigram that seemed like 100,000 mountains pressing down at the same time collapsed, and the mountain qi spread out mightily in all directions. Rumble. Everything in the vicinity seemed to have been crushed by the enormous mountains, and they completely collapsed as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. The lake water was flipped up high into the sky, revealing the pitch-black silt at the bottom of the lake. Everyone retreated into the distance, and under this terrifying force, more than half of the pavilions in the courtyard collapsed. Chapter 140. Boom. The Gen trigram completely collapsed, and the endless mountain energy that was gathered by the trigram exploded with a loud bang. It was as if a level 10 storm had appeared in the sky out of nowhere, and the vast and mighty energy that was released made it seem like heaven and earth were about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Network. In the center of the energy storm, people could faintly see a huge white tiger roaring towards the sky while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, shocking the entire space. Such a momentum had long aroused the attention of the major forces in Dragon Emperor City. Mysterious figures started to appear around Dragon Emperor Courtyard. Someone was paying attention to everything that happened here. The application of Taoist magic skills could arouse the vitality of the universe. No wonder it could arouse the attention of some people. After all, Dragon Emperor City was the center of all the competitions between major forces in South Wilderness. The spies of all the major forces were all over Dragon Emperor City. After the divinatory diagram of Gen collapsed, the divinatory diagram of Sun appeared in the energy storm. Being surrounded by the divinatory diagram of Gen, Li Lingfeng rushed out of the energy storm with the help of the wind strength induced by the divinatory diagram of Sun. In the instant that Li Lingfeng rushed out, A huge tiger claw with white tiger divine inscriptions that looked almost solid descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as it slammed down on Li Lingfeng's head. The situation was reversed in a split second. Li Lingfeng, who had taken the upper hand, was forced to dodge away from the sharp edge of the tiger. All the onlookers were flurried and pretty intense. The magical effect of Can and Li, water and fire. Li Lingfeng would never sit and wait for death. He clenched his teeth and performed a Daoist incantation gesture with both hands. The 2 trigrams of Can and Li rushed out of his body in an instant, transforming into a monstrous flood and raging flame between his hands. Then they surged toward the gigantic tiger claw that was slapping down from above his head. Can trigram was water while Li trigram was fire. When the 2 forces intertwined, the power of water and fire increased at once. The surging water and the overwhelming immortal flames instantly destroyed the tiger claw. Rumble. Amidst the power of water and fire, a thunderous sound rang out. A tiger's claw directly broke through the seal of the 1,000 heavy waves of the sea of flames and clawed at Li Lingfeng below. This was a shocking scene. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The power of the white tiger was extremely terrifying. Dao techniques and supernatural powers seemed to be unable to contend against it. It seemed to have the momentum to break through all supernatural powers. Li Lingfeng was shocked. He wanted to use the power of the Sun trigram to escape the terrifying tiger claws that were descending from the sky, but in the next moment he was indescribably shocked. He felt that he was actually imprisoned by an unfathomable force. His body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and moving was actually extremely strenuous. It was difficult for him to escape from the tiger's claws. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. Online ETN. Damn it. Li Lingfeng's heart pounded violently. This Hu Zhan was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was hard for him to contend against him. Time to go all out. Li Lingfeng's thoughts spun rapidly. He knew that he couldn't dodge, so he could only go all out. The outcome of the battle would be decided in this moment. Terrifying waves of magic power surged out from Li Lingfeng's body, causing his figure to look blurry. Li Lingfeng performed a Dao incantation. Rays of magic power converged on his hands. The Jin trigram that lingered around his body shone brightly as he performed the incantation. Li Lingfeng absorbed the Jin trigram into his palms. With the Jin trigram as thunder, Li Lingfeng's hands instantly emitted blinding electric currents. Rumble. Rumble. Rays of blinding lightning descended from the sky, directly breaking through the shackling force on his body and exploding beside Li Lingfeng. He seemed to have communicated with the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. Rays of lightning appeared around him. Thunder was born out of thin air, and its divine might was unfathomable. Li Lingfeng had successfully used the Jin trigram to attract the power of thunder and lightning from the 8 phases of heaven and earth to his body. The next moment, all the power of thunder and lightning gathered towards the trigram on his palms. 2 thunder balls were condensed in his palms, and an extremely explosive and terrifying aura spread out from Li Lingfeng's body. At this moment, Li Lingfeng seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder who was punishing on behalf of the heavens. Thunder and lightning were manipulated between his hands. The balls of lightning expanded, and thousands of lightning bolts coiled around the surface of the balls of lightning like silver snakes. Li Lingfeng had no other choice. The huge balls of lightning rushed out and bombarded the tiger claws that were descending. Suddenly, thousands of silver snakes danced in the air. Thunder and lightning shook the sky, illuminating the whole world. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning surged violently. The destructive power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang! The tiger claws that were as huge as hills directly grabbed the 2 balls of lightning and exploded them. 2 strong rays of light suddenly exploded in the sky. The light was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. As of this moment, the spectators in the distance couldn't see or hear anything. Heaven and earth were silent, and everything was deathly silent. In the next moment, thousands of lightning bolts exploded in an instant. Thousands of dazzling lightning bolts were like sharp blades, tearing the void apart. Of course, they also shook the huge tiger claws that were descending. Hu Zhan furiously roared again and again. On the huge tiger claw, the white tiger divine markings emitted an unprecedentedly bright radiance, emitting an unprecedentedly powerful energy ripple. At this moment, the tiger claw seemed to have solidified, as if it was really a peerless ferocious tiger extending its unstoppable sharp claws towards its prey. On the internet, thousands of lightning bolts were instantly dispersed by the light of the white tiger divine marks that burst out from the tiger claws. They couldn't do anything to stop the tiger claws. All the spectators by the lake, whether they were the outstanding successors of the three great Daoist sects or the young talents of the southern wilderness, all gasped. Zhou Xian was really strong, really domineering, really absolute. He was like an invincible god of war. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground undulated like waves. Li Lingfeng was actually slammed into the mud at the bottom of the lake by the huge tiger claws that were like a small mountain. The water in the lake had already been evaporated. When Zhou Xian's claw slammed down, a huge claw print immediately appeared at the bottom of the lake. The mud scattered in all directions. The huge tiger claws gradually faded and finally disappeared. Zhou Xian's tall and wild figure appeared. The small lake in the courtyard had completely collapsed. Cracks spread out from the claw print in the lake. The buildings on the lake had all collapsed into ruins. Peng! The huge claw print in the lake suddenly exploded. A figure rushed out from the mud and arrived in front of Zhou Xian in an instant. You. The eyes of the person who rushed out from the mud were red. He was like an injured beast. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His chest was heaving up and down violently. He wanted to skin Zhou Xian alive. Li Lingfeng was defeated. Moreover, he was defeated even more miserably than Ren Wuming. His whole body was covered in mud and his body was extremely dirty. This was simply a kind of humiliation to him. It made him mad. You have lost. Do you still want to fight? Zhou Xian glanced at Li Lingfeng disdainfully and said coldly. Zhou Xian had defeated two masters of the Taoism faction in a row. His momentum was unparalleled. Li Lingfeng was furious. He wanted to use the 8 symbols and 8 trigrams to fight Zhou Xian. However, he could not make up his mind. He knew that if he fought again, the result would be the same. Although Zhou Xian's level of cultivation was the same as Li Lingfeng's, they were both at the 9th layer of the awakening realm. He had not reached the transcending mortality realm, but the strength he displayed was much stronger than the cultivators at the 9th layer of the awakening realm. Don't be so proud. I am not the number one in the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Even if you have defeated me, it does not mean that the younger generation of the Taishan sect is inferior to the young masters of the southern wasteland. Li Lingfeng's cold voice was very ruthless. Although he was unwilling, he was even more unconvinced. As soon as Li Lingfeng said this, the young masters of the southern wasteland by the lake were all shocked. Was a master like Li Lingfeng not the number one in the younger generation of the Taishan sect? The 3 great Taoism faction did not seem to be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Could it be that they really had more masters who had not come out? Yes. 8 of them came, and it seems that Yang Sun invited 9 people. Could it be that the person who did not come is the number one in the 3 great Taoism faction? The owner of this place, the Duke's Crown Prince Yang Sun, had long run off somewhere. Once the battle started, the crowd threw the Duke's Crown Prince to the back of their minds and directly ignored him. It was no wonder that Yang Sun hated these young masters of the southern wasteland so much. Being ignored by others was really vexing. Some people had already seen some clues. Li Lingfeng's words did not seem to be empty words. Although Yang Sun, the Duke's Crown Prince of the Dragon Emperor City, was not a big shot, since that person dared to ignore Yang Sun's invitation, it seemed that he had some ability. If he did not have someone to rely on, if he did not have the strength to ignore the Duke's Crown Prince, that person would have already come to the appointment. Of course, the group of young masters of the southern wasteland who came to the appointment did not come because of Yang Sun. These people wanted to give the people of the 3 great Taoism faction a show of strength. The young masters of the southern wasteland were also not willing to lose their limelight. Haha. The 5 young masters of the southern wasteland who had yet to make a move laughed uproariously. In that case, call out the strongest person among you to come out. Let's see if the people of our southern wasteland are stronger or if the people of your Dao sect are a notch higher. A voice called out to Ren Wuming and the others. Under the willow tree by the lake, the descendants of the 3 great Taoism factions and the young masters of the southern wasteland stood in 2 different directions. The atmosphere between both parties was a little tense. At this moment, Lin Xian and Gui Ting, who were in confrontation, also retreated back to their respective camps. They could sense a power that was not any weaker than theirs from each other. The two of them were not willing to act rashly because they didn't have the confidence to suppress the other party. When Li Lingfeng heard the clamoring of the young masters of the southern wasteland, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. He silently thought, "Junior brother Z, you went to invite Gu Fei. Why isn't he back yet? Don't say that I didn't give you guys a chance. I want the three great Taoism factions to lose wholeheartedly. You and you, the three of you can come at me together." Hu Zhan pointed at Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming and Lin Xian as he spoke arrogantly. As the sound of his voice rang out, everyone was taken aback. Li Lingfeng and the others were indescribably shocked and angered. This young master of the White Tiger race, Hu Zhan, was truly arrogant to the point of not putting the most outstanding descendants of the three great Taoism factions in his eyes at all. In the distance, on a pavilion in the courtyard, the crown prince of the southern king Yang Sun stood shoulder to shoulder with a white-robed young man with a treasured saber hanging from his waist. They were coldly staring at the scene. "Brother Dongfang, seems like these hateful fellows from the southern wasteland are still stronger than the people from the three great Taoism factions." Yang Sun's voice contained a hint of unconcealable disappointment. The purpose of this Yang Sun was precisely to borrow the hands of Li Lingfeng and the others to cause the southern wasteland barbarian race to lose all face. But sadly, things didn't seem to go as he wished. Among the young experts of the southern wasteland barbarian race, only Hu Zhan from the White Tiger race acted, and it seemed that he was able to suppress the most outstanding descendants of the three great Taoism factions. The appearance of such a situation had already greatly exceeded Yang Sun's expectations. It wasn't that the people from the three great Taoism factions weren't powerful, but rather Hu Zhan was simply too powerful. Too powerful. Hehe. The best part is yet to come. Dongfang Long smiled confidently. As long as that person is willing to act, that Hu Zhan will be out of luck. Is that person really so powerful? Yang Sun turned his head and stared at Dongfang Long as he asked in bewilderment. From his point of view, this Hu Zhan was already very powerful, strong enough to suppress all the outstanding descendants of the three great Taoism factions. Among the three great Taoism factions, there was a successor that was even stronger than him? Yang Sun didn't dare to believe this. Naturally, the Central Plains is extremely flourishing. Within its 10,000 miles, there are tens of millions of people. How can a desolate place like the southern wasteland be able to compare to it? Dongfang Long spoke arrogantly. Just when Yang Sun and Dongfang Long were conversing, an explosive sound that shook the entire space rang out. Boundless energy fluctuations gushed forth, erupting with intense light that illuminated the night sky. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Although the pavilion Yang Sun and Dongfang Long were in was 200 to 300 zhang away from the battlefield, their bodies swayed unstably. The pavilion under their feet was on the verge of collapse, as though it would collapse at any moment. How powerful! The cultivation bases of these people are truly terrifying. The countenances of Yang Sun and Dongfang Long changed drastically, feeling extremely shocked in their hearts. The cultivation bases of these people were sufficient to show disdain for those of the same age. The reputation of the three great Taoism factions wasn't undeserved. Three figures were flung out from the center of the energy storm. A dim flying sword was sent flying over 100 zhang away. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, directly shattering a pavilion and causing it to fall into the ground. After that, a large crater also appeared on the ground. And a violet gold 8 trigrams was also blasted away by the impact. It soared through the air and smashed into a fake mountain. There were also tens of thousands of Dao talismans that were destroyed by the energy storm. A wild figure that resembled both a god and a devil stood proudly in the center of the energy storm. Bai Feiyang's gaze was like cold lightning, seemingly wanting to tear apart the void. His majestic tiger body was surrounded by numerous white tiger divine inscriptions, exuding boundless ferocity. The countenances of everyone changed. So it turned out that Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming and Lin Xian had joined forces in the end. But sadly, even if the three of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan's strength far surpassed their imaginations. Slapping away the flying sword with a claw, forcing the violet gold 8 trigrams back with a punch, and destroying tens of thousands of talismans with a flip of his palm. Hu Zhan displayed a terrifying cultivation base that could be said to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Chapter 141. The three great Daoist schools are nothing more than this. Under the moonlight, Hu Zhan's entire body was surrounded by the white tiger divine mark. His eyes were like lightning and his tall tiger body was like an insurmountable mountain, causing people to feel endless pressure. His words traveled far, echoing in the sky above the courtyard. Li Lingfeng and the others all paled. Li Mengyao, Yi Qin, Zhu Yiqi and the other Daoist disciples couldn't help but take a few steps forward, glaring at Hu Zhan. A fierce battle intent suddenly burst out from their bodies. What? Even your eldest senior brother isn't a match for him. Don't tell me you want to challenge our Lord Hu? The 5 young experts from the southern wasteland all stepped forward and sneered. The descendants of the Daoist schools are not as good as the elites of the southern wasteland. This is an indisputable fact. You guys should save your energy. Another young expert from the southern wasteland said with disdain. What descendants of the Daoist schools? What a great title, but it turns out to be an undeserved reputation. Our Lord Hu alone is enough to sweep you all away. The young experts from the southern wasteland continued to attack the confidence of Li Mengyao and the others. Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming and the others couldn't help but become mad after hearing this. Their eyes turned red. These people were really too despicable. Meanwhile, the faces of Li Mengyao, Yi Qin and the others became extremely ugly. The sword on Li Mengyao's back was buzzing and trembling. It seemed like it could soar into the sky at any time and turn into a flying sword. The piercingly cold sword aura caused the expressions of the young experts from the southern wasteland to change. Who said that the descendants of the Daoist schools have an undeserved reputation? At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. Although this voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The few young people from the southern wasteland were stunned and stopped talking. Under the night sky, a white shadow flew past the many palaces and pavilions, heading towards this place. Before the person arrived, a great pressure as heavy as a mountain had already surged over. When Li Lingfeng heard this voice, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved the purple gold 8 trigrams that was sent flying by Hu Zhan. And the flying sword that was also sent flying by Hu Zhan was also returned to its scabbard by Ren Wuming. In the face of absolute power, magical treasures, flying swords, and Dao techniques were all difficult to resist. Hu Zhan had used absolute power to defeat the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the 3 great Daoist sects. However, at this moment Hu Zhan, who was standing in the middle of the dried-up lake, was unable to be happy. Because a figure that emitted terrifying fluctuations had already arrived nearby. He felt threatened from this figure. Hu Zhan, who had the bloodline of the ancient white tiger saint king flowing in his veins, was much more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. Shua. An indistinct silhouette appeared by the lake. The silhouette quickly became clearer. This was a dark-skinned man dressed in a white robe. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but his deep gaze was like an abyss, unable to see the bottom. He did not have a breathtakingly handsome appearance, but the outline of his face gave others a feeling of incomparable, unswerving determination. This was a powerful man and his aura was somewhat similar to that of Hu Zhan. Who was the one who said those words just now? Who said that the successor of the Daoist sect has an undeserved reputation? This dark-skinned man was the reinforcement that Ziyu had brought, Gu Fei. Gu Fei's razor-sharp gaze swept across the faces of the young experts of the southern wasteland. The young experts of the southern wasteland immediately felt their hearts tremble, as if they were being stared at by a peerless ferocious beast. Gu Fei's gaze made it difficult for them to look directly at him. No one dared to stand out. Gui Ting's expression also changed at this moment. As for the other 5 young people, other than a slender man with long purple hair, who did not reveal any expression of fear, the other 4 young people were all trembling with fear. Under the intense gaze of Gu Fei, they actually revealed cowardly expressions. Weren't you all clamoring just now? Why have you all become mute now? Yi Qin, the disciple of the Xianxia sect, took a step forward and loudly shouted while pointing at the southern wasteland disciples opposite him. When the 4 southern wasteland disciples heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of awkwardness and panic. Zhou Xian and Gui Ting also felt a wave of displeasure. On the other hand, the young man in purple still had a calm expression. The moment Gu Fei arrived, he had already instantly identified that there were 3 very powerful people among the Southern Wasteland disciples. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The Southern Wasteland was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among the 3 people, one was a tall and sturdy young man with a white shawl that was as ferocious as a tiger. The other was a yellow-faced young man who was less than 5 feet tall, had a pair of hands that almost hung down to his knees, a pointy forehead and a seemingly hunchback. As for the last one, it was the young man in purple with a dignified appearance. The skinny hunchback young man was Gui Ting. The young man in purple didn't reveal his identity. He seemed to be very low-key and mixed in with the 4 people. Until now, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines as if this matter had nothing to do with him and had no intention of making a move. Just at this moment, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around and looked towards a pavilion in the distance. His eyes had already narrowed into a line, and within his eyes, there was a flicker of light. Damn! Dongfeng Long, who was in the pavilion, was greatly shocked. He didn't even think and immediately turned to rush out from the back of the pavilion, wanting to flee. He originally wanted to watch the battle between Gu Fei and the disciples of the Southern Wasteland coldly. However, Gu Fei had already sensed his presence. He knew that if he didn't leave now, his life would be in danger. Brother Dongfeng. The Crown Prince Yang Sun, who was beside Dongfeng Long, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Dongfeng Long suddenly turning around and leaving without saying a word. However, just when Yang Sun wanted to urge Dongfeng Long to stay, a cold killing intent gushed forth, causing his entire body to tremble. This feeling was like being stared at by a venomous snake. His entire body turned cold as a terrifying pressure appeared in his heart. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette instantly vanished from his original location. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and gushed forth. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Xian even thought that Gu Fei was going to act against those silk pants. His countenance involuntarily changed. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth. The image of a white tiger appeared. Zhou Xian was like a peerless ferocious tiger as he ferociously pounced out from the lake. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone felt the ground violently quaking. Zhou Xian had instantly traversed over a distance of several dozens of meters and directly pounced down from the sky, blocking in front of those silk pants. Although those silk pants were ignorant and incompetent, relying on the power of their clans, they ran amok in Dragon Emperor City. If it was in normal times, Zhou Xian wouldn't even care about them. However, tonight was different from the past. If these guys were injured by someone else, he would also lose face. Gui Ting and the purple-haired young man instantly prepared for battle. Streaks of blue energy surrounded Gui Ting's body, and a huge black tortoise's image was faintly discernible in the water-like energy waves, emitting a terrifying wave that was as heavy as a mountain. However, the purple youth's battle form was very strange. On his back there was a pair of purple energy wings. It was as if he could soar into the sky and fly above the 9 heavens in the next moment. However, they were wrong. Gu Fei was not going to attack those good-for-nothings. Instead, he was going to use the 8 Desolation Steps and chase after Dongfeng Long with the speed of the 8 Desolation Steps. Swish! 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 Like a phantom, Gu Fei flitted across the void as if he had teleported. In an instant he arrived at the bottom of the pavilion. At this moment, Dongfeng Long had just rushed out from the back of the pavilion. Dongfeng Long didn't even look back. Instead, he directly rushed forward. He was very clear that he was definitely not able to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei flew up and directly leaped over the pavilion. He immediately caught sight of Dongfeng Long, who was escaping in the rockery in the garden. Dongfeng Long die. With a loud shout, Gu Fei descended from the sky like a god descending to the mortal world. The 5 elements extermination seal was displayed between his hands. A glaring aura that was like raging flames suddenly surged out from the seal that Gu Fei had formed. This was the fire seal of the 5 elements extermination seal. Vast yuan qi rippled out, and the power of the fire element was like a surging river, rushing down from the sky, sweeping towards Dongfeng Long. This wasn't a real flame, but the power of fire that Gu Fei had used to communicate with the 5 elements inside and outside. This was the combination of martial and Dao. The terrifyingly high temperature could melt gold and melt iron. The all-encompassing fire seemed to want to ignite the void. The grass, trees, and rocks below all crumbled into the tiniest dust and dissipated into the air. Dongfeng Long, who was shrouded in raging flames, sensed the terrifying power that surged down from the sky, and immediately felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Gu Fei, whose cultivation had greatly improved, was really too powerful. In the distance, the expert of the White Tiger clan, Hu Zhan, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. Haha, you want to kill me? You Gu Fei don't have that qualification. The next time we meet I will definitely chop off your head. A scroll unfolded in Dongfeng Long's hand, and the power of the Tao immediately surged out from the scroll. A water-blue light screen immediately enveloped Dongfeng Long. In the next moment the space that was enveloped by the light screen trembled. Swoosh. The light faded and Dongfeng Long disappeared into thin air. Rumble. The fire covered the sky and the earth and fiercely swooped down, enveloping the place where Dongfeng Long was originally standing. The earth trembled and all the tangible things that were enveloped by the blazing aura were all turned into dust. Outrageous, it's another scroll of the Tao of space. A figure shrouded in raging flames walked out from the sea of fire. The surging power of fire, following his footsteps, retreated like the tide and entered into his body. Behind Gu Fei, a garden was completely burned and a pitch-black pit with a diameter of 10 feet was revealed on the ground, and it was still emitting smoke. It was black and that was the scorched earth. There's another person in the pavilion. Gu Fei inclined his head and glanced at the pavilion in front of him. Zoosh. His silhouette directly disappeared from where he stood. On the pavilion, the crown prince Yang Sun involuntarily drew in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. After that he turned and fled. His martial arts were also quite outstanding. With a flash of his silhouette, he had already rushed to the window, and was about to directly jump down from the pavilion. However, before he could jump he felt the back of his neck being grabbed by 5 fingers, and he was lifted up, his feet leaving the ground. At this moment Yang Sun felt the aura of death. And at this moment, an old man dressed in green silently appeared on the pavilion. Young man, don't be rash. Do you know who he is? That old man spoke. This person. Gu Fei turned his head and glanced at the old man. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was secretly on guard. Even with his sharp spiritual sense, which had awakened the 9th heavenly layer, he actually couldn't sense the appearance of this old man. An expert at the transcending mortality realm? Gu Fei felt the threat from the old man. Chapter 142. I don't care who he is. Since he's Dongfeng Long's friend, he's my, Gu Fei's enemy. The best way to deal with enemies is to destroy them completely. Haoshuk. Gu Fei lifted Yang Sun like he was grabbing a little chick as he spoke in a sinister tone. Yang Sun's neck was grabbed by Gu Fei and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even speak. At this moment he was extremely embarrassed and enraged to the extreme. No matter what, he was the crown prince of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King. In the future he would inherit the title of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King. How could someone as arrogant as him not feel ashamed and enraged after being humiliated like this? He's the eldest son of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King Yang Yuandao. If you kill him it'll be very troublesome. The green-robed old man calmly spoke. He didn't seem to be anxious at all. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. To think that it was this fellow who gave him the invitation. It seemed like the commotion tonight was definitely caused by this fellow, and Dongfeng Long. Gu Fei had already guessed most of the situation. That Dongfeng Long merely wanted to borrow Yang Sun's strength to deal with him. Despicable bastard, if he lands in my hands, I'll definitely make him beg for death. Gu Fei had never hated someone so much before. Dongfeng Long was the first. Gu Fei, I Hu Zhan challenge you now. If you have the guts, don't be a coward. An insolent voice rang out from outside the pavilion. Damn it, who is this Hu Zhan? Gu Fei wasn't present earlier and didn't know where Hu Zhan came from. However, there was no need to doubt Hu Zhan's strength. You're the expert protecting this fellow in the dark? Gu Fei's eyes were deep and cold. At this moment he was glaring at the green-robed old man. You can say that. The old man replied. Humph. Gu Fei coldly laughed. He didn't say anything else and directly threw Yang Sun towards the green-robed old man like a broken sack. Just like what the green-robed old man had said, if he killed Yang Sun he would be in great trouble. After all, the overlord of Dragon Emperor City was Yang Yuandao. If Zhang Tai killed his son, Yang Yuandao would never let it go. The power behind the southern desolate prefecture king was Yen country, a super empire with a territory of 10,000 miles. If he offended the royal clan of Yen country because of killing Yang Sun, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The green-robed old man stretched out his hand and caught Yang Sun. After that, he directly leaped out of the pavilion like a wisp of smoke, silently disappearing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night sky. It was as if the people outside the pavilion did not notice the old man's appearance and departure. It seemed that the people outside did not notice the old man's appearance or his departure. Even Gu Fei, who had already broken into the awakened ninth heaven, found it hard to see through the depth of this old man. This old man's cultivation was a lot stronger than Beitang Yi from the Beitang clan. He should be on the same level as Zhao Xuanji. Gu Fei knew how terrifying Zhao Xuanji was. Gu Fei knew that even if he met Zhao Xuanji now, he might not be able to contend against him and could only retreat. Of course, with Gu Fei's current strength that was comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the ascended mortality stage, he was confident that he could retreat even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Xuanji. Good. Among the practitioners of the younger generation, there has never been anyone who dares to ignore me, Hu Zhan. Gu Fei, you are the first. Hu Zhan's cold words came from outside the building. His words were filled with rage. Gu Fei looked out of the window and saw a dozen people gathered in front of the pavilion. They were divided into two camps, one for the young cultivators of the southern desolate prefecture, and the other for the three great Dao sects. The one standing in front of the southern desolate prefecture cultivators was the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man coldly snorted and directly punched forward. A violent force suddenly erupted like a volcano. White tiger runes condensed in front of his fist to form a huge white tiger, which fiercely pounced toward Gu Fei. When the white tiger appeared, a strong wind rose. Its ferocious power was unfathomable, and an extremely fierce killing intent filled the air. Everyone quickly retreated to the distance. In a battle between two great experts, it would not be worth it if they were careless and ended up in a disaster. Gu Fei's feet stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly shot into the sky like an arrow. With a boom, he directly broke a big hole in the roof of the pavilion and rushed out. In the instant that Gu Fei rushed out of the pavilion, a huge tremor came from below. In the midst of a muffled rumble, dust soared into the sky. The ferocious white tiger condensed from the unparalleled fist energy actually completely collapsed the entire pavilion in an instant. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He directly stepped out in the air. Swoosh. With a swoosh sound, he left an afterimage in his original position and instantly appeared above Hu Zhan's head. He took a step towards Hu Zhan's head. A terrifying force was vast and mighty under Gu Fei's feet. It was as if a huge mountain was descending from the sky, causing Hu Zhan's expression to instantly change. Gu Fei's strength made him feel a great pressure. The temperament of Gu Fei and Hu Zhan were somewhat similar. Both of them were extremely powerful figures, and both of them were similarly belligerent. When these two people met, brilliant sparks were bound to appear. Roar! Hu Zhan roared, and the white tiger divine crest rushed out of his body. His tall body was as if it was cast from iron, and it was incomparably domineering. He directly smashed his fist upwards, and a resplendent white light lit up the night sky. The terrifying force went against the sky and attacked. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens, and the surging force shook the heaven and earth. The resplendent and dazzling light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The huge wave of air that exploded out caused the sky to seem like it was blowing up, and an enormous pressure enveloped all directions. Rumble! The ground under Hu Zhan's feet instantly shattered, and the soil fragments scattered in all directions. The spectators cried out in surprise and dodged even further away. The ground was directly stomped by Hu Zhan, and a huge pit with a diameter of 15 meters was directly formed. As for Gu Fei, he instead soared into the sky, and he was blasted high up into the sky by the explosive force. At the same time, his second step was immediately taken downwards. Swoosh! Like teleportation, Gu Fei instantly closed in on top of Hu Zhan's head. Rumble! Under Gu Fei's feet, there was a dull sound of wind and thunder. Compared to the previous step, this second step was even stronger, fiercer, and more terrifying. The space under Gu Fei's feet trembled. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kills. Every step he took, the force would superimpose with the force of the previous step, wave after wave. It was truly a killing technique. White Tiger Emperor's Fist. Hu Zhan shouted in a deep voice. His face was solemn, and the white tiger divine crest on his right fist unceasingly revolved, bursting out with resplendent light. When he punched out, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. That indomitable tyrannical momentum made everyone's heart palpitate. Boom. With another loud sound, Hu Zhan's fist and Gu Fei's foot instantly collided. Where they collided, ripples spread out. That was a terrifying destructive force. But the ripples spread out, and everywhere they passed, the ground collapsed. The soil and stones silently turned into dust. It was extremely terrifying. The extremely compressed force exploded. This force was too strong, it shook the heaven and earth. Hu Zhan continuously took 3 steps back, and the powerful rebounding force was directed to his feet and then to the ground. With every step Hu Zhan took, the ground under his feet would tremble. Hideous cracks spread out from his feet, and the nearby buildings all cracked and collapsed. Gu Fei flew hundreds of feet back. Before he landed, he flipped over, and both his feet forcefully supported himself on a fake mountain. Boom. The fake mountain under his feet instantly exploded, and Gu Fei used this force to support himself again, and fiercely rushed towards Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan's expression changed. He coldly looked at Gu Fei, who was rushing over, and indifferently wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, then took a deep breath. Hu Zhan's abdomen suddenly swelled up, his face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. His abdomen was like a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant. 8 steps to the extreme, Gu Fei's movement speed was extremely fast. He left behind a series of afterimages in the void, emitting a mighty pressure, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Hu Zhan. Gu Fei was about to make a move. Roar. At this moment Hu Zhan let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. In the void, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. Everyone present, including Gu Fei, could not hear any sound in their ears in that instant. The heavens and the earth seemed to have suddenly become silent. It was absolute silence. The white tiger roared at the sky, and its ferocious might dominated the heavens and the earth. This kind of terrifying sound wave could destroy everything, and it could not be resisted. The sound of killing was formless, but it could cause terrifying damage to people. The sound of killing intent that covered the heavens and the earth instantly enveloped the charging Gu Fei. Ah! Gu Fei roared and covered his ears with both hands as he flew backwards. The terrifying sound wave destroyed everything, shattered everything, and strangled everything. Not only did it cause Gu Fei to suffer a great impact, but the surrounding rocks and plants also turned into dust silently like snowflakes. The earth trembled violently, undulating like waves, and did not calm down for a long time. Boom! The flying Gu Fei directly smashed through a fake mountain, and then smashed through a half-collapsed pavilion before stopping his retreat. The sound was silent, and the great Tao was formless. Although this tiger roar sound killing technique was not directed at the spectators, not a single person present was spared. All of them instantly lost their hearing and felt a splitting headache as if thousands of heavy hammers were pounding on their heads. It was extremely unbearable. Apart from Li Lingfeng and the other Taoism disciples, Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan of the Southern Wilderness, and the purple-haired young man who could still barely hold on, the 4 profligate sons of the Southern Wilderness had already fallen to the ground when the sound wave appeared, rolling around in pain. Seeing the 4 fellows in such a sorry state, Gui Ting could not help but feel ashamed. Only the purple-haired young man still had a calm expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 143. The power of the tiger roar sonic kill was extremely terrifying. The destructive sound wave could destroy everything. Gu Fei, who was caught off guard, was directly blown away, and his divine soul was shaken. The terrifying sound wave made him suffer a great impact. His 6 senses were shaken violently, especially his ears. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't hear anything. Even when he saw things, he could only see double. Roar. Gu Fei immediately operated the Xianxia in his body to protect his entire body and stabilize his 6 senses. The power of the 5 elements circulated in his body, instantly relieving the discomfort in his body. Whoosh. At that instant a gust of wind blew at Gu Fei's face, raising a cloud of dust. The ferocious aura in the wind made Gu Fei feel threatened. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei decisively retreated. Boom. A loud sound was heard. The ground trembled violently. The ground where he was standing was shattered and turned into a huge pit in an instant. It was as if he was hit by a meteorite that fell from the sky. A tall figure walked out of the pit. White tiger divine runes circled around his body. His imposing figure exuded a majestic aura. Bai Feiwu's tiger eyes were filled with endless ferocity. No one dared to look at him directly. Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, this young expert who was like a fierce tiger, actually displayed a disdainful aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils shrank. This Hu Zhan is definitely a rare opponent. Unfortunately, he will become my whetstone. Hu Zhan, the southern wasteland expert, was only in his early 20s. However, he already had a peerless cultivation base that allowed him to look down on his peers. His tall body seemed to be made of steel, giving people an extremely strong feeling. His bronze-colored skin shone brilliantly. That was the bloodline of the ancient holy beast, the white tiger, emitting a strong power, making people feel that he was strong and terrifying. The might of the ancient holy beast made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Is this crazy tiger going to risk his life? Gui Ting, the young expert of the Black Tortoise clan who was watching the battle from afar, said. At this moment, even the mysterious young man in purple revealed a trace of nervousness, and his eyes were filled with splendor. As for Li Lingfeng and the rest, they were watching the scene in the distance nervously. No one knew better than them how powerful Hu Zhan was. The White Tiger mystical ability could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect, Ren Wuming, the eldest senior brother of the Guangqing celestial sect, and the eldest senior brother of the Shangqing sect represented the strongest of the younger generation of the three great Daoist sects. But even with the three of them working together and using all their treasures, they were still defeated by Hu Zhan's White Tiger's ferocious might. This was enough to show how terrifying Hu Zhan was. The successors of the Dao sect all broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. Guangqing's junior Li Mengyao bit her lower lip and clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes, which were filled with endless spirit, looked at Gu Fei nervously. Junior brother Gu Fei will definitely win. Ziyu murmured. He was very confident in Gu Fei. After all, to Ziyu, Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled among those of the same age. In the 9 Vein trials, Gu Fei's majestic appearance of obtaining first place had long been deeply imprinted in Ziyu's mind. As a level 8 awakening plane cultivator, he defeated Li Lingfeng, a level 9 eldest senior brother. This was something that had never happened in the Taishan sect. Ziyu believed that nothing was impossible when it came to Gu Fei. At this moment, a loud roar came from the field. Hu Zhan's white hair danced wildly, and 2 terrifying rays of light shone from his eyes. He was wild and incomparably ferocious, and his appearance was frightening to the extreme. Hu Zhan's shirt instantly exploded, turning into thousands of pieces that danced in the air. Tiger stripes began to appear on his naked upper body. They were the White Tiger divine tattoos. You're very strong. You're the first person to make me use my full strength. Hu Zhan's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared at Gu Fei and said in a low voice. His sharp and forceful eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible madness. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that in the previous battle Hu Zhan held back? He didn't use his full strength? If that was really the case, then this Hu Zhan was really too terrifying. Is that so? You're not bad yourself. At this moment, Gu Fei's 6 senses, which had been thrown into chaos by Hu Zhan's shocking roar, had already gradually recovered. Next, you must be prepared to die because even I cannot completely control this power. Hu Zhan's strength was unparalleled, and his murderous aura filled the sky. His words were not a threat but the truth. Very good. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Fei did not have any expression because he would not hold back either. He just happened to use this Hu Zhan to verify the 5 elements annihilation seal technique that he had just comprehended. Divine tiger form. Bloodline awakening. Hu Zhan let out a loud roar that shook the heavens and earth. The White Tiger divine tattoo appeared on his body. This time the divine tattoo did not rush out from his body. The white tiger divine tattoo began to emit a dazzling divine light. Every divine tattoo emitted a vast and mighty energy wave. At this moment, everyone had an illusion that Hu Zhan seemed to have turned into a peerless ferocious tiger. A horrifying and violent aura swept out. The space where Hu Zhan was at began to tremble, as if a prehistoric giant beast had awakened in his body. His entire body was covered with dragon-like muscles, and a layer of dazzling brilliance flowed on his skin. His aura was monstrous and invincible. Yes, the current Hu Zhan gave off a shocking feeling of invincibility. He seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth with every step he took. This is his true strength? Not only Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three great Dao sects, but also the southern wilderness cultivators who were present were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei's expression also became incomparably solemn. He felt a great pressure from Hu Zhan's body. Whoosh! The dust on the ground suddenly rose up and then spread in all directions. Without any warning, Hu Zhan disappeared from where he stood. Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. So fast. Without thinking too much, Gu Fei's mind could no longer keep up with the rhythm of his movements. Instinctively, he threw a punch forward to block. A dazzling golden aura appeared in front of his fist, and then surged forward like a surging river. This was not a theurgy nor was it a Daoist technique. It was a power that originated from martial. It was this kind of most direct power that shook the heavens and earth in front of him. A strong wind swept out with Gu Fei as the center, sweeping up the dust and even the shattered mountain rocks at his feet. Boom! It was like a muffled thunder coming from the horizon. The sound was not loud, but it was equally shocking. The explosive power tore through the void and the air also exploded. A tiger claw, a real tiger claw with flesh and blood, violently collided with Gu Fei's fist, which was as resplendent as the sun. The two figures flew back like lightning and then immediately pounced at each other. Roar! The white tiger roared to the sky and divine markings appeared. A huge tiger claw surrounded by the divine markings of the white tiger directly slammed down at Gu Fei. Under the tiger claw, a strong wind blew and the powerful force shook the void. 8 desolation steps, 8 extreme steps. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, and transformed into an extremely faint light shadow. In an instant he rushed out from under the tiger claw. 5 elements extermination, all things exterminate. Mysterious seals were formed between Gu Fei's hands, and a 5-colored light appeared on his body. The seals formed between Gu Fei's hands seemed to communicate with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, drawing in the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and annihilating it towards Hu Zhan. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements interacted, reinforcing and restraining each other, forming a terrifying power that could exterminate everything. Gu Fei displayed the terrifying battle technique of technique nearing Dao. The power of the 5 elements flowed between his hands, but they were clearly separated. There was no fusion of the power, only the impact of the power. When the power collided with each other, the power displayed was even more terrifying than a single power. Bang! Hu Zhan was directly sent flying. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The unparalleled Hu Zhan was actually sent flying. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? Gui Ting murmured. He knew that Hu Zhan had already used his trump card. The power of the bloodline awakening could definitely nearly double Hu Zhan's strength. A doubling of strength, what kind of concept was that? Gui Ting did not dare to imagine, but Hu Zhan was still sent flying. This was an indisputable fact. This person called Gu Fei. Gui Ting could not help but feel fear towards Gu Fei. Junior brother Gu, good job. Ziyu could not help but shout. Seeing that Gu Fei had the upper hand, the crowd of Dao Gate disciples was extremely excited. The battle between Gu Fei and Hu Zhan was related to the reputation of the 3 great Dao Gates. At this moment, the descendants of the 3 great Dao Gates temporarily put aside their sectarian bias and cheered for Gu Fei together. However, the expressions of the southern wilderness cultivators at the scene were not so good. Swoosh! Gu Fei's movement technique was as fast as lightning. In the next moment he was in front of Hu Zhan again. Without any words he directly formed a seal. Earth element seal technique. The power of the thick earth surged between Gu Fei's hands. Gray air waves like waves drowned Hu Zhan in an instant. The gray air enveloped the surroundings. Gu Fei seemed to have connected with the earth. With his own earth element power, he communicated with the earth element power of heaven and earth, guiding the endless thick earth qi of the earth to obliterate Zhou Xian. Under the envelopment of the thick earth qi, Zhou Xian roared again and again. Indistinctly, one could see a white tiger pouncing ferociously under the gray brilliance, setting off endless ferocious might. Zhou Xian roared. With a pair of tiger claws, he directly tore apart the seal of the earth element power and rushed out from the envelopment of the gray air. The white tiger divine marks emitted a dazzling divine light. In the next moment, the white tiger divine marks rushed out of Zhou Xian's body and turned into light blades, slashing towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Every light blade was like a heavenly blade, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave. As they hurriedly slashed across the void, an extremely dense sound of tearing through the air could be heard. 5 elements as one, break all divine powers. Gu Fei lightly shouted. He completely ignored the thousands of light blades that were slashing towards him. He directly formed a seal and temporarily combined the power of the 5 elements into one, unleashing the strongest power he could currently display. With the 5 elements annihilation seal, Gu Fei could temporarily combine the 5 elements, but he could only maintain it for an extremely short period of time. If he wanted to truly use the battle technique of combining the 5 elements as one, unless he broke through to the transcending mortality realm, it was absolutely difficult to do so. A short period of combining the 5 elements as one was already Gu Fei's limit. He could not maintain it for long. The power of combining the 5 elements as one was unimaginable. As Gu Fei formed a profound seal, a terrifying energy storm filled with the aura of destruction surged out from his hand seal. At this moment the heavens and earth trembled. Zhou Xian felt a great danger. All the hair on his body instantly stood on end. This was an extreme crisis that was enough to endanger his life. Rumble. The energy storm of combining the 5 elements as one directly shattered the light blades formed by the white tiger divine marks. Gu Fei's hands formed a profound seal that streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly imprinting itself onto Zhou Xian's chest. Bang. Chapter 144. You may be strong, but I'm stronger than you. Gu Fei displayed his powerful battle prowess. He strode towards Zhou Xian, who was blown away. His words were filled with confidence. Everyone was shocked by the power he displayed. On the internet, a powerful person must have powerful abilities. This was undeniable. Zhou Xian was undoubtedly powerful, but it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided long ago. Gu Fei wasn't a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. He was a martial artist. A martial artist who had cultivated successfully would find it hard to find a worthy opponent among the same level cultivators. This wasn't a lie. The current Gu Fei even had the ability to fight against a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. In the awakened 9 heavens, no one had such heaven-defying battle prowess. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. It made it possible for him to challenge a higher-level cultivator. Swoosh. 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 8 desolate steps, 8 extreme steps. Gu Fei seemed to have teleported. Everywhere he passed he left behind afterimages. In just an instant he caught up to Zhou Xian. Roar. Zhou Xian tried his best to stop his retreat, but he still couldn't help but retreat. The power of the 5 elements as one was too strong. Even if he used all his strength to block it, it was hard to resolve. Although the power of the 5 elements as one could only be released in an extremely short period of time and couldn't be sustained for long, it was enough to heavily injure Zhou Xian, causing him to spit mouthfuls of blood. Boom! Zhou Xian directly smashed a huge hole in the high wall of the courtyard. He rushed out of the courtyard and the brick fragments scattered in all directions. Wood element Madra technique, 10,000 purple wood. Gu Fei chased out from the hole in the high wall with his extreme movement technique. When he got close to Zhou Xian, the wood element Madra of the 5 elements extermination Madra had already formed. The incomparably profound Madra technique was pressed forward. A terrifying energy wave suddenly exploded like a volcano. A bluish-green aura surged out from the Madra technique and swept forward. The 5 elements extermination seal art had already touched upon the Tao. The edge of the wood seal was the embodiment of the martial way. The moment Gu Fei's wood seal appeared, it was as if his own wood elemental power had connected with the essence of the plants in the world. Within the jade-green light, there seemed to be a dense, endless stretch of giant wood that rushed towards Zhou Xian. Bang! Zhou Xian was sent flying out once more. Roar! Zhou Xian, who had fallen to the ground, pretended to be crazy. He was like a ferocious beast that had reached a dead end. He roared at the sky and a torrential force surged out from his body. Zhou Xian wildly danced about, and his eyes gradually became blood-red, flickering with a crazed blood-red light. Whoosh! Zhou Xian pounced directly at Gu Fei. He didn't use any divine ability, nor did he put up any defense. His movements were actually like those of a ferocious beast. Was he courting death? The spectators from afar were shocked by Zhou Xian's crazy actions. However, Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan frowned at this moment. He thought of a terrifying matter. Could it be? Gui Ting's expression was extremely grave as he stared at the seemingly crazy Zhou Xian. 8 desolation steps. With a single step, Gu Fei directly sent the ferocious pouncing Zhou Xian flying. What's going on? Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. Roar! Zhou Xian, who had rolled on the ground, let out another roar and crawled up from the ground. He didn't seem to be injured, but the vast energy fluctuations coming from his body had become even stronger. Oh no, the power in his body is really starting to go out of control. Gui Ting's expression was extremely ugly. He knew the consequences of losing control of his power. That was the power that originated from the bloodline of the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger. Even though the white tiger bloodline in Zhou Xian's body had been passed down for so long and had become extremely thin, the power was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If it went out of control, the consequences would be very serious. This was because, apart from the power that originated from the bloodline, there was also the ferocious bestial nature of the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger. Once the power that originated from the white tiger bloodline went out of control, the bestial nature in the bloodline would also erupt. In this way, his human nature would be replaced by the bestial nature in the bloodline, and he would turn into a ferocious tiger in human form. His power would also rise to a terrifying level. Haushakur! Zhou Xian roared incessantly like a ferocious tiger. From the frenzy in his eyes, it could be seen that the bestial nature had already completely taken over his mind. Zhou Xian, who was controlled by the bestial nature, became extremely berserk. At this moment, the white tiger divine tattoo on his body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful light. Vast power surged out from Zhou Xian's body wave after wave, forming a terrifying energy storm around him. Roar! After a crazy roar, a blood-red ferocious light shot out from Zhou Xian's eyes. In the next moment he leapt high into the air and like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he hurriedly pounced towards Gu Fei. The vast and mighty astral wind assaulted his face, causing pain as if he was being cut by a sharp knife. At this moment Zhou Xian was more powerful than ever before and more dangerous than ever before. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger that only knew how to kill, and he viewed Gu Fei as his prey. The terrifying energy waves caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Streams of divine light that revolved around Zhou Xian's body made Gu Fei feel danger. That kind of divine light was as dazzling as a sword Immortal's flying sword. It was formed by the white tiger divine tattoo. Wherever the divine light passed, it left behind a pitch-black trace as if the void was being torn apart. That was the terrifying power contained within the white tiger bloodline. At this moment it burst out. Compared to when Zhou Xian was awake and transformed the white tiger divine tattoo into thousands of light blades, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. Whoosh! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on his original spot, and hurriedly retreated. Boom! The afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the ground was completely turned into dust by the terrifying power. The crazy Zhou Xian with a pounce shook the heaven and earth. Zhou Xian, who was dominated by his bestial nature and had lost his rationality, only had bestial instincts at this moment. How could he still be Gu Fei's opponent? Gu Fei directly appeared behind him and a hand knife chopped towards the back of Zhou Xian's neck. Don't harm his life. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife was about to chop Zhou Xian, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Then Gu Fei felt an extremely cold gust of wind assaulting his body from behind. At the same time, a violent power rushed towards Gu Fei like a raging sea. Someone attacked him, someone was afraid that he would kill Zhou Xian, and the person who attacked had an extremely high cultivation. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and directly punched towards the incoming expert, while his hand knife did not stop at all. Bang! It chopped the back of Hu Zhan's neck. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife chopped Hu Zhan, his expression immediately changed greatly, and he secretly cursed in his heart. It was as if his palm had chopped onto an indestructible piece of fine iron. Not only did it not injure Hu Zhan, it even caused his palm to feel a burst of pain. Whoosh! A tiger claw with the white tiger's divine markings emitted a sharp claw light that was more than a foot long, and swept towards Gu Fei's chest. In front of him was a tiger claw and behind him was a powerful enemy. For a moment, Gu Fei actually fell into a predicament of being attacked from both front and back. Retreat. Without any hesitation he directly retreated, because the greatest threat to him was the terrifying tiger claw that seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the attacking person. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei's fist seemed to have hit a huge mountain. Although it shook the expert, his own retreating momentum was forcibly stopped. Peng! The clothes on his chest and abdomen were instantly torn by the tiger claw. The sharp claw force was like a divine weapon, and it ruthlessly swept onto Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. Without any suspense, amidst everyone's cries of surprise, Gu Fei was directly swept away by the extremely ferocious claw force. Only then did he clearly see that the person who attacked him was the short and skinny hunchback youth who seemed to be carrying a turtle shell on his back. Hu Zhan, who had fallen into a frenzy, roared. His limbs pushed off the ground and he turned into a white light, chasing after Gu Fei, who was sent flying. Haushuk, preposterous. Gu Fei only felt as if his internal organs had been dug out by Hu Zhan's claw. Although he wasn't cut into two by the extremely sharp claw force, his internal organs suffered a violent shock. A wave of hot blood surged up Gu Fei's throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. No one had expected things to turn out like this. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of them. At this moment, when Gu Fei saw Hu Zhan fiercely pouncing towards him again, he couldn't help but be furious. I originally didn't want to take your life, but you're forcing me to kill you. When his life was threatened, Gu Fei couldn't care so much anymore. He began to draw the essence of the divine weapon in his body to gather in his abdomen. Then he suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth and a resplendent purple sword light instantly shot out from his mouth, killing towards Hu Zhan. Sword Chi Flying Sword? The three outstanding successors of the Guangqing Immortal sect, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei actually spit out sword light. How does he know the way of the sword? Rin Wuming couldn't help but frown. As for Guangqing's junior, Li Mengyao, her delicate little mouth was wide open as she looked at Gu Fei with a face full of shock. Hum. A sword hum resounded through the entire area. The purple sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's mouth instantly increased by 10 zhang. It was as vigorous as a soaring dragon, emitting extremely terrifying sword chi fluctuations. The purple sword light cut through the void, instantly arriving in front of Hu Zhan, who was pouncing over. As long as the sword light descended and twisted, Hu Zhan would be directly killed on the spot. The essence of the divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined into his body was not ordinary. This was Gu Fei's final trump card, his trump card. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's trump card was forced to be displayed in front of everyone by Hu Zhan. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had already been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air, directly killing towards the huge hand. Regardless of whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three great Daoist sects, they were all shocked by this action of Gu Fei. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away, this was a huge primordial spirit hand cultivated by a great cultivator. It was a manifestation of the Dao connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light to kill the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality realm was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, they could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self realm. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the perception of the qi, the dazzling sword light formed by the divine weapon's essence immediately went against the natural order to kill. It did not matter if it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, it did not matter if it could be provoked or not provoked. Roar. In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger that was condensed by the white tiger's divine markings. However, no matter how hard Zhou Xian struggled, no matter how powerful he was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Interesting, it's a broken weapon's soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, an energy storm swept out from the large hand and swept towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. The person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light. He actually wanted to collect the sword light with his great spiritual power. The energy storm that swept out from the huge hand wrapped the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, Gu Fei's expression changed greatly on the ground. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because the moment the power from the huge hand wrapped around the dazzling purple sword light, he actually could not sense the existence of the weapon's essence. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Zhou Xian, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky and in an instant it soared into the sky. How dare you? Gu Fei could not help but panic. The weapon's essence was extremely important to him. It was his life-saving talisman. It had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the weapon's essence, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just as Gu Fei thought that he was about to lose the weapon's essence, a huge hand made of flames suddenly appeared. With a mighty roaring flame, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Zhou Xian and the weapon's essence. Daoist Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Shaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng Ziyu and the other disciples of Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave the thing of Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence which was bound by that person's power. Humph. The person who had secretly saved Zhou Xian seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Daoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Zhou Xian and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After the huge hand made of the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, the hand made of flames in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared into the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short while in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical ability, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base. Chi. A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment this sword light entered Gu Fei's body. The weapon's essence that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this weapon's essence became more and more pure. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Zhou Xian of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the weapon's essence in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the Grandmaster of Green Spirit Peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless weapon that has given birth to a weapon's soul? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious Yin-Yang jade pendant and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had a great origin and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly feel uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the Yin-Yang fish jade pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future. Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract others' attention. At this moment, the people who were spying on the southern desolate Duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate Duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the southern desolate Duke's son Yangsun had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate Duke and the outstanding successors of the three great Daoist sects. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Zhou Xian had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate Duke's younger generation were not convinced. Some truly outstanding cultivators would come knocking on his door sooner or later. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Moreover, he didn't feel like caring about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. The southern desolate Duke's cultivators left under the lead of Gui Ting and the young man in purple. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, Gu Fei didn't wait for Li Lingfeng and the others to come closer. He took a step forward and with a swoosh he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Zhou Xian of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate Duke would boil because of this. Gu Fei returned to Canvas Lunar Restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately became flushed and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing the energy within his body to heal his wounded body. Zhou Xian's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused a great impact on Gu Fei. And in order to thoroughly defeat Zhou Xian, Gu Fei had barely managed to execute the 5 elemental unification seal. Although the seal was powerful, in the end that power wasn't something that he could control right now. Although the 5 elemental unification seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei was still unavoidably injured by his own power. It could be said that although Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Zhou Xian, in reality he also suffered internal injuries. Especially that crazy claw of Zhou Xian's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate Duke was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It indeed couldn't be underestimated. Especially the southern desolate Duke, who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made cracking sounds, his muscles trembled and his flesh squirmed. The power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was repairing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs and then the scabs fell off. There weren't any scars left on the wounds. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers of awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His muscles, bones and flesh were incomparably strong and contained a huge amount of life essence. His powerful body was difficult to be injured. It was strong enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out. If his flesh and blood were injured, the injured flesh and blood could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. The huge amount of life essence caused Gu Fei to be like the 9 lives divine cat. His life force was extremely tenacious. For ordinary cultivators, fatal injuries could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a strong physical body. Cultivators cultivated themselves. They cultivated their muscles, bones and flesh. Others cultivated Dao techniques and magic treasures, but the body of a cultivator was the strongest magic treasure. The martial way was not inferior to cultivation, nor was it inferior to magical powers. It was just that it was difficult to succeed in cultivating. In comparison, magical powers and Dao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do. Few people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, the martial way would completely decline. This might be the trend of the times. The decline of the martial way was not unreasonable. However, successful cultivators were terrifying existences in the cultivation world in each era. Their bodies were unparalleled and their fighting skills could break all kinds of Dao techniques and magical powers. Just like the indestructible body that Gu Fei had seen in the cavern at the bottom of the icy azure pool, a cultivator who had cultivated to a certain level would be able to live forever even after countless years had passed. Gu Fei was cultivating in his room. What he didn't know was that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, no one dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed, because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a powerhouse of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a powerhouse. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if a disciple of a clan was killed in a fight, it could only be attributed to his lack of skills. However, the older generation powerhouses couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious person only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 145. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air and directly attacked the huge hand. Whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three major Daoist sects, they were all shocked by Gu Fei's action. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away. This was the huge hand of the primordial spirit cultivated by a great cultivator. It was the manifestation of Taoist connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light and attacked the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality stage was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, he could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self stage. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the detection of the qi, the brilliant sword light formed by the essence of the heavenly weapon immediately went against the natural order and attacked. It did not matter whether it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, whether it could be provoked or not. Roar. In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger formed by the divine marks of the white tiger. However, no matter how hard Hu Zhan struggled, no matter how he tried, and no matter how powerful his magical power was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Interesting. It's a broken weapon, soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, a mighty energy storm swept out from the large hand, sweeping towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. That person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light, and actually wanted to use a great amount of magic power to collect the sword light. The energy storm that swept out from the big hand wrapped around the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, the expression of Gu Fei, who was on the ground, changed greatly. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because he could no longer sense the presence of the divine weapon's essence when the vast power from the hand enveloped the resplendent purple sword light. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Hu Zhan, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky and in an instant it soared into the sky. Preposterous. Gu Fei couldn't help panicking. That essence energy was incomparably important to him. It was his life-saving talisman, and it had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the divine armament's essence energy, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just when Gu Fei thought that he was going to lose the divine armament's essence energy, a huge flaming hand suddenly appeared. With a vast amount of raging flames, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Hu Zhan and the divine armament's essence energy. Daoist Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone to change their expressions. Is Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Shaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng Ziyu and the other disciples of the Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave behind the things of the Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence which was bound by that person's power. Humph. The person who had secretly saved Hu Zhan seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Daoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Hu Zhan and quickly left, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the huge hand transformed by the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, the flaming hand in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared in the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short time in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical abilities, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base. Chi. A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment this sword light immediately entered Gu Fei's body. The divine armament's essence energy that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this divine armament's essence energy became purer and purer. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the divine armament's essence energy in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the ancestor of my Green Spirit Peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless divine armament that has given birth to a divine armament's soul? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. The mysterious yin-yang fish jade pendant and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had great origins and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the yin-yang fish jade pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future. Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract other people's attention. At this moment, the figures spying on the southern desolate Duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate Duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the Duke's son Yang Sun had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate Duke and the outstanding descendants of the three great Daoist sects. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate Duke's younger generation were not convinced. Sooner or later, some truly outstanding cultivators would come to find them. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Furthermore, he didn't want to care about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder, that person was the boss. Under the lead of Gui Ting and the purple-haired young man, the southern desolate Duke's cultivators left in a very bad mood. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, before Li Lingfeng and the others could approach him, Gu Fei took a step forward. With a whoosh, he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate Duke would be seething because of this. Gu Fei returned to the Canvas Lunar restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing out the power in his body to heal his injured body. Hu Zhan's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact. And in order to thoroughly defeat Hu Zhan, Gu Fei forcefully used the 5 elements fused seal art. Although the seal art's power was strong in the end, that power wasn't something that he could control at the moment. However, that power was not something he could control at the moment. Although the 5 elemental seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei still could not avoid being injured by his own power. It could be said that Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Hu Zhan, but in reality he also suffered internal injuries. Especially that crazy claw of Hu Zhan's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate dukes, crouching tigers and hidden dragons indeed couldn't be underestimated. Especially the southern desolate barbarians who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made kacha-kacha sounds, his tendons and bones trembled, his flesh wriggled, and the power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was healing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs, and then the scabs fell off, leaving no scars behind. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His tendons, bones and flesh were incomparably strong, and they also contained a huge amount of life essence. A strong body was hard to be injured, and it was enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could recover very quickly. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out from the broken parts. If his flesh was injured, the injured parts could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. The huge amount of life essence made Gu Fei like the divine cat of 9 lives. His life force was extremely tenacious. For an ordinary cultivator, a wound that was enough to be fatal could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a powerful mortal body. A martial artist cultivated their body, their tendons, bones and flesh. Others cultivated Dao techniques and magic treasures, but a martial artist's body was the most powerful magic treasure. Martial arts were not inferior to true cultivation, nor were they inferior to supernatural powers. It was just that it was difficult to cultivate. In contrast, magical powers and Dao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do, but not many people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, then the martial arts path would completely decline. Perhaps this was the trend of the times. The decline of the martial arts path was not without reason. However, martial artists who cultivated successfully in every era were terrifying existences in the world of cultivation. Their mortal bodies were incomparably powerful, and their martial arts and battle skills could break through thousands of Dao techniques and thousands of supernatural powers. Just like the immortal body that Gu Fei saw in the cave at the bottom of the icy green pool, martial artists who cultivated successfully, even if they died countless years ago, their mortal bodies would still be immortal and exist forever in the world. As Gu Fei was cultivating in his room, he didn't know that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, nobody dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed, because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a master of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a master. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if some disciples were killed in the fights, it could only be attributed to their lack of skills. However, the masters of the older generation couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious man only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 146. It was a young man with a very cold and arrogant expression. He stood quietly in front of the pavilion where Gu Fei was, and his slender body exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. His appearance could not be considered very handsome, but he had a unique temperament that was unforgettable after a glance. He was like a proud king. Even if he stood casually in a large group of people, he would still be able to show his outstanding side. It was not far from daybreak and the surroundings were completely silent. Only the occasional rustling of trees could be heard. Fighting is not allowed in the canvassing moon pavilion. Don't you know the rules here? Gu Fei had a very strange feeling when the old man glanced at him with his lifeless eyes. That pair of lifeless eyes seemed to be able to see into the depths of his heart, making him shudder with fear. This old man was definitely not simple. These are your rules, not mine. Azure Dragon said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. I don't necessarily have to abide by your rules. However, this is the canvassing moon pavilion, not the territory of your Azure Dragon clan. the old man said indifferently, revealing Azure Dragon's background. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the 4 great sacred clans of the southern wilderness that had been passed down since ancient times. It was said that their ancestors were the 4 great sacred beasts of ancient times. This Azure Dragon was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragon was not so much a name but rather a title that only the #1 person among the younger generation of the clan could have. At this moment, the people in the nearby courtyards had also noticed the abnormality here. They all came out of their pavilions and cast their gazes over. Azure Dragon took a deep look at the old man and then said to Gu Fei, "I will come to find you again." Then Azure Dragon turned around and left. Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei looked at Azure Dragon's departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Rays of light shot out from his eyes. This Azure Dragon was a good opponent. Although Gu Fei also wanted to fight with an expert like Azure Dragon, it had to be after the trip to the Ruined Sky Realm. He wanted to enter the Ruined Heaven Realm in peak condition. The Ruined Heaven Realm was a paradise, but it was also a place of great danger. Gu Fei did not want to die in the Ruined Heaven Realm. Gu Fei turned around, walked into the room, closed the door and then sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. After circulating his energy to heal his injuries, the injuries he suffered during the battle with Hu Zhan were no longer serious. At this time he suddenly remembered the Xiaoqing snake in the magic treasure pouch. He wondered if the little guy had already refined the beast crystal in its stomach. Opening the artifact pouch, Zhou Xian took a look inside. He was shocked to find that the beast crystals were nowhere to be seen. Even the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was gone. The Xiaoqing snake seemed to have expanded a little. It was already a foot long and the 2 bumps on its head seemed to have become more obvious. The Xiaoqing snake was lazily coiled in the artifact pouch, and there was a round bulge on its abdomen. This. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The Xiaoqing snake had really shocked him. It had even swallowed the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden. This little thing can really eat. Gu Fei was speechless. The Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was different from those beast crystals. It contained a huge amount of energy that belonged to the Blackwater mystical serpent. It seemed that it would not be easy to refine the Niden. The Xiaoqing snake was coiled in the artifact pouch, and its body was covered in a layer of cyan light that kept flowing. Gu Fei keenly noticed that the Xiaoqing snake seemed to have entered a strange state. It seemed to have entered a state of half-hibernation. As Gu Fei didn't want to disturb the Xiaoqing snake, he fastened the opening of the artifact pouch and tied it to his waist. After that he closed his eyes and started to meditate to nourish his true qi. When the dawn was about to break, 3 people arrived at a hidden valley 50 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The first one was an old Daoist in a robe embroidered with 9 golden crows. The 9 golden crows on the old Daoist's robe were so vivid that they looked like 9 bright suns, giving out heat. The other 2 people were Ding Yangzi of Shangqing sect and Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal sect. Chapter 147. The huge altar was 30 feet high and 50 feet wide. It was built entirely from a huge blue stone. Apart from the countless runes carved in the center of the altar, it seemed that every blue stone that made up the altar had runes flashing on it, and a brilliance flowing on each and every blue stone. The 4 altars were emitting a pure and holy aura. Every single blue stone seemed to contain an inexplicable and obscure power, which seemed to be brewing. It was the righteous qi of the universe. The large formation on the sacrificial altar constantly converged the surrounding spiritual qi of the universe, making the sacrificial altar more extraordinary. There was a white jade staircase in front of the sacrificial altar. At this moment, Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal sect and Ding Yangzi of Shangqing sect were accompanying an old Daoist in a golden crow robe and a purple gold star crown up the stairs. The old Daoist gave out a transcendent qi like an old immortal descending from the heavens. His movements didn't carry any mortal qi at all. This old Daoist was Daoist Chaoyang, the founder of Shaoyang Peak of Taishan sect. When Daoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms in Yunmeng Mountain, nobody knew the final outcome of the battle. However, since Daoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms in Dragon Emperor City last night and appeared here with Lu Ruhai and Ding Yangzi, it indicated that he wasn't severely wounded in the battle. After stepping onto the sacrificial altar, Daoist Chaoyang looked around and nodded satisfactorily. Then he waved his sleeves and told Ding Yangzi, who was standing respectfully on his side, "Let's start." "Sir." Ding Yangzi hurriedly took a step forward and slapped the magic treasure pouch on his waist. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small purple flags flew out of the 100 treasures pouch one after another. Each flag was less than 30 centimeters long and less than 4 fingers wide. They were covered with dense runes as if they were covered with a layer of flowing purple light. Meanwhile, these small flags emitted a vast magical power wave. The purple flags floated above the altar. There were a total of 49 flags and they were 7 by 7. As Cauldron Yangzi made a series of hand seals, the 49 small flags began to emit a hazy purple radiance. The talismans on the flags seemed to have come to life and were about to rush out from the surface of the flags. The 49 small flags formed a mysterious formation in the air. The purple light emitted by the 49 small flags merged into one, covering the sky above the altar. For a time, the sun and moon in this hidden valley lost their light, and the world lost its color. However, all the strange fluctuations were blocked by an unfathomable power that enveloped the entire valley. Not a single trace of it could be transmitted out. Clearly, Daoist Chao Yang and the others were prepared and sealed off the entire valley to prevent anyone from sensing anything unusual here. After all, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the southern wilderness. If one didn't make preparations beforehand, then the unusual fluctuation of the essence of heaven and earth would absolutely be unable to escape the senses of those great cultivators. Lu Ruhai, a sword expert of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect, couldn't help but be moved by Ding Yangzi's marvelous formation. Only Daoist Chaoyang remained unperturbed. "Go!" Cauldron Yangzi shouted and formed a seal with his hand. Then he pressed it against the formation flags above him. A stream of pure mana surged out of the seal and entered the purple mist. At the same time, the 49 array flags that were shrouded in purple gas, after absorbing this spiritual power, seemed to be completely aroused the power of the array flags. In an instant, each array flag grew to 100 feet in size, then turned into 49 rays of purple light that blasted in all directions, submerging into the mountains around the valley. In the blink of an eye, the purple mist disappeared from the sky, and there was no longer any fluctuation of mana. The world was clear and bright. The rising sun in the east shone its rays onto the sacrificial altar. This is the Shangqing sect's 8 gates reversal shapeshifting illusions formation. With this formation sealing off the valley, I believe that even the big shots of the southern wilderness will not be able to detect anything unusual in the valley, Cauldron Yangzi confidently said to Daoist Chao Yang. "Yes. Very good." Daoist Chao Yang nodded as he walked straight to the center of the large formation above the sacrificial altar and sat down with crossed legs. "You can go now. As long as I'm here, nobody could destroy the sacrificial altar unless a semi-deity level unparalleled figure takes action," Daoist Chao Yang said calmly. "Yes, sir." Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi bowed towards Daoist Chao Yang before turning around and leaving. "Wait." Daoist Chao Yang suddenly stopped them. "In a few days, Daoist Li Shang should send a message to us. When you go back, you should restrain your disciples. Don't make any trouble in Dragon Emperor City anymore. If those old B***stards of the southern wilderness come out, it would be very troublesome." After hearing Daoist Chao Yang's words, Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi exchanged a glance with each other before agreeing in unison. After that, they moved back a few steps before turning around and leaving. The two of them walked out of the valley and looked back. They saw that the valley was lush and green. Waterfalls and fountains dotted the valley. It was a scene of prosperity. What altar, what formation, and what human figure could there be? Daoist brother Cauldron Yangzi, your Shangqing sect's knowledge of formations is really marvelous. When Lu Ruhai saw this, he could not help but sigh in admiration. This formation that reversed the 8 gates and shifting shadows actually concealed everything in the valley. No one could tell that what they saw was an illusion. "I'm flattered," Cauldron Yangzi said with a smile. After talking for a short while, the two people left the valley for Dragon Emperor City together. Gu Fei was taking a rest with his eyes closed in his room on the top floor of the pavilion while an extremely obscure vital qi wave was surging over his body, which was the power of the source of life. On the path of cultivation, all the power originated from the body. The body was a huge treasure. The more profound one's cultivation base was, the greater the power would be. After last night's battle, Zhang Tai's ninth heavenly layer's power had been much purer. He could control the new power more skillfully. However, Gu Fei felt that the new energy that he had guided out from breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation was not completely compatible with his body. There was a process for the new energy to be compatible with his body, and this was something that no one could avoid. Gu Fei's body was undergoing subtle changes to adapt to the new power. The power in his flesh, blood, tendons and bones was gradually increasing. Gu Fei's body was advancing towards a treasure body. When the power in his flesh reached the bottleneck, it would be the day he would break through to the transcending mortality realm. It could be said that Gu Fei's power was not in his dantian but in his body. Although there was a ball of natal essence in his dantian, it was not the center of his power. The function of natal essence was to transform the vitality of the world and communicate with the internal and external heavens and earth. The internal heavens and earth were the heavens and earth inside one's body, while the external heavens and earth were the natural heavens and earth outside. The path of cultivation focused on cultivating one's body, but comprehending the heavens and earth was also indispensable. Powerful power required a corresponding state of mind to control and manipulate. Gu Fei was in a semi-conscious state. His whole body was relaxed and his thoughts wandered above the 9 heavens, wandering between the heavens and earth. He seemed to have become a bystander, indifferently feeling the pulse of the new power in his body. His flesh, blood, tendons and bones trembled slightly, absorbing the power bit by bit. No sadness, no joy, this was Gu Fei's current state of mind. Watching the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard, there was no intention to stay or go. Watching the clouds in the sky, unmoved by favor or disgrace. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps outside the pavilion. Then very quickly that person walked into the pavilion and came to Gu Fei's door. Gu Fei naturally woke up from that mysterious state. "Distinguished guest, this servant has prepared lunch for you. May I ask if you would like to eat now?" Then a gentle voice came from outside the door. "Come in." He stood up from the bed, turned around the screen in the bedroom and walked to the front hall. At this time the girl outside the door also pushed open the door and walked in. In her hands there was a purple tray. On the tray there were a few dishes and a pot of wine. Gu Fei glanced at this girl. He saw that this girl was not old and should be called a young girl. The young girl was wearing an emerald green dress. Her appearance was charming and her skin was delicate and white. She was a beautiful girl. Of course, this young girl's appearance compared to Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyan was much inferior. At least, this young girl in front of him did not have Zhao Ziru's otherworldly temperament, nor did she have Ling Luoyan's noble aura. Gu Fei sensed the movements in the surroundings. He discovered that on the other pavilions in the courtyard, there were also figures of emerald green girls holding trays. The young girl placed the trays on the table and then carefully placed the wine and dishes in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt that the trays used to hold the wine and dishes seemed to be made of a whole piece of purple jade. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that this canvas lunar pavilion was not simple. Purple jade, even in the world of cultivation, was a rare material. The jade talismans that cultivators wore on their bodies were refined from purple jade. But the people of the canvas lunar pavilion actually used purple jade trays to hold the wine and dishes. This made Gu Fei feel that it was a waste of a heavenly treasure. "Customer, please enjoy." The young girl bowed to Gu Fei and then left. "Junior brother Gu, are you going out?" At the entrance of the canvas lunar pavilion, Gu Fei was stopped by a person. There seemed to be only 2 people in the sect who could call him junior brother. The one who called out to Gu Fei was one of them. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked calmly after taking a look at that person. It was a young man in white who didn't look outstanding. This young man in white was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, Li Lingfeng. I also want to go out for a walk. Let's go together." Li Lingfeng was very friendly. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Gu Fei, he had always been very warm to Gu Fei. Those who didn't know might think that they had been close friends for many years. Gu Fei took a deep look at Li Lingfeng. After quite a while he nodded. The streets of Dragon Emperor City were very spacious and prosperous. There were many shops and restaurants on both sides of the street and people came and went. Moreover, from time to time, one could see people from other regions whose skin color and hair were different from those of the Central Plains. As Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng walked on the street, Gu Fei found that some of the shops on the street were actually selling items from the world of cultivation. There were magic treasures of cultivators, Daoist talismans, jade talismans, various kinds of immortal weapons that had been refined by Daoist methods. There were also old ginseng, glossy ganoderma, black and other spiritual medicines. Gu Fei was not interested in these things at all. He was not a cultivator, so he didn't need magic treasures and Daoist talismans. As for those so-called immortal weapons that had been refined by Daoist methods, he didn't care about them at all. As for ginseng and glossy ganoderma, he didn't care about them at all. The oldest ginseng was only over 300 years old, which couldn't arouse Gu Fei's interest at all. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng chatted as they walked through the crowd. All of a sudden, a man in Xian came from the front and stopped them. "Excuse me, is that Gu Fei? My master wants to see you." The man in Xian bowed towards the two people. However, he directly called Gu Fei's name in an arrogant manner. After exchanging a glance with each other, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng both felt a bit confused. As they were just passers-by in Dragon Emperor City, they didn't know anyone who would know about their existence. "I'm Gu Fei. Who's your master?" Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to this fellow. His eyes shot out two rays of light that were as sharp as blades, shining on the man's face. At the same time, a great pressure was emitted from Gu Fei's body. The azure-clothed man felt his eyes light up as Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became dazzling and resplendent like the stars in the sky, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare look directly at Gu Fei. At the same time, the man in Xian sensed the mountain-like pressure from Gu Fei, which filled him with fear. He felt as small as an ant in front of Gu Fei. There were some dog slaves who, when treated nicely, would become extremely arrogant and look down on everyone. Their tails were practically about to reach the heavens. However, if they were to be slapped twice, causing them to lose their bearings, they would obediently scram to the side. This man in Xian was the one who deserved to be slapped. However, the master behind this guy should have a great background. Otherwise, this guy would not dare assume the majesty of a tiger. Please follow me. My master is in Drunken Immortal's residence in front of us." Under the fierce pressure of Gu Fei, the man in Xian's voice quivered. At the same time, he hurriedly lowered his head and led the way. "Let's take a look." Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. No matter what, he couldn't guess who the master of this man in Xian was. If he wanted to know who that master was, the most direct way was to meet that master. At the sight of this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown as he recalled Dan Chenzi's words in the morning. Dan Chenzi told him to restrain his fellow disciples. However, he couldn't restrain Gu Fei. Chapter 148. Drunken Immortal Residence was a boit, which was a bit famous in Dragon Emperor City because of the two words, Drunken Immortal. It was said that even immortals and deities would be drunk after drinking the fine liquor of Drunken Immortal Residence. In Drunken Immortal Residence, even the lowest liquor was century-old. If you could afford it, you could even taste the top-level Xianxia liquor, which was over 500 years old, which could increase your cultivation base, or the vermilion fruit liquor, which was brewed with 1,000 years old vermilion fruit. The green-robed man brought Gu Fei to the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and immediately stopped. His expression was a little ugly. He raised his head and looked at the restaurant located in the middle of the bustling city. The three golden words, Drunken Immortal Tavern, were written on the banner, which shone with a dazzling golden light under the afternoon sun. It was somewhat dazzling. "I was wondering who it was." "It's them," Gu Fei murmured. He sensed a few familiar auras. He smiled and strode into the Drunken Immortal Residence without any scruples. At this time, the azure-clothed man had long since abandoned Gu Fei and ran off to God knows where, while Li Lingfeng had already arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. These people. Li Lingfeng's expression immediately turned grave when he sensed the auras coming from inside. "Please don't let anything happen to them." Li Lingfeng hurriedly entered Drunken Immortal Residence. There wasn't a single soul in sight. That's right, this Drunken Immortal abode that was situated in the middle of the bustling city had a huge lobby on the first floor, yet not a single customer could be seen. Only a fair-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a manager was standing behind the counter in a flurried way as he looked at the staircase leading to the second floor from time to time. Today some big figures had booked the entire Drunken Immortal Residence. As the manager of this boit, he should be happy to meet such extravagant guests. However, the manager of drunken Immortal residence didn't feel happy at all. He even preferred that these people didn't come here and didn't do business with these extravagant guests. Because these people had prominent backgrounds and identities in South Wilderness. If these extravagant guests were unhappy, they could easily raise drunken Immortal residence to the ground. In the eyes of these people, the drunken Immortal residence was merely an ordinary restaurant. Li Lingfeng walked into the lobby on the first floor. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade and as sharp as an arrow, swept across the lobby before he immediately walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. When Li Lingfeng reached the second floor, she happened to see Gu Fei walking into a private room. Online ETN. Those familiar auras came from that private room. After Gu Fei went in, Li Lingfeng clearly felt that the auras of those people began to increase rapidly. The private room was filled with a threatening aura, as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. Swoosh. Li Lingfeng disappeared from where he was, crossing a distance of 7 or 8 feet in an instant, appearing outside the door of the private room. Then he pushed the door open and entered. When he saw the people in the private room, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He groaned inwardly. So it really was them. Hee. I didn't think that the eldest senior of the Taishan sect would also come. Please sit. A tall and sturdy young man in white said with a laugh. Hu Zhan. Seeing this young man in white, Li Lingfeng's pupils couldn't help but contract. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of battle intent. Li Lingfeng had been defeated very miserably in the battle with Hu Zhan last night. The scene at that time had long been deeply imprinted in his heart. He would probably remember it clearly for the rest of his life. If Dan Qinzi hadn't given Li Lingfeng Ren Wuming and Lin Xian, the three of them had used the effects of the Origin cultivating pills to recover from their injuries overnight, they would probably still be recuperating. Origin cultivating pills could strengthen one's foundation. For Li Lingfeng and the others whose yuan qi had been damaged, it was no different from a miracle pill. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of congested blood, their injuries would be completely healed. Li Lingfeng's face was cold as he sat next to Gu Fei. Azure Dragon, why did you invite me here? If you want to fight me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Gu Fei said as he stared at the young man in black opposite him. In the private room besides Hu Zhan, there was also the mysterious young man in purple and Gui Ting, a young powerhouse of the Black Tortoise clan. It was impossible for the older generation to deal with Gu Fei and the others. Only the young powerhouses of the Southern Wilderness Barbarian clan would be unconvinced and want to get back at them for what they had done last night. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I know your purpose for coming to Dragon Emperor City. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to leave Dragon Emperor City in a few days. How did you know that? Gu Fei didn't think much of it, but Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be startled by Azure Dragon's words. Could it be that he knows our secret? Humph. Where is this? This is Dragon Emperor City, the Southern Wilderness. There's nothing that we Southern Wilderness barbarian clans don't know. Furthermore, this has happened more than once. Azure Dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The Southern Wilderness barbarian clan was not simple. They even knew such a secret. However, why didn't they intervene? Could it be that they were afraid of the three great Daoist sects? Since you understand, that's for the best. Goodbye. Gu Fei didn't want to say more and directly stood up. I want to challenge you. Azure Dragon also stood up and stared at Gu Fei's face with his bright eyes. An incomparably powerful battle intent surged out of Azure Dragon's body without any scruples. In an instant, Gu Fei felt a faintly discernible momentum. It had already locked onto him. This force was extremely powerful. This momentum originated from Azure Dragon. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. A tense atmosphere filled every corner and every inch of space in the private room. Hu Zhan, Gui Ting, and the purple-haired youth abruptly stood up. Each of them was emitting a powerful energy wave. They stared at Gu Fei as if they were going to launch an attack at any time. Especially Hu Zhan, his muscles bulged all over. The muscles on his arms were knotted and he gave off an extremely powerful oppressive feeling. If it was in normal times, I would be more than willing to fight you. However, now is not the right time. Gu Fei ignored the provocation of Azure Dragon and the others. Good. Azure Dragon suddenly burst into laughter as he withdrew all of his momentum. The tense atmosphere in the private room was immediately dissolved by his laughter. I know you will return to Dragon Emperor City in 1 month. The battle between you and me will take place in 1 month. Azure Dragon said. It seemed that he really knew something. This was a top secret even in the 3 great Daoist sects. Even Azure Dragon and the others could know about it. The strength of the southern wilderness barbarian tribe could not be underestimated. If I can come back even if you don't come for me, I will come for you. Gu Fei calmly glanced over the faces of Azure Dragon and the others. Then he turned around and walked out of the private room. Li Lingfeng also followed behind Gu Fei and left this place that made him feel depressed. Boss Azure Dragon, why did you let them go like this? Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Hu Zhan said unhappily. This Gu Fei had almost killed him. Fortunately, the old ancestor of the tribe made a move in time and saved Hu Zhan from Gu Fei's sword light, allowing Hu Zhan to escape from Gu Fei's sword light. Of course, Hu Zhan didn't like Gu Fei. It's not the right time to make a move now. Azure Dragon sighed and sat down again. He picked up the flagon and poured himself a cup of wine. Then he drank it up. The current Dragon Emperor city was full of hidden forces. The situation was very complicated. If one was not careful, it might lead to a war between the major forces. As the #1 person in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan, Azure Dragon had some scruples. After leaving the drunken Immortal residence, Gu Fei had long lost interest in shopping. Then he wanted to return to the Canvassing Moon Pavilion. However, when he passed by a shop that sold various kinds of beast crystals, he couldn't help but stop when he saw the various kinds of beast crystals. Junior brother Gu Yu. Li Lingfeng, who had just felt relieved, became anxious again. Actually, the reason why Li Lingfeng accompanied Gu Fei out was to keep an eye on him. Gu Fei ignored Li Lingfeng and directly entered the shop. Hehe. Little brother, which kind of beast crystal do you want? We have a complete variety of beast crystals here and the quality is even better. At the sight of Gu Fei, a tall and thin man hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Flaming Eagle's crystal core, 300 gold. Great Earth Bear's crystal core, 1,000 gold. Twin-headed Earth Python's crystal core, 10,000 gold. Beast crystals of different sizes, colors, and different spiritual source waves were displayed on the crystal counter in the shop. Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have any money on him. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling bitterly. Then he wanted to turn around and leave. Little brother, wait a moment, I have better beast crystals here. At the sight of Gu Fei leaving, the tall and thin man immediately went forward to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare. His eyes shone brightly, causing the tall and thin man to jump and unconsciously take a step back. Young master, don't be angry. Young master, don't be angry. I really have better beast crystals. They are left behind by a terrifying beast that failed to transform into a demon. The tall and thin man hurriedly took out a brocade box from his body and opened it. A dark green brilliance suddenly shot out from the brocade box. Gu Fei immediately felt a strong spiritual source wave. It seemed that the intensity of the spiritual source wave was not inferior to the wave emitted from the crystal core of the giant ape that he had killed before. Pa! The tall and thin man closed the brocade box. The dark green brilliance that shot out from the box immediately disappeared. At the same time, the brocade box also isolated the spiritual source wave. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, 3 people suddenly walked in from outside the shop. Boss Bai, you didn't even inform me that you had good stuff. The first person was a short and fat young man dressed in a purple brocade robe. He held a birdcage in his hand and wore a crooked golden crown on his head. In the birdcage there was a fist-sized bird with a red head and a green body. It was constantly fluttering in the birdcage. He was a complete spoiled brat. The 2 people following behind the short and fat young man from their attire should be the young man's attendants. Give it to me. After the short and fat young man holding the birdcage came in, he immediately extended a chubby and fleshy palm in front of the tall and thin man. This young master Zhongli, this young master has already taken a liking to this beast crystal. You see, Boss Bai said with a troubled expression. Obviously, this Boss Bai did not want to sell the beast crystal to this young master Zhongli. Although this beast crystal is good, I did not say that I want to buy it. Gu Fei was about to speak, but in the next moment he was choked by young master Zhongli's tone. Humph. What the F asterisk CK? Young Master Zhongli threw a disdainful glance at Gu Fei as he said, "Go back to where you came from. Nobody in Dragon Emperor City dares touch what this young master has taken a liking to." "Boss, I want that beast crystal," Gu Fei said calmly as he watched young Master Zhongli in a ridiculing way. "Junior fellow apprentice Gu, it's better to avoid trouble," Li Lingfeng whispered to Gu Fei. "Preposterous. How dare you look down on this young master? Remove the limbs of these two fellows for this young master." Before Li Lingfeng finished his words, young Master Zhongli had already started to clamor with the birdcage. At once, 7 to 8 tough men rushed in from outside the shop. The two burly men at the front didn't say anything and raised their fists to greet Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. 3 tough men even drew out their long swords from their waists with clangs. Chapter 149. What a reckless slave. When Gu Fei raised his hand, the 7 or 8 fierce-looking burly men who had charged into the shop were immediately sent flying back to where they came from. The street was in an uproar at once. "You." Fatty Zhongli, who was holding the birdcage in his hand, pointed at Gu Fei. His face was filled with fear and his voice was trembling. "You what? I'm going to slap you." With a sway of his body, Gu Fei immediately arrived in front of the fat man. His large hand covered the fat man's chubby, fair and tender face. Pop. Gu Fei's slap made the fatty dizzy. The birdcage in his hand also flew off and hit the wall before exploding. The exotic bird in the cage instantly flapped its wings and flew out of the store. It was impossible to kill someone in Dragon Emperor City, especially in the downtown area. However, it was impossible to let this playboy bully him without fighting back. After being slapped by Gu Fei, the fatty spun around for a few times. After staggering a few steps, he turned around as a big palm print appeared on his fat face. Gu Fei didn't use too much strength. If he wanted to kill this fatty, he only needed to spit out that immortal weapon's essence. You dare slap me?" The fatty widely opened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. He was extremely furious as he pointed at Gu Fei and said in a quivering voice, "You dare slap me? Do you know who I am? How dare you slap me? Who the hell are you?" Gu Fei said disdainfully as he raised his right hand again. Pop. Another loud slap landed on the fatty's face. The left cheek of the fatty had already swollen. What a slap. Even if he's a relative of the emperor, so what? Damn it, don't leave if you have the guts. 2 resounding slaps in the face made Fatty so ashamed and resentful that his blood vessels were about to burst. He was a direct descendant of the family and was usually high and mighty. When had he ever received such inhuman treatment? With the protection of his clan power, Fatty Zhongli was as aggressive as a crab in Dragon Emperor City. He was always the one who beat others. No one had ever dared to touch him. Of course, a truly formidable person would feel that it was beneath them to bicker with him. Otherwise, this Fatty Zhongli would have died countless times over. However, he really thought that everyone was afraid of him, so he became even more domineering. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the fat man wanted to slip away. As he spoke harshly, he ran out of the store. Swoosh. Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Fatty, blocking his path. Fatty Zhongli seemed to be unable to stop his momentum. Just as he was about to collide with Gu Fei, a sinister expression suddenly appeared on his face. A short stick-like object appeared in his hand under his large sleeves. "Go to hell." Fatty Zhongli roared as if he had gone mad. His finger abruptly pressed down on a bulge on the short stick. Peng! Fatty Zhongli's sleeves exploded in a split second as fine blue lights shot out of his sleeves towards Gu Fei. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. Li Lingfeng even cried out inwardly, and the shop owner was even more shocked. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng didn't know the background of this foppish playboy. However, the boss knew the background of this fatty. Because he knew the background of this fatty, he became more frightened. Despicable bastard. Gu Fei couldn't help but become angry when he saw that the fatty was actually trying to kill him. If he was an ordinary person, wouldn't he have lost his life here today? Gu Fei's hand fell forward and the dozens of blue lights were absorbed into his palm. Then he clenched his hand and the dozens of oxhair steel needles in his palm were immediately crushed into dust. Then he opened his palm and the faint blue dust sprinkled down from between Gu Fei's fingers. Fatty Zhongli was stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't stop his forward momentum and directly hit Gu Fei's body. Then he bounced back and rolled on the ground. Damn you! Ever since Dongfeng Long and Beitang Ao plotted against Gu Fei with poisoned wine, he hated these guys who secretly attacked people. He originally wanted to punish this fatty, but he was really angry now. He directly took a step towards the fatty who had fallen on the ground. Junior fellow apprentice Gu, show mercy, don't kill him. Li Lingfeng was paying attention to Gu Fei's look. When he found that Gu Fei really wanted to kill that foppish playboy, Li Lingfeng was startled as he hurriedly stopped him. Li Lingfeng had long realized that this fatty was not an ordinary person. He might be a disciple of a major force in Dragon Emperor City. It was not worthwhile to offend a local force in Dragon Emperor City for this foppish playboy. Young master, please don't kill him for my sake. The tall and skinny shop owner also recovered from the shock at this time. His whole body was suddenly covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. If this child Zhongli was killed in his own shop, he would have no place to stay in Dragon Emperor City although being large. This child Zhongli must have a great background. Gu Fei's foot stopped in the air. Although he didn't really step down, his great strength had already pressed the fatty onto the ground, making him unable to move at all. Fatty Zhongli couldn't even speak at this time. He was gasping for breath. He felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. All the bones in his body were cracking as if they were about to fall apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of weapons being unsheathed drifted from outside the shop. 9 bodyguards rushed in with shiny sabers and swords in their hands. Without any order, they had fiercely slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei slightly pressed forward with his right palm. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of metal breaking resounded as the 8 snow-white swords and sabers that were slashing towards them were all broken. The expressions of the 8 people immediately changed. Seeing that Gu Fei had broken their weapons with just a light press of his palm, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. Pa, pa, pa. Gu Fei slightly turned his palm, sending the 9 bodyguards flying away at once. At this moment, exclamations were heard outside the shop. It seemed that many people had gathered outside to watch the fun. Your Excellency, could you please lift your leg and let go of my third brother? At this moment, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the shop. Closely after that, the light outside the shop dimmed as a peerless beauty walked in. The moment this woman appeared, the light she emitted caused even the light emitted by the beast crystals to dim. Her peerless beauty caused everyone's eyes to light up. There was a peerless beauty in South Wilderness. Her one smile could topple a city, another smile could topple a country. This was an incomparably dazzling beauty. No one could describe her beauty, because all the words of praise seemed incomparably pale in front of her. And who are you? Gu Fei retracted his right leg and calmly looked at the peerless beauty. It was undeniable that the woman in front of him had indeed stunned Gu Fei. Of course, this did not mean that this woman was much more beautiful than Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyan. It could only be said that this woman had a unique temperament that Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyan did not have. I am Zhongli Meng. May I know how to address you, young master? Zhongli Meng's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. The temperament she displayed was many times stronger than that fatty Zhongli. As for that fatty Zhongli Meng, after Gu Fei retracted his leg, he hurriedly crawled up from the ground and hid behind Zhongli Meng. Sister, quickly help me capture this damned fellow. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Zhongli Meng stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely while gnashing his teeth. Huh. Gu Fei glanced at the fatty Zhongli Meng, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Zhongli Meng immediately became subdued. He had been beaten by Gu Fei and was afraid. Although his words were fierce, he hid behind his sister and did not dare to face Gu Fei. Supreme Mystery Sects Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not be bothered with the fatty Zhongli Meng anymore. He looked at the fairy-like Zhongli Meng and said coldly. For Gu Fei, who was obsessed with martial arts, a peerless beauty was nothing more than a skeleton. It was difficult for her to move his heart. He believed that strength determined everything. Gu Fei? You are Gu Fei. Zhongli Meng was obviously shocked. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar to her. The news that the White Tiger clans Hujan had been defeated by Gu Fei had already spread far and wide. What have you heard of me? Gu Fei said with some surprise. He did not know that his name had already spread among the major forces of the southern wilderness. Ah, of course I know you. I also know that Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan was defeated by you. He is known as the most outstanding descendant of the White Tiger clan, but he was actually defeated. This matter is enough to shake the entire southern wilderness and cause an uproar among the younger generation. Zhong Li Meng said with a smile. Oh. Gu Fei did not deny it. This is. Zhong Li Meng's gaze shifted to Li Lingfeng. Supreme Mystery Sex Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and said. Cultivators were naturally indifferent. Although Zhong Li Meng had a peerless beauty in front of Li Lingfeng, she was nothing more than a beautiful body. Zhong Li Meng could already tell from the eyes of both Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng that her beauty had no power in front of these two. Ah, so it is Supreme Mystery Sect's eldest senior brother. I have been disrespectful. Zhong Li Meng nodded to Li Lingfeng. At this time, everyone seemed to have forgotten the existence of the fat Zhong Li, which made the fat Zhong Li Meng very depressed. Why are you still not leaving? Zhong Li Meng suddenly said to the fat Zhong Li Meng in a low voice, then turned to Gu Fei and said, My third brother has always been impulsive. If he has offended you in any way for my sake, how about we write it off? The fat Zhong Li Meng did not know what to do. He hurriedly walked out of the shop and left under the protection of the guards. Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Li Lingfeng could not wait to make a big deal out of a small matter, and Boss Bai of the shop naturally had no objections. However, a conflict had arrived and in a few words, it had turned into smoke. Chapter 150. Gu Fei didn't refuse Zhong Li Meng's invitation. Instead he left the store. Under the guidance of Zhong Li Meng, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng entered a palace in Dragon Emperor City. Zhong Li clan played an important role in Dragon Emperor City. As one of the major forces in South Wilderness, it was not strange for them to have a complex of palaces in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, when Gu Fei left the shop that sold beast crystals, he exchanged the beast crystal left behind by the ferocious beast that failed to attain rebirth and become a demon with a Dao art talisman. Seeing Gu Fei exchanging a high-level talisman for a beast crystal, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel pained. As for the shop owner, he was extremely happy because the value of the Dao talisman with Dao energy sealed within it was much higher than that beast crystal. Ferocious beast crystal nuclei were plentiful in the southern wasteland. As for Taoist talismans, even in the world of cultivation, they were rare and priceless items. The talisman that Gu Fei exchanged for the beast crystal was the one that he got from Wang Yuanji, a disciple of Great Void Peak. Wang Yuanji had never imagined that his life-saving talisman could be exchanged by Gu Fei for beast crystals. The reason why Gu Fei suddenly wanted to buy beast crystals was because of the bizarre Xiaoqing snake which had taken his magic equipment pouch as its nest. The green snake could devour and refine the spiritual source in beast crystals. Gu Fei wanted to know what kind of existence this Xiaoqing snake would become after refining numerous beast crystals. Gu Fei knew that beasts that could devour and refine beast crystals definitely had endless potential. Zhong Li Meng led Gu Fei and the others into a palace. After that, they sat down respectively. A group of maids immediately served all kinds of desserts and placed them on the table in front of each of them. Brother Gu, I have a person who has been thinking about you day and night. After sitting down, Zhong Li Meng covered his face with his sleeve and said with a sweet smile. Oh. Gu Fei became stunned. It seems that I didn't have any romantic affairs in the secular world. I want to see who that person is. Sister Ling, come out. Zhong Li Meng shouted towards the back of the palace. Then a person walked out from the back of the palace. When Gu Fei saw that person, he couldn't help but frown. Not only did he know this person, he was also very familiar with him. Gu Fei, it's really you. The person who walked out from the back hall was a handsome young master who was waving a folding fan in his hand. However, this young master's voice was very delicate. When that person saw Gu Fei, she was immediately overjoyed. She wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and throw herself into his wide and sturdy embrace. However, her feet seemed to have taken root on the ground and she did not move at all. It's you. The person who came out from the back hall had a special relationship with him. This was because the person who walked out was Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. Although the beautiful Ling Luoyan was dressed as a man, her peerless beauty was hard to conceal, and she wasn't inferior to Zhong Li Meng in the slightest. Her skin was like white jade and her eyes were like autumn waters. Her slender body and graceful figure were like the morning air that was filled with freshness. She was truly graceful and elegant. Ling Luoyan, who was dressed as a man, had a different kind of beauty to her. Seeing how cold Gu Fei was towards her as if they were strangers, Ling Luoyan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stood there in a daze, as if she had lost a moment. The exceptionally intelligent Zhong Li Meng immediately noticed something from their expressions. The relationship between the two of them didn't seem to be ordinary. Gu Fei didn't expect to see Ling Luoyan here. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. Little sister Ling, little sister Ling. Zhong Li Meng called out a few times before Ling Luoyan's soul returned to her senses. Seeing Ling Luoyan like this, she couldn't help but shake her head. At this time, even Li Lingfeng could tell that this woman who came out of the rear hall dressed as a man treated Gu Fei a little differently. When did junior brother Gu get to know this woman? Li Lingfeng was a little puzzled. Gu Fei had always been cultivating in Taishan Mountain, and he had never left the mountain. Even if Li Lingfeng scratched her head, she would never have imagined that Gu Fei had met Ling Luoyan during the period when he went missing in Yunmeng Mountain, and that there had been some misunderstanding between the two of them. Little sister Ling, come and sit here. Zhong Li Meng patted the seat beside him and said to Ling Luoyan. Ling Luoyan walked to Zhong Li Meng's side absent-mindedly and sat down. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sorrow as she looked at Gu Fei. Anyone would be moved by such emotions. Gu Fei was a normal man. How could he not see Ling Luoyan's intentions when such a beautiful woman was interested in him? However, the world of cultivation was filled with dangers and Gu Fei wasn't strong enough. If his state of mind was disturbed by worldly love, it would be difficult for him to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Brother Gu, my little sister Ling seems to be deeply in love with you. Do you want to express something? Zhong Li Meng winked at Gu Fei and said slyly. Express what? Gu Fei said expressionlessly. What an unromantic rock. Zhong Li Meng couldn't help but say. As he looked around, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming, causing everyone's eyes to light up. When Ling Luoyan heard Gu Fei's reply, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness in her eyes. Zhong Li Meng wanted to say more, but at that moment, a blazing wave of heat suddenly came from outside the hall. It was a wave of fire-like energy. Zhong Li Meng, I'm here. Then, a gentle voice with a hint of firmness could be heard from outside the hall. From the voice, it could be seen that it was a woman. Oh no, why is she here? When she heard that voice, Zhong Li Meng's expression changed and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be a little worried about the woman who had suddenly appeared outside the hall. While the voice was still echoing in the hall, Gu Fei and the others saw a figure in a fiery red robe striding in from outside the door. It was a woman, a young woman in her early 20s. She wore a fiery red tight-fitting robe and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, a slender figure and a valiant and heroic bearing. This woman looked like a valiant general charging through enemy lines, and she carried a fiery red spear on her back. The tip of the spear was also fiery red, as if it was burning with a divine flame. What a strong woman! Gu Fei and the others felt a strong sense of oppression from this woman. The blazing wave of heat came from this woman's body. As soon as she stepped into the hall, the temperature in the hall immediately shot up. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and Zhong Li Meng didn't feel any discomfort, but Ling Luoyan, who didn't have a high cultivation base, felt unbearably hot as if she was sitting next to a bonfire. The red-clothed woman's gaze swept across the hall and finally landed on Gu Fei. The woman looked at Gu Fei and suddenly revealed a bright smile. Why is she smiling at me? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a bad premonition surged in his heart, causing him to be wary of this woman. At this moment, a swoosh. The red-clothed woman disappeared on the spot and turned into a ray of fiery light. She used her palm like a blade, and the fiery light burst forth as she slashed at Gu Fei 3 times. The red-clothed woman wasn't completely fearless. She had restrained the vast fire elemental energy to an extremely small area in her palm, evidently not wanting to cause any damage to the things in the hall. The heat wave was oppressive. Under the envelopment of the 3 fiery blade auras, Gu Fei felt as if he was in a sea of fire. He sat still and directly threw out 3 punches. His punches were colorless, but they miraculously blocked the 3 fiery blade auras. Crack. The floor beneath the red-clothed woman's feet instantly cracked from her stomp, and she was forced to take a step back from the recoil. In an instant, it seemed as if the winner had been decided. Seeing this scene, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He definitely didn't want anything to happen in these 2 or 3 days. However, it was obvious that the young experts of the southern wilderness weren't convinced and had begun to look for trouble. As the saying goes, the tree wants peace but the wind won't stop. He didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. Good, as expected of the Taoism expert who defeated Hu Zhan. The red-clothed woman looked at Gu Fei, and a terrifying power surged from her body. She didn't even bother to conceal her battle intent. Everyone's expression changed. The southern wilderness was a land of great heroes and geniuses. It really couldn't be underestimated. The woman in front of them was definitely a leading figure of the young generation in the southern wilderness. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree and the fire shines on the south. Princess Feng of the Vermilion Bird tribe has graced my humble abode with your presence. It's truly an honor. At this moment, Zhong Limeng had already stood up and welcomed her with a smile. The Vermilion Bird tribe? Gu Fei stood up as well. A pulse of energy as tremendous as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain radiated from Gu Fei. His eyes flickered with a gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the princess before him. His battle intent surged as if he wanted to fight her. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the outstanding successors of the 4 sacred clans of the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had already met all of them. Every single one of them was an impressive young expert, possessing strength that allowed them to look down on their peers. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan. The princess did not waste any time directly stating her name. Afterwards she extended her hand and drew the spear on her back. With a shake of the spear, it was like a venomous dragon had emerged from the sea. The tip of the spear was directly pointed at Gu Fei. The spear in her hand was engraved with simple, fiery patterns. It seemed to be forged from divine metal that still gave off flames, and it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of fire. This was definitely a rare god armament. The presence of the god armament merged with Feng Shiwu's presence, giving off a feeling like she had become one with the spear. Chapter 151. Boom. A great rumble rang out in the battlefield. It was like a clap of thunder. The surging ripples of energy alarmed the Zhongli family of Dragon Emperor City. The descendants of the Zhongli family were extremely surprised. They all rushed out of their places of cultivation and made their way to the clan's battlefield. End of story. 2 silhouettes that were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning moved on the huge white jade fighting field. They repeatedly blasted out terrifying killing moves that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The intense energy collided, causing the open-air white jade fighting field of the Zhong family to tremble unceasingly. The Zhongli family truly was extravagant. The colossal battlefield was actually completely constructed out of premium white jade. They had even set up a formation in the battlefield, sealing up and nullifying the terrifying power that the experts in the battlefield had erupted with. By now, the formation of the battlefield had already been activated. At this moment, every piece of white jade that made up the arena emitted a misty brilliance. An unfathomable power sealed the entire arena, completely dispelling the residual power that leaked out, preventing it from being destroyed. Clearly, the Zhongli clan's battle arena was extraordinary. It was specially constructed for battles between experts. The vast and terrifying power of the 2 experts in the battle arena was completely sealed within the battle arena. Only a very small amount of power was able to break through the seal and leak out. Outside the battlefield, Li Lingfeng, Zhong Limeng, and Ling Luoyan all watched the battle nervously. It had to be mentioned that the strength of the 2 people in the battlefield was enough for them to look down on their peers. As it turned out, the battle between Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan and Gu Fei was already unavoidable. Both of them were eager for battle, so they had already drawn their swords in the hall. They had almost attacked each other. Fortunately, Zhong Limeng had arrived in time and brought the 2 of them to the white jade battlefield of the clan, allowing them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The clothes on Gu Fei's upper body were already in tatters. His upper body, which seemed to be forged from refined iron, contained an extremely tyrannical strength. With just a single step, Gu Fei vanished from where he was. Only an extremely faint blur remained in the air. He was just too fast, so fast that he was basically unrecognizable to the naked eye. A punch, a very ordinary punch, directly landed on the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. The tremendous power shook the ground. Bang! With a bang, the fist and the spearhead, which was wreathed in raging flames, instantly collided. It was like two pieces of godly metal colliding, and a glaring light burst out, causing people to close their eyes subconsciously. A powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas exploded in an instant. The shaft of the raging flames' divine spear was bent by Gu Fei's powerful punch. Feng Shiwu's hands had almost lost their grip on the spear. Her palms and even her arms had all suffered from the violent impact from the spear. She could not help but be surprised by Gu Fei's strength. Using one's own body to fight against the divine spear in one's hand, even in the southern wasteland, none of the young experts from the other forces would dare to be so crazy. Even the #1 person of the Azure Dragon clan's younger generation, Azure Dragon, did not dare to do so. Gu Fei seemed like a colossal mountain, radiating with unfathomable power. He knocked Feng Shiwu back with a punch, and the ground of the battlefield leapt up with his seemingly ordinary punch. As if it were not for the unfathomable power that blocked Gu Fei's punch, the jade tiles of the battlefield had leapt up a long time ago before shattering to dust. Vermilion Bird Divine Skill, Spear Strikes at the 9 Heavens. Feng Shiwu bellowed out and raised the Raging Flames divine spear in her hand. The spear that had been bent by Gu Fei's punch immediately straightened. Afterwards, the tip of the spear erupted with light that resembled the scorching sun, stabbing towards Gu Fei's chest like a star. Roaring flames swept out from Feng Shiwu's body, swallowing her along with the spear that she had sent towards Gu Fei in a single moment. A colossal figure of a vermilion bird and a fire phoenix appeared. The cry of a phoenix rang through the 9 heavens. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames flapped its wings and raised its head, pecking towards Gu Fei. The spectators outside the battlefield were extremely shocked. The phoenix formed from flames shook up an entire region. The people of the Zhongli family knew that an expert of the Vermilion Bird clan was fighting in the battlefield. The terrifyingly high temperature was enough to melt metal, but Gu Fei, who was facing this high temperature, treated it as a gentle breeze. His bright eyes were fixed on the huge phoenix that was anxiously pecking at him. In the eyes of others, it was a phoenix condensed from the flames of the vermilion bird. However, his gaze pierced through the layer of flames outside, seeing a ball of light as resplendent as a star hidden within the phoenix. The ball of light was condensed from the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. Under the thrust, the space shook up and transparent ripples expanded from the phoenix. Feng Shiwu's spear was unstoppable. Although it was not as terrifying as stirring up the 9 heavens, it truly shook up an entire region of the world. His body brimming with power left behind a blur. Gu Fei advanced instead of retreating, directly throwing a punch at the incoming phoenix without the slightest hesitation. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had descended from the 9th heaven, and a deafening sound pierced through the sky. In that instant, the battle arena emitted a bright light, and mysterious runes appeared on the white jade bricks of the battle arena, blocking the energy storm that had erupted. Even with that being the case, the entire battlefield shook. Over a dozen figures rushed over, but with a wave of Zhongli Meng's hand, they immediately backed off silently. Clearly, the experts of the Zhongli family stationed in Dragon Emperor City had been alarmed. A startling sight unfolded in the battlefield. A wild figure threw a punch at the vermilion bird and fire phoenix the size of a hill, wreathed in flames. Before the vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames, the figure was so insignificant. However, it was this insignificant figure that had shaken up the colossal vermilion bird and fire phoenix. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed. Afterwards, as if there was a chain reaction, the mountain-sized vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed from the head to the neck, then to the body. It completely collapsed, dispersing into nothingness. Clang! A fiery red figure flew out from the dispersing flames. Thump, thump, thump. After landing on the ground, the fiery red figure staggered over a dozen steps back. Clang! He stabbed the spear into the ground behind him, and only then did he stop his retreat. Gu Feiquang was like a ferocious beast, emitting a boundless ferocious aura as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the ground trembled and the power of the earth rushed out from the ground. Fist of Earth. Endless power of the earth gathered towards Gu Fei's right fist from all directions. Afterwards, he directly threw a punch at Feng Shiwu. Gray light surged forward as terrifying as the waves. Feng Shiwu's expression immediately changed. Having fought until now, he could not help but admit that he was not Gu Fei's opponent. Tiger's defeat was not undeserved. This Gu Fei's strength had indeed surpassed the boundary of the self-awakening realm. Seeing how the gray power of the Fist of Earth had already completely sealed off the path ahead, Feng Shiwu pushed off the ground without even thinking, turning into a phoenix and rushing into the air, avoiding the power of the fist. At the same time, the spear in his hand erupted with resplendent light, piercing through space and stabbing towards Gu Fei. The light from the spear was like a rainbow, ripping through the surroundings. It was as resplendent as lightning, radiating with a chilling aura of destruction. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He took a step and rose into the air. Boom! The unparalleled light from the spear immediately struck where Gu Fei stood before. The ground did not explode. An unfathomable power nullified all of the terrifying power in the light. Streaks of light slithered about on the ground like silver snakes. Feng Shiwu's full-powered strike failed to shake up the battlefield, nor did it destroy it. Gu Fei rushed into the air with a single step before striding through the air. With a single step, terrifying power immediately surged beneath his feet, which he then rushed towards Feng Shiwu. Just admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Gu Fei gazed at Feng Shiwu below and said proudly. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Desolate steps, 8 kills. A single step was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly appearing above Feng Shiwu's head. It made Feng Shiwu feel like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. When the desolate steps was fast, it could reach the extremities of 8 steps. When it faced an enemy, it could also reach the extremities of 8 steps. A single step was enough to unleash the might of collapsing mountains. There's no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary. Fire Phoenix dances through the 9 heavens. Feng Shiwu bellowed out. Afterwards, a tremendous pulse of energy erupted from her body. Roaring flames surged from her body, and she seemed to turn into a fire phoenix that soared above the 9 heavens. In a split second, she charged out from under Gu Fei's desolate steps. Gu Fei followed up with a second step. Like he had teleported, he appeared above Feng Shiwu in the blink of an eye. Terrifying power surged beneath his feet, and transparent ripples expanded into the surroundings. Even the space around him had twisted. Although he was 20 to 30 meters away from the ground of white jade still trembled constantly despite being protected by power. However, it was not destroyed. What a terrifying ability! Outside the battlefield, Zhong Liming exclaimed. She was extremely surprised that Gu Fei's power could actually shake up the battlefield. That's not an ability. Li Lingfeng stared at the figure in the sky that resembled both a god and a demon. Her eyes shone brilliantly. Not an ability. Could it be a Dao technique? Zhong Limeng exclaimed. She did not sense any Dao technique fluctuations from Gu Fei's body. It's not a mystique or a Daoist technique, but it's better than a mystique or a Daoist technique. What he cultivates is martial, Li Lingfeng murmured with a calm expression. Ooh. The martial Dao actually has such a great power that it can rival divine abilities in Dao techniques? Not only was Zhong Limeng shocked, even Ling Luoyen was shocked. The inheritance of the ancient martial way had long been severed. The so-called martial skills in the world, however, did not have martial-only skills. Martial techniques without martial couldn't be compared to divine abilities and Dao arts at all. The people of the younger generation had long since forgotten what martial arts was. When Li Lingfeng said that what Gu Fei practiced was actually martial arts, Zhong Limeng and the rest were shocked. Martial techniques were mediocre and could not be considered elegant. This was already a common understanding among the current generation of cultivators. However, what they did not know was that in ancient times, cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation were enough to slaughter immortals, gods and demons. They were terrifying existences that were almost undefeatable. With Gu Fei's second step, Feng Shiwu was in danger. Wind and lightning seemed to surge beneath Gu Fei's feet, whistling wildly. Chapter 152. Taking a step through the air, Gu Fei took a second step. Wind and lightning immediately surged beneath his feet. Piercing gales seemed to sweep through the sky, and an indescribable pressure filled the battlefield. Let's do it. The power of Gu Fei's step was as violent as a landslide, sealing up the surroundings and causing the space to distort violently as if it was about to collapse. He could not dodge at all. All Feng Shiwu could do was grit her teeth and unleash her power desperately, pouring it into the spear in her hand. Afterwards she directly thrust it towards Gu Fei's right foot. Swish! The air was immediately pierced and the space there trembled. The spear was like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The tip of the spear turned into a streak of light, piercing through the air and colliding viciously with Gu Fei's right foot. Feng Shiwu directly retreated. Even the webbing between her thumb and index finger had ruptured from the impact. A sliver of blood oozed from the corner of her lips. She had already shown signs of defeat. However, Feng Shiwu possessed the bloodline of the divine bird of the south. Like a phoenix bathed in fire, her presence instead became even more powerful after being injured. Flames surged from her body, and the space around her distorted from the heat of the flames. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The profound art in his body circulated rapidly, pushing his strength to the limit. As his right foot endured the violent power that erupted, he had already stepped out with his left foot. Swish! Gu Fei's figure directly vanished. With his third step he enveloped Feng Shiwu again, sealing up the surroundings with the power of destruction. The ground is beneath my feet. Gu Fei seemed to have become an unkillable god of war that looked down on the world. His unparalleled presence that trampled over the surroundings made the hearts of everyone outside shiver. Such vigor only made Zhong Liming and Ling Luyan's eyes shine with interest. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn it! Feng Shiwu roared furiously inside. He felt like she still could not dodge. She had no other choice. She shook the spear of flames with all her strength and unleashed a power that was as vast as waves. She raised the spear to resist, and the spear erupted with resplendent light that could even make the sun pale. She forcefully clashed with Gu Fei. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The white jade ground began to crack. The entire white jade arena looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain constantly cracking. However, in the end it was not an ordinary fighting ground. It was made of white jade and had the protection of a formation. After the cracks on the ground collapsed, they quickly reformed. Then, with a flash of green light, the ground instantly returned to its original state. The battlefield of the Zhongli family seemed very difficult to destroy. At the very least, it was not something that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu could destroy. But even then, some of the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan were already shocked in their hearts. Being able to collapse the arena was sufficient to show how terrifying the cultivations of these two young men in battle were. He was already comparable to those of the older generation. Bang! Feng Shiwu was knocked back once again. She coughed up blood and staggered a few steps back. Her hair was in a mess, but she still gripped the spear of flames firmly, brimming with battle intent. Roar! Feng Shiwu roared at the sky. At this moment she was no longer a woman but a warrior who lived for battle. The Vermilion Bird clan's mysterious method of the Undying Phoenix circulated to the limit, and the form of the Undying Phoenix appeared on her. She sprayed with a mouthful of blood, and the flames on her seemed to have been doused with kerosene. With a whoosh they immediately flourished. The flames on her had already become almost transparent. They radiated with terrifying heat, causing the ground around her to crackle and crackle. Sparks flew everywhere and streamed with light. The terror of the Undying Phoenix was beyond doubt. Feng Shiwu was like an undying vermilion bird. Every time she was injured she seemed to unleash even greater power, and her wounds would heal in an instant too. As long as she was not fatally injured she was an undying cockroach. All right. Let's see if you can withstand my fourth step. Gu Fei said sternly. With his fourth step, Gu Fei seemed to become the world, merging with the space there. Afterwards he led a region of the world downwards. Rumble. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. As Gu Fei took his fourth step, a terrifying power came crashing down. This time Feng Shiwu struggled to maintain her composure. She could already tell that Gu Fei's cultivation had actually already touched the edge of Wei's. Skill was close to Wei's. That was the unique ability of transcending mortality. He was only a hair's breadth away from transcending mortality, but breaking through the shackles of the ninth heavenly layer was anything but easy. End of Book 2. To Gu Fei, who had embarked on the path of martial arts, it was even more difficult. However, as a fighter, even if Gu Fei had not broken through to transcending mortality, he possessed the strength of transcending mortality. Faced with the terrifying attack that seemed like the collapse of the world, Feng Shiwu's eyes that looked at Gu Fei shone with a sharp light. He was not afraid. Surging battle intent erupted. The more pressure Gu Fei gave her, the better. It would be best if he could threaten her life. Only then would she be able to break through her current bottleneck in cultivation. Tempered in pressure, refined between life and death. Tremendous power erupted from Feng Shiwu. She was even more valiant and threatening than the man. Surging flames immediately filled the entire corner of the battlefield, incinerating everything. The protective formation of the battlefield had been completely activated. Within the hazy light, transparent inscriptions constantly flickered, restraining and blocking the power in the battlefield, preventing it from leaking out. If the power that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu gave off leaked out of the battlefield, the hall of the Zhongli family in Dragon Emperor City would be reduced to ruins. The more powerful they were, the more powerful they would become. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan had clearly reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, which was why she had come looking for Gu Fei without any regard, requesting a battle. At such a sensitive time, none of the organizations in Dragon Emperor City were willing to act recklessly. Not only had the people of the three major schools of Taoism entered the southern wilderness, but even demonic cultivators and demons had begun appearing in the southern wilderness too. If it was demons, then so be it. They were sentient beings in the world after all, having developed intelligence and cultivated to this level. However, demonic cultivators were different. Demonic cultivators could be described as the enemies of all cultivators on the Tinglong continent. Slaughtering the people and massacring the world was demonic. However, Feng Shiwu did not care that much. Other people had qualms, afraid of attacking Gu Fei, but she had no qualms at all. After receiving the news that Gu Fei was in the Zhongli family, she came looking for him immediately. An opponent like Gu Fei was exactly what she needed right now. Against an opponent like Gu Fei, the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird in Feng Shiwu's body seemed to awaken. Resplendent flames erupted from her body. A divine bird of fire struggled on her body as if it wanted to burst out. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. At this moment, Gu Fei's fourth step had already arrived. The sky erupted with chilling ripples as a sharp and terrifying aura of destruction swept over. Waves of energy shook up the sky. Feng Shiwu sensed great danger. The terrifying sound waves, enough to shatter the world, made her feel like her head was splitting. The sound waves actually directly passed through and shook up her soul. Boom. Even the sky trembled. The disturbance was extremely startling. With a stomp, space completely distorted, erupting with the greatest power. At this moment, Gu Fei had also unleashed his greatest battle prowess. 8 steps, 8 kills. With his current cultivation, he could only barely reach the 4th step. He had already pushed all of his martial arts to the limits of what his body could endure. Using a martial skill to draw on the power of the world and erupt with a stomp, the impact his body had to endure was unimaginable. Gu Fei's face was extremely solemn. With a stomp of his foot, the surging divine flames below immediately collapsed and dissipated without a sound. In the sea of flames, a flaming divine bird was about to struggle out, but it was stomped back by Gu Fei. As if he had been struck by lightning, Feng Shiwu shuddered violently before being blown away by the tremendous force. She struggled to hold on to the spear in her hand any longer. It flew out of her hand, splattering the battlefield with blood. The flames in the sky vanished and Gu Fei drifted down from above. His bearing of looking down on the world was completely revealed. All the spectators outside the battlefield could not help but be shaken. Feng Shiwu's delicate body directly passed through the screen of light. With a boom, she smashed a pavilion on the side of the battlefield to pieces, rolling into the dust. A descendant of the south is nothing more than this. Gu Fei was extremely forceful. With a swish, he directly charged out of the battlefield, continuing to press towards Feng Shiwu. In Gu Fei's eyes, Feng Shiwu was not a woman but an opponent. He would not show mercy just because she was a woman. Everyone outside the battlefield was astounded. Zhong Liming's expression became very ugly too. After all, this was the Zhong family. If anything happened to Feng Shiwu, their Zhong family would be in great trouble too. Brother Gu, wait. Junior brother Gu, stop before you go too far. Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng stopped him in a hurry. The Vermilion Bird clan of the south possessed an endless heritage in the south. They were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even when up against Daoist sects like the three great sects of Taoism, they would not falter. This was what Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng were worried about. Gu Fei stopped and Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng both let out a sigh of relief. However, Gu Fei did not stop because of what they said. Instead, when Gu Fei pressed towards Feng Shiwu, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm which made him shudder with fear. It was as if a primordial beast was staring at him from the shadows. Yeah. There really is someone behind this Feng Shiwu. There's a master secretly protecting her. Gu Fei thought of something and immediately understood. The people of the south are far too protective of their own. At a crucial moment, someone jumps out and saves her. Gu Fei could not help but feel extremely disdainful. Sure enough, the moment Gu Fei stopped, a figure suddenly appeared in the shattered pavilion and scooped up Feng Shiwu. Feng Shiwu was quite injured this time. The power of her bloodline that was about to awaken had been forcefully forced back into her body by Gu Fei, which was a huge blow to her. However, she had achieved her objective as well. The bottleneck to her cultivation had already loosened up. She believed that before long her cultivation would reach a new level. It was a middle-aged woman. After scooping up Feng Shiwu, she glanced at Gu Fei coldly before saying nothing else. She flew off with Feng Shiwu in her arms. At the same time, the spear of flames was sucked away by her, vanishing from everyone's vision very quickly. At this moment, a strand of firelight suddenly flew over from the sky before stopping in front of Li Lingfeng. Afterwards, the firelight condensed into a line of words before vanishing into thin air. A communication talisman? Zhong Liming could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Chapter 153. Fire Talisman imparting technique could even be used by cultivators who had awakened their cultivation base. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate this Dao technique to the point where it could travel 1,000 li in a breath and reach others with unerring accuracy. Outside the Zhongli clan's arena, Li Lingfeng immediately called out to Gu Fei to leave as soon as he saw the fire talisman. It seemed that something had happened that made Li Lingfeng extremely nervous. Gu Fei was startled, but he didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he turned into an extremely faint shadow as he chased after Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei! Ling Luoyan exclaimed outside the arena. After coming to Dragon Emperor City, she had finally seen Gu Fei again. However, Gu Fei had already left after only a few words. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Gu Fei heard Ling Luoyan's voice, he didn't stop. His figure flashed a few times and he disappeared from the sky above the palaces in the blink of an eye. The setting sun shone in the west and the sunset glow was like fire. A few birds flew past the horizon, and it was quiet around the Zhongli clan's arena. Zhongli Meng lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking. However, Ling Luoyan looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared with a disappointed expression. It could be seen that she had truly fallen in love with Gu Fei. After a long while, whispers could be heard outside the arena. Only then did the group of Zhongli clan disciples recover their wits, and they started to talk about the marvelous battle just now. After exchanging glances with each other, the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan left. This battle was destined to be known throughout the southern wilderness. Gu Fei's name was unparalleled in Dragon Emperor City, and he became the focus of all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. After defeating Hu Zhan, an elite of the younger generation of the White Tiger clan, and the genius girl of the Vermilion Bird clan, it would be hard for Gu Fei not to become famous. However, this also caused some young cultivators who wanted to become famous to have their eyes on Gu Fei. They wanted to step on Gu Fei and make him their stepping stone. However, there were not many people who dared to look for Gu Fei. After all, his strength was there for all to see. After defeating the experts of the White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird clan, Gu Fei had become the king among his peers. In a pavilion in Dragon Emperor City, a handsome young man with long eyebrows and cyan clothes was holding a piece of intelligence sent by his subordinate with a solemn look. Gu Fei, I did not misjudge you. You will be the strongest opponent I, Azure Dragon, have faced since my debut. Or battle. I look forward to it. The green-robed youth clenched his fist, and the silk cloth in his hand immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. The news of Gu Fei defeating Feng Shiwu had already reached the Azure Dragon's hands. Humph. Gu Fei, you're really lucky, even the Southern Wastelands experts couldn't defeat you, what a pity. At the same time, in another place of Dragon Emperor City, a youth in white clothes with a quaint long saber on his waist was muttering by the window. Outside the window there was a small bridge and flowing water. Several palaces could be vaguely seen among the red flowers and green leaves. This was a rare garden. How great would it be if my Dongfang family could use someone like this? However, since you've already become my enemy, I can only kill you. Next time you won't be so lucky. The youth's eyes shone with viciousness. At this moment, Gu Fei had already returned to the canvassing lunar restaurant with Li Lingfeng. As soon as they set foot in the canvassing lunar restaurant, they sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. After entering the canvas moon pavilion, when the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were staying in the courtyard, they saw that inside the courtyard, Ziyu and the other 8 disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were already waiting. What's going on? As soon as Li Lingfeng entered the courtyard, he asked Ziyu in a low voice. The fire talisman message did not explain why he and Gu Fei had been summoned back. It was only said that it was an extremely urgent matter. However, Li Lingfeng knew that if there wasn't an emergency, the sect would not use fire talisman messages. After all, fire talisman messages were like the legends of the flying swords of Guangqing Immortal sect. They would not easily send out such messages to their disciples, unless there was an emergency. Ziyu shook his head at Li Lingfeng. At this moment, in the courtyard, the door to Dan Chenzi's room was pushed open. He took a step out and the ground seemed to shrink to an inch as if he was teleporting. His figure flashed and Dan Chenzi was already in front of everyone. You're back. Dan Chenzi said calmly as he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei. Greetings, Uncle Master. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Dan Chenzi's seniority was extremely high in the sect, and he was regarded as the cultivator with the greatest chance to become a great cultivator. Dan Chenzi's seniority was much higher than that of the masters of everyone present. He was an influential figure in the Taishan sect. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by Daoist Xiantian to take charge of this trip to the ruined sky. Dan Chenzi nodded, then said, Things have changed, so I called you all here. I quickly pack up. We'll be leaving immediately. Leaving immediately? The most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect could not help but look at each other in shock. Gu Fei also could not help but frown. However, no one had any objections because Dan Chenzi's words were an order. As juniors, they had to obey absolutely. Therefore, after a moment of shock, everyone immediately dispersed and rushed back to their residences. Gu Fei had nothing on him. Everything that was useful was on him, so he had nothing to pack. Everyone had returned to their residences and only he was still standing there. Dan Chenzi looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. You don't have anything to pack? When Gu Fei heard this, he replied, Martial uncle, my things don't leave me easily. Very good. Dan Chenzi nodded. He was very satisfied with Gu Fei's performance. Gu Fei had been preparing at all times. This kind of seriousness was very rare. I also heard a little about what happened in the past 2 days. You did very well. You have made our Taishan sect proud. Dan Chenzi looked at Gu Fei with a rare smile on his face. Gu Fei's face was still calm. He did not show any emotion at Dan Chenzi's praise. He calmly said, This is nothing. Gu Fei's tone was as if he was talking about something unimportant. This surprised Dan Chenzi a little and he looked at Gu Fei with interest. If you knew where those people came from, you would know how amazing what you have done is. Dan Chenzi said. At this time the others had already packed up their things and were walking over. After a while, everyone was neatly equipped and stood in front of Dan Chenzi. They were valiant and high-spirited, and they had the spirit to kill the enemy. Of course, the battle between cultivators was much more dangerous than going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If they were not careful, their souls would be destroyed and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. They would completely disappear from the world. After seeing that all the disciples had arrived, Dan Chenzi took out a scroll from his sleeve and spread it out. The power sealed in the scroll was immediately activated, and a misty green light enveloped Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten and a strange force seemed to bind him. Then he saw the scene in front of him begin to blur. A green light not only wrapped around Gu Fei and the other disciples, but also enveloped Dan Chenzi. In an instant, the space that was enveloped by the green light seemed to suddenly collapse. There was a tremor and then there was a flash of light. Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, swoosh, a green-clothed old man appeared in the courtyard. He sized up the surroundings and muttered, "They're finally gone." This old man seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This old man was precisely the mysterious expert of the Canopy Lunar Pavilion that had obstructed the battle between the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei that night. The Canopy Lunar Pavilion didn't seem to be as simple as an inn. Gu Fei seemed as if he was riding on the clouds and mist, unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground. It was as if he was passing through space with everyone else. Besides an expanse of green light, it was an expanse of mistiness, and he was unable to see anything clearly. Even time seemed to have stopped, and Gu Fei was even unable to feel the passage of time. This feeling caused Gu Fei's heart to feel stuffy, and his head seemed to be slightly dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to be an instant, yet it also seemed to be very long. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body loosen up, and the strange force that bound him had vanished. It vanished so abruptly, and Gu Fei was completely not mentally prepared for it. When their feet landed on the ground, the green light dissipated and everyone seemed to have walked out from space. They looked around blankly, and the surrounding scenery started to gradually become clear from blurry. The Dao art of spatial teleportation was sealed within that scroll? Gu Fei felt that they'd arrived within a small valley, and before them, which was also the center of the small valley, was a tall sacrificial altar. A white jade staircase hung down from the sacrificial altar. This is... When he sensed the energy contained within the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei's expression couldn't help but change. The sacrificial altar drew in the vital energy from the surroundings, and it was like an enormous primeval beast that was lying in ambush before him. This energy was boundlessly vast, and it caused Gu Fei to feel boundless pressure. If this energy were to explode, even Gu Fei didn't dare imagine what the consequences would be. Gu Fei suddenly felt that there seemed to be figures flashing above the sacrificial altar. "Let's go. Follow me up. The people from the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the High Clarity Sect have arrived long ago." Dan Qinzi flicked his sleeve and took the lead to walk towards the sacrificial altar. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others hurriedly followed. It was very strange. When Gu Fei stepped onto the white jade staircase hanging down from the sacrificial altar, the pressure in his heart actually disappeared. When he stepped onto the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei felt that there were actually over 20 people gathered on the sacrificial altar. He saw familiar figures: Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, High Clarity Sect's Lin Xian Yichen, and the others were all among them. However, no one spoke. Everyone had a solemn expression, and there were even people who raised their heads to look at the sky from time to time. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The sky seemed to be... Gu Fei felt that the sky above the sacrificial altar was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if there was an endless sea of clouds that covered the entire sky. Boom! Right at this moment, a sudden loud sound came from the sky. In an instant, the entire mountain valley shook and the huge rocks on the surrounding mountains rumbled and rolled down. Only the enormous sacrificial altar was as steady as Mount Tai. Chapter 154. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking heaven and earth. An endless cage of darkness instantly covered the entire valley. A layer of light curtain suddenly appeared above the altar, like a light shield covering the entire altar. Demonic chi surged in from all directions, but it was blocked by the light, unable to take even half a step forward. Roar! This tortoise shell is really hard. Furious roars echoed in the air, and a series of earth-shattering booms rang out. It was as if an ancient giant was fiercely pounding on the light curtain with his fists, and the momentum was extremely fierce. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the light barrier, the mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, and the world was shaking. The entire valley had been completely destroyed. Daoist Chao Yang, who was in charge of the formation in the center of the altar, was still sitting cross-legged with a calm expression. At this time, the large formation on the altar began to emit a misty light. The runes seemed to come to life and wandered around. Although the light was flashing from the impact of the demonic chi, mysterious light runes were circulating on the light barrier, dissolving all the attacks into nothingness. The altar beneath everyone's feet had absorbed an endless amount of worldly essence. After the large formation was activated, the altar became a world of its own. No matter how the demon outside attacked, it was unable to shake it in the slightest. "What's going on?" Li Lingfeng whispered to Rin Wuming of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. Our whereabouts seem to have been discovered by the demons. Ren Wuming said with a serious expression. The demons know? The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder their uncle Master Dan Chenzi had urgently summoned them here. Daoist 6, what are you waiting for? Suddenly a loud shout came from outside. The rolling sound waves shook the mountains. Even with the barrier of the formation, the disciples of the three great Daoist sects on the altar felt their ears ringing. Everyone's expressions changed as they were shocked. Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai and Ding Yongzi couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Then they all looked at Daoist Chao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar. They couldn't maintain their calm. Great Devil Sovereign, are you ordering me around? Another loud voice rang out. That person seemed to be a bit angry. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10,000 zhang long beam of blood-red light cleaved down from the sky, instantly tearing the world in half. The boundless baleful aura caused the hearts of all living beings to palpitate. That 3,000-meter-long blood-colored saber light sent out tens of thousands of blood waves. There seemed to be countless demons roaring within the blood light, their demonic voices shaking the world. The moment the demonic saber appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. In an instant, the demonic saber radiance seemed to suck in all the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles. The energy shield that enveloped the altar dimmed a little. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The blood-red demonic saber fiercely chopped down on the light curtain. The demonic saber light actually chopped into the light curtain. However, it only managed to break a 2 to 3 feet gap. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The blood-red demonic saber hovered above their heads. The demonic chi was vast and mighty. Everyone immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble and their faces turned pale. At that moment, Daoist Chao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar, opened his eyes. 2 rays of fiery light shot out from his eye sockets, each several feet long. He stood up and his body was surrounded by rays of fiery light. At that moment, the 9 suns' brilliant sky-burning golden crow robe emitted layers of fiery light. Arg! Even the sky devil saber can't break this tortoise shell. Damn it! A loud voice resounded in the sky. The clouds drifting in the sky were shaken and dispersed. The 10,000 zhang long blood-red demonic saber trembled continuously, emitting endless ferocious might. It pressed down continuously, but it couldn't move an inch forward, as if it was stuck on the light curtain. Daoist Chao Yang raised his head with a cold gaze. The 9 three-legged golden crows on the golden crow robe emitted endless fiery chi, as if they were about to burst out from the robe. He raised his right hand and pressed it upwards. The blood-red demonic saber was instantly knocked away. Above the rolling demonic clouds, a 10,000 zhang long demonic figure let out a fierce roar and flew back into the demonic clouds. The light curtain in the sky immediately returned to its original state. The demonic chi was immediately blocked outside the light curtain, unable to penetrate it even a little bit. Gu Fei and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The devilish aura was truly unbearable and it caused everyone's soul to tremble and shake. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts lingering around them. 6 Dao, the sky devil saber in your hands is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. In the west, another 10,000 zhang long demonic figure appeared. The blurry demonic figure seemed illusory, giving off an unreal feeling. However, it emitted a great pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Humph! A cold harumph drifted from the north. Closely after that, a ferocious demonic figure strode out of the rolling demonic clouds with a 10,000 zhang long demonic saber in hand. The 2 demons revealed their celestial and demonic images. In a split second, the sky and the earth became dim. As a result, the area within 60 square miles became a terrifying and gloomy demonic domain. Demon Monarch of 6 Dao, Great Demon Hermit, you 2 demons, if you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, this place will be your burial place. Standing in the center of the sacrificial altar, Daoist Chao Yang roared as he watched the 2 10,000 zhang long demonic figures in the sky. Chao Yang, kiddo, don't brag. When this father was unrivaled in the heavens and earth, you were still wearing diapers. Show me what you've got. The demonic figure in the west roared as tens of thousands of demonic clouds were surging behind him. Such a great noise had long aroused the attention of Dragon Emperor City over 60 miles away. The terrifying demonic chi had even spread to Dragon Emperor City. Commoners might not feel anything abnormal. However, the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were amazed. None of the top cultivators in Dragon Emperor City launched an attack. Instead, they were just observing. The two demons rarely left the demonic domain. It was rare for them to appear at the same time. In a split second, all the people in Dragon Emperor City were flurried as they thought that the army of the demonic domain was approaching their territory. Only those old monsters knew that the two demons didn't come here to occupy Dragon Emperor City. Because Dragon Emperor City was not simple and had many secrets, which made the demons scruple. In the south, a ball of flame was hidden in the clouds. Faintly, there seemed to be a shadow of a phoenix. In other directions there were also obscure waves. Some powerful figures were observing. Fine, I will kill the demons and defend the Dao today. Daoist Xiaoyang said solemnly. Closely after that he started to make mysterious hand seals one after another, releasing a surging magical power wave like ocean waves. Rumble. The sacrificial altar quivered for a short while. At once all the people quivered and couldn't stand steadily. All of them revealed an amazed and dumbfounded look. The altar beneath everyone's feet began to emit an immense pressure. This pressure was even more vast and powerful than the demonic might emitted by the two gigantic demonic figures in the sky. Runes began to appear around the altar, and the altar began to shine with a dazzling light. It was as if a primordial beast had been awakened. Apart from the people on the altar, everyone else felt an incomparable pressure. Under the shocked gaze of the others, the huge sacrificial altar started to slowly rise into the sky like a far ancient immortal mountain, directly driving away the demonic clouds in the sky. The 2000s of high demonic shadows flew backward. That sacrificial altar we seem to have miscalculated it. A voice drifted from Dragon Emperor City. Some old monsters were thinking about the sacrificial altar. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were shaking. The boundless power shook the heavens and the earth. The mountains were shaking and the earth was cracking as if doomsday had arrived. The huge sacrificial altar had absorbed a great deal of the essence of the heavens and the earth. At this moment it was guided out by Daoist Xiaoyang. The power was so great that even a demigod would be shocked. At this moment the first demon venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths, who were hiding in the thousands of high demonic shadows, sensed that Daoist Xiaoyang could really manipulate the power of the sacrificial altar. In this way Daoist Xiaoyang could really kill them. Both the first demon venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths sensed the danger. Roar. Demon monarch of 6 paths roared furiously. The thousands of high demonic shadow released endless demonic power, and its ferocious chi filled the heavens and the earth. He raised the thousands of high blood-red demonic saber with both hands and slashed at the sacrificial altar that was rising into the sky. The blood-red saber light tore the heavens and the earth apart. It sounded like thousands of demons were roaring and shouting. The demonic sound directly penetrated the body and affected the soul. Within a radius of 100 miles, all living creatures were penetrated by the demonic sound. They were instantly killed. The power of the soul turned into specks of light and was absorbed by the blood-red saber light, becoming the nourishment of the demonic saber. When the sky demon saber was drawn, blood was killed within 100 miles and all living creatures were slaughtered. Even with the protection of the array, Gu Fei and the others felt that their souls were shaking, as if their souls were going to rush out of their bodies. They hurried to operate their cultivation to resist the demonic sound. Boom! With a loud noise, the sky demon saber, worthy of being called the #1 demonic saber of the demonic path, directly broke through the layers of runes and slashed at the light curtain formed by the power of the sacrificial altar. However, this time the demonic saber couldn't break the light curtain with one slash. The thousands of high blade light only hit the light curtain, and the sacrificial altar trembled. The next moment, the blood-red demonic saber was directly knocked away by an extremely powerful force. Kill. Daoist Xiaoyang controlled the array on the sacrificial altar. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to attract an infinite power, which directly tore the void apart and attacked the retreating demon monarch of 6 paths. Roar. Demon monarch of 6 paths was shocked, and he hurriedly slashed at the surging destructive power. Boom. The saber light was broken and the thousands of high demonic shadow disappeared. Boom! The saber light was broken again and the demonic blood splashed in the sky. Boom! Without any suspense, the saber light was broken, and the demonic clouds in the sky were shaken away. The sky and the earth were lit up, and the demon monarch of 6 paths fell directly from the sky. Everyone was shocked that Daoist Xiao Yang's attack had directly knocked the demon monarch of 6 paths down from the sky. Chapter 155. Daoist Xiao Yang combined with the altar to control the formation. He displayed great magical power and struck the demonic monarch of 6 paths with his palm. For a moment no one dared to look at him. He's invincible. No one in the royal emptiness realm is his match, unless a demigod appears. Someone said. Some people who wanted to attack also gave up on the idea. Many old monsters in the southern wasteland knew about the existence of the altar, but they thought it was just a transmitting formation built by Taoism. No one could have imagined that the altar was a great weapon. The massive 4-sided sacrificial altar slowly rose up, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The boundless pressure it emitted was like a mountain, causing people to have the urge to look up at it, feeling as if they were as small as ants in front of it. On the altar outside of the formation, Gu Fei and the others were shocked. All of this was beyond their understanding. The 30 most outstanding young disciples of Taoism and the 3 senior experts of Taoism were all shocked. No one made a sound. The altar was deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. Roar. A furious roar came from the ground. Then a mass of pitch-black demonic aura rose from the ground and flew to the west without looking back. It was the demonic monarch of 6 paths. Although Daoist Xiaoyang's attack had smashed the demonic monarch of 6 paths down from the sky, it did not kill him. However, the demonic monarch of 6 paths had also suffered a great impact. He did not dare to stay any longer. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately fled. The demonic monarch of 6 paths knew that there were many old monsters in the royal emptiness realm watching him. If someone attacked him while he was seriously injured, he would be in danger of dying in the southern wasteland. Was there really no one who wanted to attack the demonic monarch of 6 paths? The answer was no. Just as the 6 paths demon king was about to leave, a phoenix cry came from the south. Then a giant phoenix flew out of the clouds. It was surrounded by divine flames, and it flapped its wings and chased after the demon king of 6 paths, a vermilion bird and fire phoenix. Some old monsters in the royal emptiness realm who were hiding nearby changed their expressions when they saw the fire phoenix surrounded by divine flames. Rumor had it that the cultivation forces that had been passed down for countless years all had a great feud with the demons. It seemed that the rumor was not groundless. Without a doubt, that fire phoenix was not the real vermilion bird divine beast, but a vermilion bird expert of the imperial void stage that had transformed into the form of a fire phoenix. A pitch-black demonic shadow and a huge fire phoenix streaked across the sky like 2 bolts of lightning, disappearing into the western horizon in the blink of an eye. Great Demon Venerable, it's your turn. Taoist Xiaoyang controlled the altar, which was already high in the sky. As he spoke, he activated the power of the altar, condensing a flaming godly hand, which grabbed at the rolling demonic clouds. The huge flaming hand broke a hole in the surging demonic clouds that covered half the sky, and a demonic figure emerged from the demonic clouds. The demon realm's great demon sovereign had revealed his true appearance. The great demon sovereign was 5 meters tall. His entire body looked like it was made of steel. He gave off an extremely powerful feeling. His blood-red eyes flickered with an evil light. The armor on his body flickered with black light, exuding a great murderous aura, which made people feel that he was powerful and terrifying. The flaming godly hand turned into a huge mountain in the blink of an eye, shaking the heaven and earth. The 5 fingers were like pillars of fire, covering the sky and covering the earth, shrouding the great demon sovereign. Roar. The great demon sovereign let out a crazy roar. 2 demonic lights shot out from his blood-red eyes. Demonic energy surged all over his body and black light appeared around him. Endless demonic energy instantly submerged the great demon sovereign. Then the surging demonic clouds condensed into a huge pitch-black demonic hand to meet the flaming godly hand. Boom! The pitch-black demonic hand and the flaming godly hand collided fiercely. The surging power shook the heaven and earth. The demonic hand directly collapsed and the great demon sovereign was directly thrown down. Demonic blood sprinkled down. Rumble. The earth trembled and endless demonic energy entered the ground. The great demon sovereign didn't dare to fight anymore, so he directly escaped from the ground. This kind of demon had cultivated the immortal true demon body, so it was very difficult to kill him. However, some people still chased after him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon sovereign were both seriously injured, so it was not impossible to kill them at this time. Daoist Xiaoyang glanced around, then directly sat cross-legged on the formation eye of the altar and began to pinch the Dao formula. Gu Fei and the others saw the scene just now and their minds were shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. The tall figure of Daoist Xiaoyang was deeply engraved in their hearts. He disdainfully looked down on all the heroes, beat up the 2 great demons of the demon area, and shocked all the strong cultivators so no one dared to come out to fight him. How majestic and heroic was this? Not knowing how the others felt, Gu Fei was deeply shaken, and his heart of cultivation became even more determined. If he could become a supremacy and defeat all the strong cultivators in the world, it would not be a waste of his time in this world. Daoist Xiaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, suddenly said, "It's time. Drop your blood essence and I will send you over." At this time, the formation on the altar was already shining brightly, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the formation. In addition, the altar had also absorbed an endless amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire altar exuded an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The void around the altar was distorted, and then tiny spatial cracks that were as thin as strands of hair appeared. The power condensed by the altar had definitely surpassed the demigod level. Hearing this, everyone walked into the formation under the direction of Dan Qinzi, Lu Ruhai and Ding Yangzi. Then they bit their fingers and dropped a drop of blood essence on the formation under their feet. The moment the drop of blood fell on the formation, a red light burst out and was directly absorbed by the formation. Then, faintly, Gu Fei seemed to feel as if he had become one with the formation. Swoosh. With a sound, it was as if heaven and earth had changed places, or as if they had passed through an endless world of nothingness. Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, then darkness and then light again. He felt that he was still standing on the altar. Looking around, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu and the others were also beside him, looking around blankly. There was also a formation under his feet. The light of the formation was receding like a tide, and finally disappeared into the altar. There was also a person sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation. However, Gu Fei felt that the Taoist sitting in the formation was not the Shaoyang Peak's Taoist Xiaoyang, but a middle-aged Taoist with a pale face and wearing a simple white Taoist robe. What's going on? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He then looked around and felt that the altar seemed to be surrounded by a valley. It should be called a gorge, and the altar was at the bottom of a cliff next to the gorge. Gu Fei found that this altar seemed to be no different from the original altar. However, Gu Fei knew that this altar was not the one controlled by Taoist Xiaoyang. In just an instant, everyone arrived at an unknown place. It was really too magical. It was even faster than teleportation using space Dao scrolls. Greetings, Senior Li Shang. Greetings, Patriarch Li Shang. Dan Qinzi and Ding Yangzi bowed to the middle-aged Daoist who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar. Lu Ruhai led a group of Guangqing Immortal sect disciples and bowed to the middle-aged Daoist. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to be very young, but his background seemed to be very powerful. The middle-aged Taoist who was sitting cross-legged in the core of the altar slowly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the 30 disciples of the younger generation around him. When his gaze landed on Gu Fei, he seemed to be a little surprised. Then his gaze fell on Dan Qinzi and the others. Get up. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang gently waved his sleeve. The Guangqing Celestial Sect disciples who were bowing on the ground immediately felt a gentle force lifting them up. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang stood up and said calmly, "It's been 260 years. I didn't expect that I, Li Shang, had been guarding this place for 260 years. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang seemed to be a little disappointed. In the middle of the gorge, apart from the altar at the bottom of the cliff, there were many pavilions and terraces. At this moment, streaks of light flew out from the pavilions in the distance, heading towards the altar. Soon 9 Taoists in green clothes landed on the altar on their Dharma treasures. "Greetings, Patriarch." A black-bearded Taoist respectfully bowed to Taoist Li Shang. Taoist Li Shang nodded and said to Dan Chenzi and the others, "All right, you have arrived at the important place of the 3 great Taoist sects in the 100,000 mountain range, the sky-splitting valley." Taoist Li Shang paused for a moment before saying, "Qing Feng, bring them to the 3 origin hall to rest." "Yes." The black-bearded Taoist quickly responded. Taoist Li Shang's words caused a commotion among the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects, including Gu Fei. They had actually entered the 100,000 mountain range. At this moment, everyone finally realized that their sects were so generous that they could build 2 altars that could teleport people thousands of miles away. No wonder no one had found the sky-splitting valley or the ruined sky realm in the past thousands of years. Teleportation through the void was traceless. Even void-controlling stage cultivators would have a hard time tracking the trajectory of the void teleportation, unless an immortal-level peerless figure made a move. However, immortal-level figures had long since shattered the void and entered the legendary heaven realm. No one would stay in the mortal world. Immortal-level experts were already the top figures in the world. Anyone who entered the sacred realm was already invincible in the world. Only by entering the legendary heaven realm could one achieve glory again. Under the lead of the black-bearded Taoist Qing Feng and the other 8 Taoists in green clothes, everyone walked down the altar and headed toward the palace in the distance. Chapter 156. The sky-splitting valley was a narrow gorge that was thousands of miles long. The gorge was in a straight line somewhere in the 100,000 mountain range. Network. It was as if someone had used a peerless divine weapon to open up a crack between the heavens and the earth in the mountains. No one knew how the founding ancestors of the 3 great Dao sects found their way here in the past. They actually found a mysterious place in the sky-splitting valley. The sky-splitting valley was an important place for the 3 great Dao sects. It could be said that the founding ancestors of the 3 great Dao sects started their journey here. They had a fortuitous encounter and started their own sections. Therefore, this gorge could be said to be the origin of the 3 great Dao sects. The achievements of the 3 great Dao sects were inextricably linked to this important place. The 100,000 mountain range was a taboo. There were all kinds of legends and secrets in the mountain range. In the 100,000 mountain range, there was a dangerous place that even immortals did not dare to step into. There was a desperate situation that could send a demigod to his grave in an instant. Legend had it that in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range, there was a battlefield of gods and demons. There was a place where the dragon burial ground and there were miracles left behind from ancient times. The 100,000 mountain range was one of the most mysterious places in the Tinglong continent. There was nothing that was impossible in this place. The sky-splitting valley was not in the depths of the mountain range. At most, it was at the edge of the mountain range. However, even so, no outsider had been able to enter this place for thousands of years. The sky was filled with stars, sprinkling down endless starlight. The bright moon shone high up in the sky. The world was silent. At the end of the sky-splitting valley, the gorge stopped abruptly. It was as if the crack of the gorge had suddenly stopped here. It was as if the peerless strike of a god was blocked by someone, or perhaps it had struck a mysterious place. In short, the 1,000-mile gorge came to an abrupt end. At the end of the gorge was a huge, smooth, jade-like rock wall. On the rock wall there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. The surrounding dust was a few inches thick. There was no wind here. Everything seemed to be still, as if even the wind was unwilling to step into this place. There was no doubt that this stone door had not been opened for a very long time. The stone door was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. If there was anything special, it would be that this stone door was embedded into the stone wall. It was as if there was another world behind the stone wall. This stone door had undoubtedly existed for countless years, because it gave off an aura of infinite antiquity. About 10 miles away from the stone gate in a vast valley there was a palace. Under the cover of the night, only that palace gave off a bit of light. Crack Valley 3 Yuan Palace. Dozens of white figures were sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Some of them had a small sword embroidered on their sleeves, some had a talisman on their sleeves and some had nothing. Those who had small swords embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Guangqing Celestial sect. Those who had runes embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Shangqing sect. Those who had nothing on their sleeves were disciples of the Taishan sect. 30 of the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation from the three great Daoist societies sat cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed as they circulated their qi. Wisps of magical power emanated from these people and lingered in the main hall. These people were the elites of the younger generation from the three great Daoist societies. They were the most outstanding disciples who had stood out from their peers through selection. It could be said that they were the future of the three great Daoist societies. The main hall was very quiet. No one spoke, and even the faint sound of breathing could be heard. They were making the final preparations to enter the ruined sky realm. There were still 7 or 8 days until the demon star rushed to the 7 fiends. However, in these few days the people from the three great Daoist societies had already begun to attack the seal. However, they had all failed. The seal of the stone door was extremely powerful and no power could shake it. Even after using the power of the altar, they still could not get close to the stone door. Their plan to open the ruined sky realm ahead of time could be considered to have failed. The three great Daoist societies had once again confirmed the last words of their founding ancestor. No matter how powerful one's magical power was, one could not open the ruined sky realm until the time was right. Only when the demon star rushed to the 7 fiends and the fiends and demons wreaked havoc in heaven and earth would the balance of the power of heaven and earth be disrupted, and the power of the seal would be greatly weakened. Only then could the ruined sky realm be opened. Among the 30 white-robed young disciples sitting cross-legged in the main hall, one of them suddenly stood up from the ground. That person was none other than Gu Fei. His Tao was operating at all times and it was suitable for both movement and stillness. He did not need to sit around all day, comprehend the heavenly Tao and condense magical power like other cultivators. To Gu Fei, stillness was the Tao and stillness was also the Tao. Stillness and stillness were both Tao. Gu Fei did not alarm anyone. He walked out of the Three Essences Hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, at least 7 or 8 divine senses swept over him at the same time. Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had long known that the disciples of the three great Daoist societies guarding the Split Sky Valley were all cultivators in the transcending mortality realm. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm had already condensed their Tao core and entered the cultivation stage of nurturing their nascent divinities. At this stage, the divine senses of cultivators were very powerful. They could instantly sense the slightest movement in the wind, and it was clearer and more real than seeing with their eyes. This might be the legendary heavenly eye. Gu Fei could not be bothered with them. He calmly walked to a pavilion beside the main hall. There was a simple stone table and a few stone stools in the pavilion. When Gu Fei walked into the pavilion, the 7 or 8 divine senses also retreated. Gu Fei leaned against the railing and looked around. The moonlight was like water and it was quiet everywhere. Looking up at the sky, he saw a blood-red demon star and a dark green demon star flickering with demonic light, as if they were competing to see who was brighter. The distance between the 2 stars is getting closer. Could it be that the stars in the sky can really collide? Gu Fei thought of the prophecy that happened once every 260 years and could not help but have some doubts in his heart. The 2 demonic stars in the sky were much brighter than the other stars. They seemed to be closer to the ground than all the other stars, as if they could fall from the sky at any time. Gu Fei stared at the blood-red devilish star. In a trance, the devilish star seemed to have transformed into an extremely hideous and enormous devilish face that swooped down from the sky. Its bloody mouth was wide open and countless living beings were swallowed into that bloody mouth. Gu Fei felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away. At this moment, the Tai Chi mark on Gu Fei's chest flashed with a ray of light, and a cool stream of air flowed into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body shook and he suddenly woke up. So evil. Gu Fei's heart trembled and he quickly looked away. At this time he realized that his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. Gu Fei felt a little upset. It seemed that the demon star in the sky had affected his state of mind. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He directly sat down in the pavilion and used his Xianxia to gradually calm his upset thoughts. Everything in the pavilion was seen by an old Taoist with white beard and eyebrows who was sitting on the roof of another hall in the distance. Under the moonlight, the right side of the old Taoist's face was as red as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled like a dried orange peel. At first glance it was simply half a skull. The right side of the old Taoist's body was full of vitality, but the left side was lifeless. Life and death, 2 completely opposite auras, actually appeared on the body of a person. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. However, Gu Fei could not detect the old Taoist's existence, and the old Taoist's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and fell on Gu Fei. Strange, this child actually does not practice Taoist techniques. It seems, it is the long-lost martial arts. Interesting. The old Taoist seemed to be very interested in Gu Fei. The old Taoist's cloudy eyes flashed a bit, as if he had discovered something interesting. However, the old Taoist quickly retracted his gaze, and then closed his eyes gently like a fossil, sitting on the roof of the hall. The sun rose in the east and Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. Unknowingly, a night had passed and Gu Fei's annoyance had long since calmed down. However, it had to be said that the devil star in the sky was really full of demonic nature. Gu Fei only took a look at it and his inner demons were almost triggered by the demonic nature of the devil star. It should be known that Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts and martial arts was the human path. It did not leave the body and it did not refine the primordial spirit. It focused on one's heart and there was nothing else. It was what one's heart was. Regardless of the surging mortal world and the boundless mortal world, one would bravely advance and strive to be the most supreme in the world. Therefore, with Gu Fei's state of mind, it was absolutely impossible for an inner demon to appear during cultivation. Even Gu Fei almost lost his mind, which was enough to show how evil the devil star was. In the next 2 days, Gu Fei did not take a step out of the Hall of Three Elements. He stayed in his room and when he was bored he would open the magical equipment bag and look at the Xiaoqing snake. This little guy had swallowed 2 beast crystals in succession, and even the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake into its stomach. It seemed to be a little weak and its abdomen was still swollen and it did not seem to be shrinking. The Xiaoqing snake seemed to be a special species of snake. Gu Fei faintly felt that this little guy might have a powerful background. Seeing that the Xiaoqing snake was listlessly coiled in the magical equipment bag, Gu Fei did not disturb it, and let it refine the demon core. However, the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake was not easy to refine and it might take some time. On the morning of the 8th day, all the disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects in the Crack Valley gathered in the Hall of Three Elements. Everyone looked extremely serious. An important moment is coming. Check everything around you. Don't leave behind anything that you should bring and throw away anything that you shouldn't bring. Then follow your master out. Daoist Li Shang looked at the disciples in front of him and said in a deep voice. Behind Taoist Li Shang stood 2 old Taoists. These 2 old Taoists were definitely 2 old monsters which could be seen from their appearance. The 2 old Taoists were as thin as sticks and a few strands of hair on their heads were almost gone. Their skin was wrinkled and it was impossible to tell how old they were. They looked like dried corpses,